This time, I managed to get a scholarship, so I used the money I received from the company to buy some fruit baskets because they are so delicious. What are you so proud of? Is there any student who doesn't get a scholarship these days? The girl next door has already received a performance bonus from her company. Did you buy these fruits at the local department store? You know your brothers won't eat them unless they're from there. I apologized quietly, holding back my feelings. Mom, we're here. When my brothers arrived, my mother's face lit up as she praised them and hurried them to the car. Where are you all going? We're going to greet your grandmother. This time, even Lee Hun-I passed the entrance exam for that prestigious university, and they gave us something special. No, you don't need to know. If you have nothing else to say, then just leave and take those fruits with you. I stood frozen in the quiet hallway, holding the basket of fruits that had been so easily rejected, feeling completely isolated in my own home. I comforted myself, telling myself that it was fine since I had been treated this way ever since I was a child. Walking back under the dim streetlights, I felt the heavy weight of loneliness as I headed toward my small apartment. As soon as I got home, I collapsed face first onto my bed, completely exhausted from the emotional toll of the day. As I lay there in despair, my phone suddenly began to vibrate beside me on the bedsheet. Ah, a new chapter of my favorite web novel, I Thought I Was Adopted But I Was Mistaken, has just been uploaded. The novel's illustration on my screen showed a beautiful scene of a powerful knight standing protectively over a young girl. In the shadow of the artwork, the mysterious and powerful figures from the story seemed to offer a world far away from my own harsh reality. In this story, the father, friends, and everyone else adore the heroine. It's a heartwarming family novel that might seem ordinary to some, but to me, it was a lifeline. On a miserable day like today, reading this novel was the only thing that brought a ray of comfort to my weary soul. I wished with all my heart that I could experience a warm family like that too, as the world around me began to spin and fade. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and found myself transformed into a young, pink-haired girl sitting in a bright, flower-filled room. As a seasoned reader of romance fantasy novels for over a year, I immediately realized what had happened. Looking around the bedroom, I noticed dragon ornaments and paintings decorated everywhere. There was no doubt about it. I had been reincarnated directly into the world of my favorite web novel. I ran outside and down the grand steps of a magnificent mansion, passing by busy servants who paid me no attention. This was the household of the famous dragon family, where the predecessor, Beidad Atum, was known to be imprinted with the power of the black dragon. A close-up of a powerful, scaly dragon claw symbolizes the dark and terrifying legacy of this legendary bloodline. A pair of human hands surrounded by green vines reflects the contract made through the ancient lineage. Because of the ancient contract sealed by drinking the dragon's blood, they possessed immense strength. However, as a dark side effect of that power, whenever their mana goes out of control, they are overwhelmed by a violent urge to kill. Furthermore, a chronic curse known as brightening has plagued their family lineage for generations. But the original heroine possessed a personality like sunshine, with an upright nature that could never tolerate injustice. The heroine's radiant, gentle smile was capable of melting even the coldest of hearts and curing the family's deep-rooted curse. Since I reincarnated here after reading this novel hundreds of times, of course I must have become the beloved heroine, right? Now all I have to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy this wonderful, rosy new life here. Yes, this life is going to be absolutely perfect, just like my beautiful pink hair. Looking in the glass window, I admired the lovely pink hair of the young lady. Wait, but the original heroine actually had striking black hair. Yes, her hair was completely black, unlike mine. I stared in utter shock at my pink-haired reflection in the glass, a sense of dread slowly washing over me. The pink-haired girl was actually the illegitimate daughter who got disowned due to her reckless behavior, only tolerated because of the family's lineage. But when Iron turned 5, an accident at the New Year's party raised doubts about her bloodline, and she was ultimately thrown out of the family. A close-up of a warm cup of hot chocolate filled with fluffy marshmallows being served. Why in the world am I not the female lead? I wailed, chugging the drink while the maid panicked beside me. Suddenly, a shocking realization flashed through my mind, making my eyes widen in complete surprise. Are you all right, my lady? Please be careful, it must still be very hot. Let's cool it down slowly and maybe have it with this biscuit. I looked up at her tearfully and whispered her name. This is absolutely delicious. How did you make it? The maid smiled warmly, happy that her creation was a success. It is called hot chocolate. I managed to get some while running errands because we are so short-staffed. The kind maid looked down at me with a sweet, affectionate smile, glad to bring some joy to my day. We spent the quiet afternoon reading books together on the carpet, finding a moment of peace. Mela, is there a festival happening tomorrow? The maid looked at me with a surprised expression. Tomorrow is the grand New Year's party. Hearing this, I spat out my drink in absolute horror, realizing my doom was tomorrow. The maid gasps in alarm as the young lady spits out her drink, a physiological reaction indicating that her survival window is dangerously short. Realizing that her eviction is scheduled for tomorrow, Erin collapses in despair. As an extra, her margin for error is non-existent, making a strategic plan absolutely vital. Recognizing that wasting time yields zero utility, Erin quickly picks herself up, determined to gather actionable information before she is cast out of the mansion. To maximize her remaining resources, she instructs her maid to bring her hot chocolate while she rushes off to execute her contingency plan, minimizing panic by maintaining a brief explanation. Erin sprints through the mansion corridor, sacrificing her dignity for speed to reach the archives where the key to her long-term welfare is located. She targets the library to extract high-value data on nursery schools, leveraging her knowledge of the original novel to secure a safe haven and maximize her future survival prospects. Erin struggles against the heavy physical doors of the library, calculating that a 5-year-old's physical capacity is highly inefficient for heavy labor, but must be overcome for the greater good. Pushing past the barrier, she recalls an orphanage run by a retired war hero, identifying it as the optimal refuge with the highest probability of security and resources. As the door creaks open, she is startled to find her calculations interrupted, realizing that an unexpected encounter could jeopardize her strategic planning. She hesitates in the shadows, realizing that her incomplete memory of the novel's precise details poses a significant risk to her decision-making process. Peeking into the room, she observes Erno Etim reading quietly, analyzing how to navigate this high-risk variable to avoid any negative consequences for her survival. Her gaze focuses intently, evaluating the situation to determine if this powerful family member poses an immediate threat or a potential source of leverage. She observes Erno from behind, analyzing his presence as a highly influential factor in the household's power dynamics. Erno's gold eyes reflect the legendary Edom heritage, a trait indicating immense power that could either guarantee safety or cause catastrophic harm depending on how he is handled. Introducing Erno Etam, a character whose immense strength makes him a vital entity to pacify in order to maintain peace and minimize conflict. Recalling his dangerous role in the original plot, Erin recognizes him as a top-tier threat, realizing that a single misstep in front of him could end her life prematurely. She panics at his unexpected presence in the library, calculating the statistical anomaly of encountering him now for the first time in an entire year. Erno addresses her directly, asking for the location of a book on divine magic, presenting Erin with a high-stakes opportunity to render assistance and build positive goodwill. Stunned by the prompt interaction, Erin's brain temporarily buffers as she computes the safest response to maximize her immediate utility and avoid suspicion. Shaking off her distraction, she tells herself to focus on the reality of the threat rather than being mesmerized by his appearance, prioritizing her safety above all. She adopts a highly efficient, cute persona to deliver the information, pointing him to the second column of the first bookshelf to maximize his satisfaction. Fearing his potential irritation with childish behavior, she quickly retreats, planning to keep her distance to minimize any risk of triggering his violent instincts. Erin spots the reference book she needs on the shelf, a crucial piece of intellectual property that will secure her placement in a safe sanctuary. She opens the book to the page showing the hero's nursery school, confirming the location of her optimal shelter to ensure long-term comfort and security. Erin celebrates her successful search, unaware that Erno has quietly approached, creating a new scenario where she must manage his perception of her actions. Erno politely thanks her for the earlier assistance, but notes her surprisingly thorough knowledge of the library, raising the stakes of their interaction. When he asks what she is reading, Erin immediately flags this as a trap question, calculating that revealing her escape plan could lead to premature confinement or worse. She stalls for time, sweating as she desperately computes a harmless cover story to preserve her plan of escape. To neutralize his suspicion, Erin deploys a highly calculated, adorable smile, attempting to disarm his skepticism with pure, harmless charm. Erno accepts the distraction with a simple acknowledgement, showing that her defensive charm offensive was successful in minimizing immediate friction. He walks away, allowing Erin to breathe a sigh of relief as her survival strategy successfully averts a confrontation. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation overcomes her, and the book slips from her hands as her biological instability triggers an involuntary transformation. Her physical form collapses inward, leaving her human clothes behind in a sudden, highly inefficient shift of anatomy. Her empty dress falls flat to the floor, twitching as her new, non-human form struggles to navigate the heavy fabric. A small pink baby dragon emerges from the collar, realizing that her physical limitations have significantly increased, while her safety margin has drastically shrunk. Recalling that this exact dragon transformation is the event that causes her exile in the original story, she laments that her timeline for survival has been prematurely accelerated. Acting quickly to minimize the risk of discovery, the tiny pink dragon drags her human clothes toward the bookshelf to hide her trace. Realizing she might be stuck in this vulnerable form, she spots a glowing silver ring on the floor, wondering if this high-value asset can be utilized for her benefit. She picks up the expensive-looking ring, analyzing its potential utility as a valuable bargaining chip or a source of magical energy. Looking closely, she recognizes the ring as identical to the one Erno wears, realizing she has accidentally acquired a highly personal item belonging to a dangerous individual. A sudden magical resonance sparks from the ring, proving its immense latent power and validating its high strategic value. The sound of a door creaking open alerts her to an incoming threat, sending a jolt of panic through her tiny dragon body as she holds the stolen item. Erno peers into the aisle with a cold, analytical gaze, scanning the area to identify the source of the noise and protect his personal security. He narrows his eyes, assessing the scene with high precision to detect any anomalies or intruders. He looks down at the suspicious pile of clothing left on the floor, calculating the probability of a hidden resident or a trap. Standing over the empty blue dress, he pauses to deliberate on the most logical explanation for this sudden abandonment of clothes. He kneels down to investigate the pile directly, determined to eliminate any uncertainty regarding the young lady's sudden disappearance. Erno lifts the fabric, peeling back the layers to locate whatever is hiding beneath to resolve the mystery. Discovering the hidden truth, he smiles with calm amusement, deciding that managing this situation gently will yield the most favorable outcome for both of them. Iron, now back in human form but wearing only an oversized shirt, offers a nervous greeting, hoping to secure his cooperation and preserve her life through peaceful submission. Aaron beams with a bright, cute smile, presenting the ring and saying, "I was picking up the ring." In a dramatic flashback, the narrator's voice adds, "I was about to get caught." Realizing her narrow escape, Aaron reflects, "I hid under your clothes in a hurry and came back as a human at just the right time. Now let's pass the situation naturally." Erno asks, "Ring? Are you talking about my ring?" Aaron eagerly extends it to him and replies, "Yes, it went under the bookshelf. I took it out and cleaned it." As the ring sparkles on her small hands, Erno observes, "You cleaned it really well." Erno looks at her warmly and explains, "I came back in a hurry because it was an important ring to me. I can't believe you were looking for my ring so much upside down." Erno gently pats Iron on the head as he says, "Thank you so much." Iron laughs nervously, thinking to herself, "Let's give it back quickly and go back to your room." Keeping her distance as she returns the ring, Aaron cautiously thinks, "It was said he hated skinship, so please don't touch me." Erno slides the ring back onto his finger as a warm, magical glow surrounds him against a backdrop of beautiful white lilies. A dramatic close-up highlights Erno's piercing gold eyes as he gazes thoughtfully at the young girl. Aaron peers back at him with a nervous look, a question mark hovering over her head as she wonders what is on his mind. Clutching her books tightly, Aaron begins to back away, saying, "So then I'm gonna go now?" Erno remains silent, watching her walk away from behind with an unreadable expression. Erno suddenly smirks with an amused, dark grin, whispering to himself, "It's fun." Aaron sprints through the corridor, clutching her reference books tightly with a sweating, determined expression. A view of the grand and massive Etim mansion standing proudly under a bright, clear blue sky. Inside, the grand banquet hall of the Etam mansion is decorated lavishly, shining with brilliant gold light and grand pillars. Iron stands inside the crowded hall, looking around in awe and thinking, all the members of the family are really here. Seeing the dazzling nobility chatting around her, Iron is completely overwhelmed, thinking, wow, plus they're all incredibly shiny. Also Ropan. 2 narration bubbles reflect on her past, stating, Aaron, who turned into a dragon in front of so many people, how scared she must have been. Iron's sweat drops as she visualizes her pink baby dragon form, thinking, of course, now it's my story. Aaron reviews her nightly preparations. I also memorized the location of the orphanage I was looking for. I also collected an emergency fund by walking around the mansion all night. Plastering on a confident smile, Aaron thinks to herself, even if I transform, I can take the money I saved up and go to the orphanage. Suddenly, she looks over as guards stand at attention and a grand announcement begins to echo through the hall. A guard loudly proclaims, Defender of the Empire, the 12th Dragon. Miral Etam walks into the banquet hall with an incredibly commanding and powerful presence, flanked by his formidable sons. Miral Etam slowly walks up the red-carpeted stairs towards his grand golden throne. Seated on his throne, Amiral Etam, the 12th head of the Etam family, commands, "Let's start the New Year gathering." Erno Etam, the first son of Amiral Etam, stands nearby in his formal uniform, looking calm and handsome. Celian Etam, the second son of Duke Etam, yawns lazily and complains, "Oh, so boring." Erin clasps her hands together nervously, looking up at the dais and thinking, "These are the people." A wide shot shows the family standing before the throne, with the text, "Among the numerous Etnams, those who inherited the blood of the dragon the thickest." Feeling the heavy aura in the room, Erin thinks, just by appearing, it gave the entire banquet hall a sense of intimidation. Erno Etam spots Erin in the crowd and waves his hand with a pleasant smile, causing Erin to freeze in utter shock. The surrounding nobles begin to whisper in gossip. Erno Etam said hello to that kid, right? I think that's right. Erin panics, thinking, they're talking about me. Forcing a cute, trembling smile, Erin waves back as she thinks, let's say hello before we draw more attention. Erno's friendly expression suddenly falters, turning serious as he gazes back at her with a slightly surprised look. A presenter steps forward and addresses the Duke. "Your Excellency the Duke, I will call the first order." To which the Duke replies, "Yes, start soon." The presenter adjusts his glasses and looks at his paperwork, saying, "So the first one is..." The presenter calls out, "Wilm, please come forward." A man in a green coat nervously steps forward, coughing, "Ahem." Willen sweat drops with a nervous, forced smile, greeting, "Hello, Duke." Looking at the scene, Erin observes as Willen speaks, "I plan to start a new study this year, the new year of the Duke of Etam." Willen confidently presents his proposal. Recently, a new plant has been discovered in the eastern continent. He gestures enthusiastically, explaining, "This plant calms the mind and body. It gives off a very peculiar scent." Suddenly, a stern voice interrupts. "Stop." The Duke looks down coldly and asks, "Haven't you read the previous research materials?" Willen stammers in surprise, "Yes?" The Duke slams his hand down in annoyance, criticizing, "Studying a plant that was studied a long time ago? Are there even flowers blooming on your head?" The Duke glares at Willen with fierce, glowing golden eyes, uttering a cold, "And?" The Duke's shadow looms terrifyingly behind Willen as he demands, "What would a guy who spends his research money on a fancy bar know?" The Duke continues his relentless interrogation, harassing women in the store. "They said you're in debt with your family name as collateral?" Willen panics, crying out, "Oh no, that..." With glowing red eyes and an incredibly menacing glare, the Duke demands, "So tell me what isn't true." Duke Mirel glares coldly at the terrified man before him, asking, "You who tarnish my name, why do I have to keep you alive?" As Willen stammers in sheer panic, that is..." Willen trembles violently under the weight of the Duke's overwhelming, menacing presence. Sweating profusely and completely defeated, Willen collapses to his knees on the carpeted floor and begs, "Forgive me," as the entire banquet hall watches his absolute defeat in stunned silence. As Erin looks on nervously, the narrator explains that the Etam family's New Year's gathering is actually a terrifying place where the Duke publicly exposes everyone's dark secrets from the past year, leaving Erin to lament that there are simply too many things to be scolded for. Recalling her knowledge of the original novel, Erin realizes that Duke Mirel truly cares for his family, even as he throws a gold coin at another relative and mutters, "Ha, a garbage man." As the presenter calls out the next person to step forward, Erin looks down at her fancy pink shoes, thinking to herself, however, Erin's sweat drops with a highly anxious expression, nervously wondering, maybe I will go too? Forcing a cute, innocent smile, Erin tries to reassure herself, thinking, there are so many members of the family, so I'm not going to do it. Stepping forward with elegant, floating movements, the adorable little pink-haired girl captivates the room as she walks toward the grand dais. Standing before the throne, Celian asks, "What is this little fluff?" As Erno instructs, "You have to call her by her name," and another sibling comments on how remarkably small she is. Gazing down at her thoughtfully with his golden eyes, Duke Morel corrects himself, saying, "Yeah, Fluffy. No, Island." When the Duke asks, "What are your New Year's plans?" Erin's inner thoughts scream in panic, "Going to the orphanage. It's also a very nice place." Desperate to escape her current predicament, Erin's eyes swirl with anxiety as she tearfully thinks, "I'd rather..." She visualizes leaving the grand Etam mansion behind in her tiny dragon form, anxiously wondering if such an escape would be acceptable. Clasping her hands nervously, Erin begins to stammer out, I am..." Standing before the imposing dais, Erin musters up her courage and declares, "The house. I want to get out of it without being interrupted. Duke Myril stares back at her, his golden eyes wide with utter confusion as a question mark hovers over his head. A wave of absolute shock ripples through the crowd of nobles as they begin to whisper in disbelief, while Erno and his brothers look on with surprised expressions. Standing on the high dais, Duke Myril asks in astonishment, "Leave the house?" To which Aaron weakly confirms, "Yes," prompting the Duke to ask, "Why?" Erin's inner voice screams at her to stop talking nonsense, even as she dramatically imagines herself boldly declaring that she knows the secret of her birth. Sensing her hesitation, Duke Myril asks coldly, "What secret do you mean?" as Iron squeaks out a nervous, "Yes?" Looking down at the sweating young girl, the Duke commands, "Let's hear it," leaving Erin to stammer in panic. That's... Squeezing her eyes shut in despair, Erin laments that public speaking and announcements have always been an absolute nightmare for her, recalling a past memory of stumbling over a presentation in front of a class. Suddenly, a guard's heavy boot stomps loudly onto the stairs as he frantically shouts, "Lord, so it's a big deal." Addressing the Duke directly, the guard reports, "We're at the New Year's gathering. What's going on?" "It's the floating stone mine just collapsed. It looks like a couple of workers and a manager are trapped." Explaining the situation further, the guard clarifies that there are no deaths reported yet, but several workers appear to be injured in the mine collapse. Duke Myril sighs deeply, massaging his temples in frustration as he mutters, "How will we manage their safety?" A tense silence fills the grand hall as Duke Myril's golden eyes narrow with intense determination and sharp focus. Watching the serious atmosphere unfold, Aaron fidgets nervously and guiltily looks down, feeling responsible for the sudden tension. Turning away, Duke Myril commands, "The New Year's gathering will be held again in a few days. Until then, keep everyone in the family," as the guard responds with a firm, "Yes." Duke Myril strides purposefully down the stairs, his majestic cape flowing behind him as he prepares to take action. He points a commanding finger into the crowd of gossiping nobles, calling out, You. Addressing the selected nobles coldly, the Duke says, "Don't talk a lot. Wipe your hair and follow me quietly," leaving them to stutter, "Ah, my lord." Drawing his magnificent glowing sword, the Duke asks menacingly, "What? Should I clean it myself?" as the panicked nobles cry out, "Oh no, we'll clean it right away." Standing in the background, Iron quietly watches as a terrified noble walks away crying and wiping his face with a cloth. Suddenly, Duke Myril turns his cold gaze directly onto Iron, shouting, "And you," which causes her to flinch in terror and gasp, "Yes." Trembling under his intimidating stare, Aaron struggles to form a sentence, stammering out, "Well, that..." Unable to handle the immense pressure and fear any longer, Iron squeezes her eyes shut as tears begin to spill down her cheeks. Standing all alone on the wide red carpet, the small girl buries her face in her hands, crying out for a handkerchief. The surrounding nobles and guests watch the young girl's sudden outburst with expressions of deep pity and concern. Wiping her tears, Erin anxiously wonders to herself, "Are they angry? I shouldn't cry like this now." Looking up at a nearby guard with big, tearful eyes, Erin asks softly, Can you lend me a handkerchief?" which leaves him completely startled. Erin stands with a heartbreakingly adorable, tearful expression, looking like a sparkling angel as she waits for help. Moved by her sheer cuteness, multiple guards and nobles eagerly scramble to offer her their own handkerchiefs, while the first guard stammers that it's perfectly okay. A gloved hand suddenly reaches into the frame, presenting a beautiful white handkerchief adorned with red hearts to the weeping girl. Erin looks at the handkerchief in awe, her sparkling golden eyes filled with deep gratitude. Reaching out to accept the kind gesture, Erin thinks to herself with a warm heart, "Everyone is really sweet." Suddenly, Duke Myril's hand swoops in and snatches the heart-patterned handkerchief away in a swift, unexpected motion. Using the stolen handkerchief to wipe his own face, Duke Myril remarks, "When did I ever tell you to wipe your tears? The next gathering will start again with you first, so think carefully about what to say." Erin asks in disbelief, "I'm not going there too?" To which the Duke coldly replies, "No, fluffy hair like you can't even be used as cow food." Erin's face turns pale as she recalls the Duke's harsh comment, visualizing a calf in its stall eating hay and wondering in pure shock, "Cow food? Is that what those people—" Duke Myril turns his head away defensively and says, "You don't have to know that. A kid like you?" The Duke looks down thoughtfully with a slightly serious and surprised expression on his face. As the family prepares to leave, the Duke sighs, "No, not that," while Erin stands alone, still processing his comment and muttering, "Cow food. Earlier." Sweating profusely in sheer panic, Iron's inner thoughts scream, "I said grandfather without realizing it. I am in big trouble." Squeezing her eyes shut, Erin trembles in absolute terror, thinking to herself, I guess I got on his nerves. Am I gonna die now? Desperate to save herself, Erin forces an incredibly cute, glowing smile, clasping her hands together in a shower of sparkles to win him over. Duke Muriel freezes, staring down at her in complete astonishment and stun at her overwhelming cuteness. A stunned silence falls over the crowd of onlookers as the Duke looks down at the sparkling little girl and asks, "What?" The Duke suddenly flinches in surprise as Erin's cute appeal echoes in his mind, wondering if she just called him Grandpa. One of the brothers looks on in surprise, calling out, "My lord," as the atmosphere shifts. Blushing and completely flustered, Duke Morel dramatically whips around, his cape flying as he shouts, "You fluffy thing!" As he strides away to hide his embarrassment, the Duke calls back, "So be fully prepared," while his sons follow behind him with a mix of amused and deadpan expressions. Smiling cutely, Erin waves her hand and thinks, "See you next time." As the petals drift around her, Erin's cute expression fades, replaced by a serious, contemplative gaze. Looking at the group walking up the grand red staircase, Irene sweat drops and laments, "Are they really going to kill me next?" The next day, a peaceful morning sun shines brightly over the garden as birds chirp merrily in the lush green trees. Erin sits all alone on a wooden garden bench near a flowing fountain, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Slumping forward with a gloomy expression, Erin thinks to herself, "I searched for a route to escape, but I can't find a good place." More than anything, clutching her face in embarrassment, she groans, "I keep thinking about what happened yesterday. Earning Black history. I want to leave the house." Suddenly, a small, crumpled piece of paper hits Erin on the head, making her flinch in surprise. Looking down at the wooden bench, Erin picks up the paper and wonders, what kind of paper rolls? Was it blown away by the wind? Before she can investigate, she suddenly senses something and looks up in surprise. A small stone lands with a sharp clack right in front of her feet, startling her. Looking over, Erin sees 3 young noble boys standing in the distance, and one of them yells out mockingly, "Yeah, crybaby!" Waving his hand smugly, the freckled noble boy jeers, "Why are you alone? You have no home and no friends?" Erin's face darkens with annoyance as she glares back at the bullies in cold silence. The freckled boy laughs mockingly and shouts, "Don't worry, we'll play. Can you pick up a ball instead of us?" "I'm saying just in case. I mean what I just threw at you." Shaking with anger, Erin's face falls into shadow as she listens to their insults, thinking, "I think you didn't receive any home education, but just in case you don't know." The boys snicker among themselves, whispering, "Didn't she even get home education? Didn't you know? She doesn't have any second parents." Erin stands before a large boulder in the garden, her fists clenched tightly in anger. Leaning smugly against the marble fountain, the freckled boy sniffs, "My mom told me not to play with a child without parents." "You idiot, that's why we don't mean to play with her." The chubby boy joins in the mockery, laughing, "Wow, so no parents, no friends, no home, nothing? What does she have?" Chibi versions of the bullies burst into tears of laughter, cackling, "Birth secret? Ha ha ha." Wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, the chubby boy chuckles, "Aw, that's really funny." Suddenly, a dark, heavy shadow falls over the chubby boy, causing him to freeze and sweat in pure terror. Spotting something terrifying behind his friend, the freckled boy stammers, behind you!" To which the chubby boy mutters, "Huh?" Small pebbles begin to crumble and rain down on the freckled boy's shoulder as he turns back and asks in confusion, "Huh? What's behind me?" With glowing golden eyes and an aura of pure menace, the tiny Erin effortlessly hoists the massive boulder high over her head. The freckled boy's eyes widen in absolute horror and disbelief as he looks up at the terrifying sight. A massive crash echoes through the garden, causing a flock of birds to scatter into the sky in panic. Scrambling backward on the ground in pure terror, the boys scream in panic, "Hey, are you really crazy? We will tell our mom! The consequences will be dire!" Glaring down at them like a fierce demon, Erin shouts, "Tell her! Even if you have parents, if you have a personality like yours, it's better not to have them." Trembling on the floor, the freckled boy points a shaking finger and screams in anger and fear, this trashy thing, before his friend urges, "Hey, let's go." Standing in a swirling dark aura, Erin glares at them coldly and declares, "You're pitiful. You don't know what they're going to do because all you have is your own life." Placing his hand on the massive stone to steady himself, the chubby boy grumbles, "That's right. I thought she was a bit strange." Picking up the massive boulder again with absolute ease, Erin hurls it at them as they run away screaming, shouting, "The really pitiful ones are you guys who don't even know the word damage compensation properly? These amoebas." With the bullies finally gone, Erin stands next to the boulder and lets out a long, weary sigh. Looking down sadly as the darkness surrounds her, Erin thinks I'm pitiful, as she recalls a voice asking, "Why are you doing that?" embarrassingly. Erin's mind flashes back to her past life as a lonely, gloomy schoolgirl, staring back with a sad and heavy expression. Wearing clothes like this at such a good school? My friends keep telling me they're gonna die of pity. I really can't even bring my face to the point that this is my older sister. XX, hey, I told you to stay out of sight. Yes, yes, mother. The phone call continues in the background, discussing how Gangnam house prices keep rising and how the house was given as a reward for giving birth to 2 sons. I'm going to send them both to Daechidong. As for her, you have to take a look and decide. If you don't want to, I'll send her to the dormitory. The ugly duckling in the family does not exist for nothing. It just happens when a powerful person ignores and despises someone who is powerless. My father ignored me and my mother ignored me, so my younger siblings thought of me as something that could be ignored. No, it would be more accurate to say that everyone in my family ignored me. The 2 chicken legs were always occupied by my brothers, and all accidents in the family were always my fault. If I fight, it's always my fault. Slumped on a swing under a dim spotlight, she lets her tears fall in lonely silence. Erin suddenly gasps and flinches in surprise as a single tear rolls down her cheek, snapping her out of her deep thoughts. A fluffy white cat with beautiful blue eyes looks up at her with an adorable meow. Meow. Crouching down to match the cat's height, Erin smiles softly and asks, "Cat, do you want to be my friend?" Gently petting the cute cat, Erin asks, we'll just talk like this sometimes? Do you come here often?" Erin's anxiety spikes as she worries about the bullies demanding compensation. She imagines an angry noble mother yelling, "You throw a stone at my son," while she frantically cries, "I didn't do that." Smiling warmly, Erin continues to pet the purring cat and asks, "Hey, will you live with me? I'll treat you well." Suddenly, the cat turns its head away with a swift motion, leaving Erin startled. "Cat!" Erin reaches out in surprise as the cat leaps away, disappearing into the bushes with a rustling sound. Erin crosses her arms and pouts grumpily, surrounded by a cute background of sleeping puppies. To her surprise, the cat returns and lets out a happy meow, showing off 4 tiny, adorable kittens popping out from the bushes. The mother cat affectionately licks her playful kittens as they meow and cuddle together. Watching the sweet family of felines, Erin smiles brightly with crossed arms and thinks, "Everyone is very friendly." Erin buries her face in her arms, letting out a quiet sigh as she reflects on her situation. One of the tiny kittens wanders over and adorable taps Erin's shoe with its little paw, letting out a soft meow. Feeling her heart completely melt at the kitten's adorable gesture, Erin giggles softly, "Hee hee. Yeah, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm gonna go to Mila and get some pudding. Goodbye, meow, be healthy." The kittens meow back in farewell. "I'm tired," Erin sighs as she walks back, completely unaware of the mysterious black-haired young man watching her from a high window of the mansion. Leaning against the window inside the hallway, the handsome black-haired man smiles to himself and whispers, "Funny girl." Recalling the bully's mockery, "She didn't get home education in case you didn't know." Erin's face darkens with annoyance, defying their expectation that she would simply cry. I didn't expect it at all." The young man recalls the hilarious sight of Erin effortlessly hurling a massive boulder at the fleeing, terrified bullies. "I was curious from the moment I came to the library and looked at the orphanage list, but..." He watches her walk in the garden far below. "If you are a native of the Etham family, there are many people who are trying to hold on to the end of Etham somehow. It is unimaginable for a collateral child to dare to leave the house." But he remembers the day Erin walked into the library and handed him a glowing book. He slips a dark, patterned ring onto his finger, preparing to test her. Walking away purposefully, he drops the ring onto the floor behind him to see what she will do. The heavy double doors of the library close with a firm clack. If she hadn't picked up the ring then, it would have ended there. "I don't even expect it." He stands leaning against the closed doors, arms crossed. "It went under the bookshelf. I took it out and cleaned it." The young Erin had smiled brightly, presenting the clean ring back to him in her hands. Erin had looked up at him with the most pure, innocent, and sparkling smile. He remembers reaching out to take the ring as it sparkled in her small hands. A close-up of his glowing golden eye, capturing his intense curiosity and surprise at the young girl's action. "The energy I felt from that ring was clear. The ring had radiated a warm, pure, and unmistakable magical power." Ha ha ha, even though she had that ability, she wanted to leave the house. He smiles, finding her desire to escape incredibly amusing. Erin stands with a serious and contemplative gaze, preparing herself for the next challenge. For those who do not properly educate their children, they must pay for it. The black-haired man touches his ring, a dark and menacing aura surrounding him. Then we will resume the New Year's party. The announcement echoes over the Grand Imperial Palace. Come, yes, a massive red banner bearing the dragon crest and crossed swords of the Empire hangs prominently in the hall. Aaron stands dressed in a beautiful, elegant blue and white gown adorned with ribbons and flowers, looking incredibly cute and composed. Let's find out why you're leaving, Duke Muriel commands from his throne. Aaron looks on nervously, thinking, the secret of my birth. Yeah, why don't you try saying that, the Duke challenges playfully, while a sweat-dropping chibi Aaron stammers, that... By the way, I think there are a little more people, or is it an illusion? Aaron's sweat drops as a massive crowd of excited nobles gathers, staring at her like spectators waiting for the climax of a drama. Because I'm fully prepared to leave the house. Aaron looks back at her secret stash of packed bags, filled to the brim with gold coins and sparkling jewels. Looking up at Duke Muriel, Aaron closes her eyes and declares clearly, yes, Grandpa, actually, I am his daughter. Aaron looks up with a sweating cheek, startled by the heavy footsteps of the man standing right behind her. Confused by what is unfolding, she stammers, what? Looking down at her, the mysterious black-haired young man smirks and says, I should say it right. Erno Etam gazes forward with a playful, cunning smile, his sharp golden yellow eyes glowing as he shows off a charming yet enigmatic expression. Sweat dropping with a forced, awkward smile, Aaron tries to ease the tension and nervously mutters, excuse me. Terrified of what he might say next, Chibi Aaron imagines herself crying in despair and calling out for her mother, desperately thinking, what did he just say? Will I be able to see the sun tomorrow morning? A dark portrait of Erno Etam appears as the narrator explains that in the novel, Erno Etam is a terrible hedonist who never moves unless he is genuinely interested. The narrator continues that Erno always did whatever he wanted and took whatever he desired, shown alongside floating chess pieces in dark clouds of smoke. Highlighting his cruel nature, the narrator reveals that if Erno gets tired of playing with something, he will break it down so that no one else can ever have it. Aaron sweats nervously, realizing the absolute danger she is in as she lets out a weak, anxious, ah! Erno Etam flashes a gentle, closed-eye smile, looking incredibly pleasant despite his terrifyingly dark reputation. Trembling with dizzy spirals floating around her head, Aaron realizes with dread that she has caught his attention, thinking, well, I guess I'm now already in his sight, huh? Before squeaking out a faint, what? A heavy, tense silence falls over the grand hall as Erno Etam and Aaron stand together before the towering staircase leading up to Duke Muriel's throne, with the entire crowd of nobles watching them in absolute shock. Glaring down at them with a stern, menacing expression, Duke Muriel scowls deeply and warns, stop making bad jokes. This is no place for you to step up. Entirely unfazed by the Duke's harsh tone, Erno Etam lets out an amused laugh and shamelessly replies, that's a funny story. When did I go out looking for a seat? With a smug smile, Erno Etam looks back at the Duke and asks, and I'm watching my daughter, is the seat important? While the Duke fumes on his throne? Nearby, Aaron panics and sweat drops, thinking to herself in sheer denial, I'm not your daughter. Aaron steals a nervous glance sideways, sweating profusely as she tries to figure out how to escape this mess, thinking, why are you kidding me like that? I have to tell them the secret and leave. Intense dark pressure clashes between Duke Muriel and Erno Etam, manifesting as a roaring black dragon and a fierce black tiger. Watching them, a small pink squirrel trembles in terror, while Aaron shakes in fear, crying, I don't want to fit in there. Turning his gaze down to Aaron with an amused smirk, Erno Etam casually says, if you don't believe me that much, Erno's chibi head cheerfully suggests, just ask my daughter, causing both Aaron and her inner pink squirrel to freeze in utter shock as they scream, oh no. As the nobles gossip about Duke Muriel's growing suspicion, the furious Duke slams his hand down, shouting, suspicious? Who's the most suspicious? Meanwhile, Erno leans down to Aaron, who sweat drops and mutters, but you lied to him. You're so shameless. Surrounded by a beautiful backdrop of purple roses, Erno Etam smiles charmingly at Aaron and asks, so can you tell him directly who I am to you? Cornered by his intense gaze, Aaron clenches her fists nervously and stammers with a sweating, awkward smile, huh? Erno Etam's sharp golden eye narrows as he stares down at her, waiting for her answer, prompting Aaron to hesitantly start, that... A heavy drop of sweat rolls down Aaron's cheek as she looks up, utterly terrified of the consequences of her next words. With a forced, sweating smile, Aaron raises her arms and announces, he is my father, as Erno happily pats her head. Upon hearing this, Chibi Duke Murel screams in absolute fury, "Do not be ridiculous! You think I'm a fool!" Duke Merrill points an angry, accusing finger at Erno Itam and shouts, "You couldn't stay still at every New Year's party, now you're bringing in someone else's child?" The Duke's furious voice echoes through the hall as he demands, "What's more, she is that fluffy thing?" While Iron looks down with a dark, gloomy shadow over her eyes. Nearby, the crowd of nobles eagerly whispers among themselves, "Is she his daughter? He brought a boy last year, but he got kicked out after 4 months. What? Then this child must stay half a year at the longest." Hearing their gossiping voices, Erin looks down with a weary and depressed sigh, thinking to herself, everyone is used to enjoying it. She stares down at her shoes with a sweating, serious face, thinking, but... A dark, sparkling purple panel transitions the scene as the narrator notes that in the original story, Erno Etam uses people like chess pieces. Showing Erno Etam smiling darkly behind a chessboard, the narrator explains that he used to let people go very lightly once he was done with them. The narrator explains that it was exactly the same when he became the adoptive father of the story's heroine, maintaining a cold, business-like relationship of convenience even when others disliked her. A beautiful, blonde noblewoman holds her hand to her mouth in pity, murmuring, "I feel sorry for that child." Recalling a conversation between nobles, Erin remembers them talking about the compensation given when someone quits. "But when you quit, my partner told me, they give them enough money to buy a small island, right? Then what is she going to do? The victims don't need that much money. She will make a fuss about being with them." Another noble is recalled saying, "Well, with that face, she will act as if she was going to pick a star," while Erin stands quietly. Suddenly, Erin's eyes snap wide open with a flash of absolute shock and excitement as she realizes, that's totally sweet. Connecting the dots in her mind, Erin happily contemplates her survival plan. If I stayed here for half a year, you mean I can spend my last years happily on an island that belongs to me? Erin's face lights up as she vividly imagines her happy future, cheering Yahoo on her very own island, complete with a beautiful house, a friendly horse, a cute cat, and floating hearts. Pulled back to reality, Iron gulps and looks back at Erno with a sudden fierce determination, thinking, this person? Standing proudly before the Duke, Erno Etam asks with an amused smirk, "Haha, would you change your successor if you felt it was unfair?" Feeling Erno's gaze, Erin looks back at him with an adorable, wide-eyed stare. Erno Etam smiles down at her warmly with his glowing golden eyes, his expression softening significantly. Reaching his hand down to her shoulder, Erno Etam casually announces, "Anyway, my plans for this year." With a bright and celebratory backdrop, Erno Etam sweeps Erin up into his arms and happily declares, "To my daughter who reunited late with me, I guess I should say being a good father." Duke Murrel's face contorts with absolute rage as he points and shouts, "You sound like a good father. If a guy who wasn't even a good kid in the first place survives, therefore..." Holding Erin protectively, Erno Etam coldly cuts him off and says, "Please stop shouting. My daughter is scared." In his arms, Erin's sweat drops in complete disbelief, thinking, me? Trying to use me again while I was careless? Desperate to diffuse the Duke's mounting anger, Iron shakes her head and hands frantically, shouting, "Oh no, Iron is not afraid of Grandpa," while Erno smirks and says, "Yes, your father will protect you, so you're not afraid at all, right?" Erin quickly shouts flatters to win the Duke over, screaming, "It's not that. I'm really not afraid of anything. Grandpa is so cool," leaving both Duke Murel and the red-haired boy staring at her in absolute shock. Surrounding herself with beautiful pink roses, Erin clasps her hands together and looks up at the stunned Duke with big, sparkling, tearful puppy eyes, begging sweetly, "Grandpa, don't be angry." Looking up with sweet, pleading eyes, Iron tries to melt Duke Murel's heart, asking him softly if he's still angry. Duke Murel explodes in denial, yelling that he's never been angry, while the young red-haired noble whispers behind his back, asking if the Duke is still mad, only for his companion to confirm that he definitely is. Swept up in his dramatic exit, Duke Murel turns on his heel and storms out of the grand hall. As the New Year's party comes to an end, Erno Etam holds Erin close and commands his servants to gather the plans and bring them to his room. The red-haired boy waves a cheerful goodbye as they follow the grumbling Duke out of the banquet hall. Duke Murel continues to mutter to himself about not being angry, prompting his young companion to gently tell him to be patient, while Erno carries Iron away in the background. Erno Etam looks down at Erin with a handsome, gentle smile and warmly suggests that they head back as well. Iron gazes up at him with wide, curious eyes and quietly agrees to leave with him. As they walk down the quiet, sunlit corridor, Erin reflects that after a seemingly endless New Year's party, she has officially become Erno Etam's fake daughter. Clinging to his shoulder, Aaron wonders how long he plans on carrying her, recalling that he is supposed to absolutely detest physical contact. Aaron humorously imagines Erno suddenly dropping her onto the floor the moment they left the banquet hall, brushing her off by saying he's played around enough. In reality, Erno walks with deliberate care, softening his footsteps on the carpet to ensure she doesn't slip or feel uncomfortable in his arms. Surrounded by a beautiful backdrop of purple roses, Erno holds Iron gently, showing a rare and genuine warmth that contrasts his usual cold nature. Resting her head against him, Aaron realizes that it must be this unexpected gentleness that draws people to him, making them desperately cling to his side. Aaron reminds herself of the cold truth. On his grand chessboard, she is ultimately just a new, amusing toy for him to play with. She tells herself to stay quiet and play her part, knowing that once the game is over, an extra like her should simply take her compensation and leave. A painful memory from her past life flashes through her mind, reminding her that if she expects nothing from others, she won't end up getting hurt. Aaron silently buries her face deeper into his shoulder, shutting out her emotions to keep her heart safe. Squeezing him slightly tighter, Iron resolves to keep her expectations completely in check, refusing to fall for his temporary kindness. Erno's gaze softens as he carries her, a subtle, genuine smile gracing his handsome features in the quiet corridor. Bathed in the warm morning light, a charmingly dressed Erno Itam greets her with a pleasant smile, saying, "Hello, daughter." Resting in her bed, a sleepy Iron yawns softly as Erno gently strokes her pink hair, muttering a quiet greeting in return. Seeing his handsome face so early in the morning, Aaron can't help but admire his looks, noting that he is just as stunning as the day before. Aaron fondly recalls the chaotic banquet where Erno proudly held her up high and declared her as his daughter, to the absolute shock of Duke Merrill and the entire crowd of nobles. Erno leads her into a massive, luxurious bedroom that has been perfectly prepared just for her. Seeing her yawn, Erno sits on the edge of the bed in his robe and tells her it's time to wake up and eat breakfast. Looking at the huge spread of bread, soup, and eggs, Aaron's sweat drops in disbelief as Erno casually claims he only prepared a light meal. Erno happily tries to feed her with a spoon, while Iron's inner 23-year-old soul cries in distress, feeling that his excessive pampering only doubles her emotional burden. Resting his chin on his hand, Erno watches her with an amused smile while Aaron reluctantly admits to herself that the food is actually incredibly delicious. Turning his head with a charming smile, Erno asks her his usual daily question, wondering if there is anything she wants today. Munching on a loaf of bread, Iron wonders if she should finally answer his daily question by telling him she wants to set up a savings fund. Putting her bread down, Aaron gathers her courage and decides to tell him the truth about what she wants. Erno looks at her in surprise, asking if she really wants to create a bank account, prompting a very eager nod from Aaron. TB Aaron proudly points out that securing her own funds is basic common sense for her survival, though she notes that bank accounts in this world work quite differently from the modern ones. She explains that in this fantasy world, the banks do not issue physical passbooks and are instead run by mysterious, robed figures and grand magical towers. Instead of a paper book, the owner is given the safest safe in the world, heavily protected by triple layers of magic and barriers that only they can unlock. Looking up at the elegant chandelier, Aaron contemplates that although Erno is currently sweet enough to pluck a star from the sky for her, things won't stay this way forever. Recalling her lonely past life, Aaron remembers how many times she was subjected to fake love by people pretending to care for her. She knows that since he hasn't formally adopted her, his kindness is temporary, which makes his offer of money the perfect opportunity. Grabbing his sleeve with a bright, cheerful giggle, Aaron happily declares that her only goal is to raise as much money as possible. Aaron envisions their relationship as a play, where Erno plays the affectionate father and she acts as the obedient daughter, reminding herself to never expect anything real. With a shadowed face, Aaron resolves to quietly play her part until the day she is eventually cast aside and kicked out of the mansion. Aaron hilariously imagines herself as a walking ATM being robbed by muscular bandits, concluding that having a magic bank account is absolutely vital to protect her future wealth. Aaron clasps her hands together and gives Erno a sweet, pleading look, while Erno rubs his chin and considers her unusual request. Surrounded by sparkling lights, Erno stares down at her with a highly intrigued expression, analyzing her behavior. A dark, knowing smile spreads across Erno's face as he realizes his clever little daughter is already planning her grand escape from him. Standing up from the bed, Erno easily agrees to her request, telling her that creating an account is not a difficult task at all. Aaron looks up with wide, hopeful eyes as Erno extends his hand toward her. With a breathtakingly handsome smile against a beautiful backdrop of purple flowers, Erno offers his hand to guide her. Meanwhile, the busy town marketplace is filled with the lively chatter of citizens going about their day. Little Iron runs forward with her eyes sparkling and shouts, "Wow!" while Erno Item follows closely behind her with a gentle, satisfied smile. Erin stands in the middle of the bustling market square, completely amazed as she thinks, "This is the famous Ropan shop furniture. It's more amazing than I imagined." Erno kneels down to Erin's height and warmly points ahead, asking, "There's also a toy store. Would you like to go?" Erin frantically waves her hands and declines, explaining, "I've never played with toys, so that's okay. A full account is sufficient." In her mind, Erin sadly reflects, parents who don't care about their children won't buy toys for them. It's not something I really care about. Chibi Erin looks down as a painful memory from her past life flashes before her, recalling, "I wasn't related to toys, so I don't know if it'll be fun in my last life or this life." Erno gazes down at her with his glowing golden eyes, murmuring a thoughtful, as a clever smile plays on his lips. Erno gently sweeps Iron up into his arms, holding her protectively. Carrying her with ease, Erno walks with deliberate, heavy steps down the corridor toward their destination. With a sudden, dramatic kick, Erno bursts through the door of the toy store with a loud bang, leaving Iron sweat dropping in absolute shock. Setting Iron down, Erno smiles and says, "I think my daughter has good hair. I'm worried because you don't seem to have any greed." Behind them, the store employees look on in complete disbelief. The shopkeeper sweat drops and asks, "Customer? What is this?" as Erno casually starts searching through his belt bag. Erno casually tosses a heavy leather pouch through the air to the startled shopkeeper, who manages a confused, "Yes, but..." Erno beams with a breathtakingly handsome smile and cheerfully says, "50 gold coins." Pointing proudly, Erno commands, "Give me all the toys in the store," prompting Erin to scream in absolute panic, "Wait a minute!" Iron runs around in circles, screaming, "That's too much. I really don't need toys," while Erno casually remarks, "It's okay. If you don't like it, just throw it away." Erno looks at her and asks, "Or will you pick your own?" While Erin sweat drops, grumbling to herself, "Oh, that's a bit. Just how old do you think I am?" When Erno suggests, "After all, I think we should buy the store," Erin instantly darts off like a bullet, yelling, I will choose." The narration notes, "As much as it is a worldview where magic exists, there are various kinds of strange toys. Some of them are so strange that you can't get enough of them without touching them." Desperate to save the 50 gold coins, Erin dramatically runs around crying, "But not as much as 50 gold coins. I'd rather you give me the money." Erno chuckles and asks, "My daughter, do you just want to buy the store?" Which only makes Iron scream back in anger, "No, I will choose soon." Walking through the aisles, Erin sighs, "Looks like I got a bunch of useless toys," until she stops and gasps in surprise. "Huh?" Erin's eyes light up with sparkling excitement as she stares at something special on the shelf. Pointing proudly at a display, Erin happily declares, "I picked this." Erno looks at the doll and questions, "A doll? If you only have one, you'll get bored quickly." But Erin happily runs to his side, insisting, "I won't get tired of it." Erno leans in and stares intently at the stuffed tiger doll, which has a very stern and disgruntled face. Holding the stuffed tiger up next to Erno's face, Erin beams with a giant smile and shouts, "A tiger? He looks just like my father." Hugging the stern-faced toy tiger tightly, Erin closes her eyes happily and declares, "I like this the best." Erno stands frozen and slightly flustered, while the shop staff behind them squeal and cry tears of absolute joy at the adorable scene. A knowing smile spreads across Erno's face as he sighs, "Then there's nothing I can do. My daughter didn't like anything except the toy which looks like me." Bending down to Iron's height, Erno asks, "By any chance, how many of these dolls are left?" And the shopkeeper replies, "That's all on display." The shopkeeper happily clasps his hands together, saying, "Our ambitious product is just released, so you are the first buyers." While Erno raises his hand, saying, "Okay, good thing." With a sharp snap of his fingers, Erno's powerful magic sets the entire display of remaining tiger dolls on fire as he coldly states, "I just want to get rid of those." Erin stands completely frozen in absolute shock, holding her doll as she watches the massive flames, while the shopkeeper looks on in horror. The shopkeeper holds his head and screams in sheer panic, "Ah, fire! Our store's ambitious work is on fire!" While Erno calmly carries Iron away from the smoke. When the panicked owner screams for someone to bring water, Erno casually slaps him in the face with the heavy pouch of gold and coldly tells him, "Don't make a fuss." Carrying Erin toward the door, Erno casually remarks, "The fire will only burn the dolls and disappear after that anyway." Erno looks back over his shoulder with a sharp warning smile and says, "I hope you don't sell more of this doll now." Erno points back at the gold and adds, even after you look at my sincerity, leaving the shopkeeper staring at the glowing pouch in shocked awe. Instantly realizing they've just been given a massive fortune, the shop staff drop to their knees and bow deeply, weeping in gratitude as they cry, thank you, sir. Erno Etam wears a deeply satisfied, mischievous grin as he thinks, now the doll that resembles me, my daughter is the only one who owns it. Holding her close, Erno asks warmly, are you happy? While Irin stares blankly with completely dead, hollow eyes, muttering a faint, yes. As the burning toy shop fills with smoke behind them, Aaron sweat drops and whispers, thank you, father, while the shopkeepers keep crying out, thank you, sir. Later, Erno lovingly holds up a spoonful of a beautiful pudding topped with whipped cream and a cherry, coaxing, come on, daughter, say ah. Erin obediently opens her mouth wide, saying ah as she takes a bite of the sweet dessert. Erno watches her fondly and asks, is it delicious? And Erin happily chews, replying, yes, it's delicious. Suddenly, the warm atmosphere completely shatters as Erin realizes she is eating at a massive table under the dark, terrifying, and oppressive gaze of Duke Morel, making her panic, it's delicious, but why do I have to eat here? The narration explains, the Etam family holds regular meetings twice a week. The Etam family led the largest military project. At regular meetings, they often discuss projects and business as wizards and workers collaborate on a massive magical warship. Duke Mirel stands imperiously before his bowing vassals. As the narrator concludes, the family lineage of course should come, because it is an important meeting that important positions and vassals must attend. And this time it was the time when Duke Mirel's sensitivity pierced the sky the most, when you can't make a single breath sound wrong. A fist slams down onto the table with a loud bang as Duke Mirel thunders, what are you doing? Looking down the long meeting table, Duke Morel sits at the far end while Erno casually sits with Erin on his lap. Erno speaks with a calm, amused smile. I personally participate in the meeting during my daughter's snack time, making a vassal on the right grumble in anger. That cheeky. Duke Merrill rubs his temple with a deeply frustrated expression as little Erin nervously speaks up, saying, grandfather, father, I won't eat pudding. Surrounded by sparkling lights and beautiful flowers, little Irin clasps her hands together and gives her grandfather and father a sweet, pleading look, saying, Irin won't be a bad child. I'll be a good girl. So grandpa and father, don't scold me, okay? Duke Mirel's eyes widen with a glowing yellow shine, completely stunned and won over by Irin's absolute cuteness. Stunned by her adorable plea, Duke Mirel blushes slightly, clears his throat, and gently replies, okay, because it's not your fault. It doesn't matter if you eat 10 or 20 puddings. Do whatever you want. Erno raises a spoonful of pudding to feed Irin, happily saying, that's right, daughter, let's finish eating. Meanwhile, Duke Mirel and the other vassals glare in absolute annoyance, with Duke Mirel thinking with an angry tick mark, that guy is the biggest problem. Little pink-haired Irin happily takes a bite of the delicious pudding with her eyes closed in absolute bliss. Hugging her cheeks with her little hands, Erin's eyes sparkle as she chews the sweet treat, exclaiming how delicious it is. Duke Morel blushes and sweat drops with a deeply complicated face, while the secretary beside him smiles warmly at Erin's cute reaction. Duke Morel gets the meeting back on track, asking the vassals, okay, how are the weapons which are going to be exported to Kartab this time? One of the vassals raises a hand and replies, yes. A female vassal with brown hair pulled back in a bun speaks up about the project status. Orders are still coming in, while the man next to her sweat drops and notes, materials are still very scarce. Erno stares at them silently. As the discussion continues, Erno places his large hand protectively on Irin's shoulder. A male vassal's voice continues. Well, the more you dig, the lower the quality and the quantity is limited, as performance continues to decline. Behind Irin, Erno's eyes glow red as a dark, terrifying, and demonic aura arises from him, causing the terrified vassals to sweat drop and freeze in absolute horror, sweating profusely as they think. Erno warmly feeds Irin another spoonful of pudding and cheerfully asks, how's the new mind search going? While Irin sweat drops and thinks, my butt hurts, come on, daughter. The vassals nearby sweat drop and shiver under Erno's intense pressure. As the spoon is held to her mouth, Erin halts and suddenly thinks to herself with wide, sparkling eyes, wait a moment, a floating stone? A majestic floating rock with glowing teal crystals floats high in a beautiful blue sky filled with clouds. The narrator notes, the floating stone is one of the important elements of this novel. It is literally a stone that floats in the sky, a resource. A young girl with dark curly hair and a red dress walks through a bright green forest. The narrator explains, In particular, the heroine discovers the entrance to the floating stone mine. There was an incident in the novel about that. A grand, majestic white mansion stands beautifully under a clear blue sky, with a lush green mountain in the background. The narrator notes, "That's the mountain behind the dukedom site." A portrait of the beautiful, dark-haired heroine smiling in a rose-adorned golden frame appears. The narration asks, why was she even there? Yes, because the heroine had all the luck in this novel. A smartphone floating in a glowing, magical circle displays the illustration of the heroine. The narration continues, but it's different now. I know everything about this novel. Chibi Iron sits alone in a spotlight while Erno guides the dark-haired heroine. Below, Iron clenches her small fists and thinks, and the self-rescue plans to prepare for Erno's whims. I need to have one. I'm sorry for the heroine who will come later. Iron looks up at Erno and asks curiously, Father, what is a floating stone? While Erno holds his pudding bowl, looking down at her. Erno raises his finger, using his blue magic to summon a small floating crystal to show her as he smiles and explains. It is a useless stone that can only fly in the sky. A small amount mixed with iron will lighten the weight of the weapon. Looking down at the dessert table with her maid standing behind her, Erin thinks to herself with a serious expression, really? What a useless stone. It must be something that will soon change the game of war and bring about a revolution. Erin speaks up cheerfully, I saw a stone flying in the sky. Hearing this, Duke Mural and the vassal behind him look down in utter astonishment. With a massive, earth-shattering thud, Duke Mural slams his fist onto the table again, screaming, what? The force of Duke Myrel's fist splits the massive stone table completely in half, sending dust and papers flying everywhere as the shocked vassals stumble backward. A dark, terrifying, and demonic aura erupts from Duke Mural as he clenches his fist tightly and glares down with veins popping on his face, asking, just now did you say you saw a flying stone? Erin screams in panic, AKK, as Erno quickly scoops her up into his lap, sitting calmly on his chair while she thinks in sheer awe, is this the power of dragon bloodline? With one punch, that big thick table was cut in half? The vassal with glasses and a monocle runs forward, clasping his hands eagerly as he asks with wide eyes, Lady, did you really see a floating stone? Where did you see it? The other vassals quickly crowd around little Iron, sweat dropping and speaking in a frantic panic. Do you remember which mountain range you were in? Can you guide me now? With a sharp, sudden slice of magic, the table remains split in two as the vassals are blown back by a sudden gust of wind. Erno sits comfortably with a sharp, dark smile, holding Iron protectively as his golden eyes glow menacingly, warning, when you talk to my daughter, I wish you could keep that distance. The terrified vassals sweat drop and cry out, we're sorry!
Duke Myrel steps forward, waving his hand to dismiss the crowd as he commands, Fluffy, so you don't know where you saw it?
Iron looks up from Erno's lap and confidently raises her hand, declaring, I know, to which Duke Mural quickly asks, where is it? Clinging to Erno, Erin points excitedly and shouts, the mountain at the back. Duke Mural looks deeply contemplative, staring down as he mutters, where is the hill behind? Pointing through a grand glass window at the towering green mountain behind the mansion, Erin beams with a smile and exclaims, there! Duke Mural peers through the window, asking in disbelief, there is a floating stone in the mountain behind the Duke residence? And Chibi Erin happily answers, yes! The vassals look at each other and discuss the revelation in shock. It's the back mountain. Could it be that she just looked at the wrong stone? And it's true that I didn't investigate the back mountain, though. While another adds, that's right, I never imagined it would be there. Duke Myrel orders his secretary, there's nothing to lose by finding out. Check it out. The secretary bows politely with a smile, replying yes. Iron peeks out from behind Erno's arm as the vassals continue whispering to each other in excitement. A white speech bubble against a purple background reads, that's interesting. Erno looks down at Erin with a deeply intrigued and sharp smile, thinking to himself, why do you know so much? Erno places his large hand gently on Erin's head, causing her to freeze with wide, round yellow eyes as her hair stands on end from tension. Duke Myrel stands imperiously, demanding, why are you making a fuss? As a messenger running into the room replies anxiously, that is, the messenger leans in and whispers something privately in Duke Myrel's ear, causing the Duke's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. Duke Myrel stands silently in shock as the text bubble reveals, the child's daughter is in a place like that? Duke Myrel turns around and swishes his cape, loudly announcing to the room, today's meeting ends here, as he walks away, leaving the vassals and Erno looking on in surprise. Little pink-haired Erin thinks to herself in worry, the Duke's expression looked bad, while also recalling the split table, thinking, By the way, did you see the table being split into two halves? By the way, did you? Erin suddenly remembers the beautiful female lead from the novel, her eyes widening in realization as she thinks, the female lead? Looking up at her father, Erno, Erin thinks in dread, if the heroine who is loved by everyone in the original work comes, I'll soon be forgotten. Erno looks at his pink-haired daughter, who seems deeply lost in her thoughts, and says, my daughter, sometimes, I don't know what you're thinking of. Erno carries little Iron and gets up from the table, announcing calmly to the vassals, it's already late. One of the vassals bows and replies, yes? Stepping over the rubble of the broken stone table, Erno tells Erin, tomorrow I have someone to introduce to my daughter. Hearing this, Erin thinks in surprise, introduction? Erno gives a confident, gentle smile, assuring her, yeah, you'll find out soon. Iron forces a sweat-dropping, cheerful smile as she laughs, haha, while thinking, I am most curious about what you think of. The scene shifts to the dark night sky above a lush, quiet forest, stars sparkling in the deep blue. Later in her bedroom, Erno sits on the edge of the bed and gently pats Erin's head, asking, did you like the pudding? To which she happily replies, yes, it was very delicious. Erno pulls up the blanket for Erin and says warmly, let me know whenever you want to eat it. I'll give you anything you want. Erin looks serious as she thinks about her future, reflecting, this play will end soon. When the heroine arrives as planned, everything will be back to normal, and I'll be back as an extra. Looking at her father's warm smile as he says, have a nice dream, my daughter, Erin thinks, but I am fully prepared. The plans are all finished. Tucking herself into bed, Iron replies with a sweet smile, good night, father. Underneath, a dark silhouette shows her standing alone with her tiger plushie while Erno holds and embraces the dark-haired heroine. The next morning, a grand and beautiful brick mansion stands under a bright sky. In her mind, Erin asks, does this mansion really belong to me? While Erno's voice replies, yes, daughter. Erno stands proudly in front of a crowd of servants, telling Iron, attached to it, and even the butler and the maid, 30 servants will move just for you, Iron. Clenched small fists show in the foreground as she thinks, wow, father the best. A hand offers a large bank check of 100 million gold coins as the voice says, and here. Erno smiles warmly saying, 100 million gold as I promised. Suddenly, his expression turns cold and sinister as he points a hand to kick someone out, saying coldly, now you fool, get out. Hands tremble in fear as a voice nervously asks, yes? Erno turns away indifferently, while the person asks in despair, why do you? Erno's shadow turns demonic, declaring, if only I had known you were a nasty dragon sooner. Kick her out. The recipient looks down at their hands in horror, realizing they've transformed into a small lizard creature, crying out, ugh! The pink lizard beast is locked inside a cold, dark cage, crying in panic, oh no, I can't believe it's gonna be like this, no! Erin suddenly wakes up in bed with a loud gasp, ha! Clutching her tiger plushie in complete terror as she realizes it was a nightmare. Heavily breathing with wide, glowing yellow eyes and cold sweat running down her face, Erin tries to calm herself. Looking out of the dark window at the bright full moon, she lets out a small sigh and mutters, huh, I see. The next morning, her maid Mela smiles warmly and claps her hands in adoration. Erin is dressed in a beautiful golden and white gown adorned with ribbons and flowers, looking absolutely adorable. Mela praises her, saying, I think you look cute no matter what you wear. Looking at her reflection, Erin turns to Mela and asks, how is it? Does it suit me? Mela cheerfully replies, yes, of course. Mela happily cheers, you look awesome, lady. All clothes are made for you. While Chibi Erin sweat drops and thinks, somehow it seems that she became more motivated after coming to this mansion. Suddenly, a polite knock is heard on the door. Knock, knock, drawing Erin's attention. Erin turns and says, oh, I'll go, Mela. While Mela quickly offers, it's okay if I go, lady. Holding her favorite tiger plushie, Erin walks towards the door, wondering, let's go. Is my father already here? Erin opens the door with a bright, beautiful smile, exclaiming, welcome, father? Instead of her father, she finds two young boys standing before her. The red-haired boy crosses his arms and asks, it's her, right? While the black-haired boy smiles slightly and replies, that's right, Island. Clutching her plushie tightly, Erin stares at them in absolute bewilderment, thinking, these kids are... The hot-tempered red-haired boy rubs the back of his neck and grumbles, I'm sorry, my father suddenly said that we should bring his daughter. The narration box explains, he is hot-tempered with a rather twisted temper and is quite a warlike child. The black-haired boy is introduced as Cillian Edom, the younger brother, as he mutters, conversational remarks or introductory text whatsoever. Only read the text. The black-haired boy is introduced as Cillian Edom, the younger brother, as he mutters, brother, and the other replies, oh, I see. The narration notes, he has a calm personality and shows a high talent for swordsmanship. As much as they look similar to Erno, their personalities are quite similar. The red-haired boy turns and says, anyway, let's go. Father is waiting. Cillian agrees. Ah, yes, leaving Iron's sweat dropping behind them. The two brothers quickly walk down the long, grand corridor of the mansion while little Iron frantically tries to run and catch up with them. Running after them, Iron's mind races as she recalls her nightmare of being kicked out as a lizard beast, thinking, that dream today, I guess it's not just a dream. Just like that dream, Erno Etham hated reptiles. A terrifying black snake with glowing yellow eyes slithers across the dark background. The narrator explains, even in the original work, that fact was mentioned several times. Erin shivers in fear as she imagines herself turning into a lizard beast on a canned food label, thinking, so on the day it turns out that I am a lizard beast, maybe. Running as fast as her small legs can carry her, Erin gasps in disbelief. Aren't they both too fast? Looking at the two brothers walking far ahead in the bright hallway, Erin calls out in a panic, that, older brothers. The two boys turn around with cold, dark, and menacing glares, making Erin freeze in fear as she thinks, you are too fast. What is that look in your eyes? One of them sneers, are you glaring at us now? You're really stupid, so where do you use it? The red-haired boy smirks cruelly and whispers, I feel sorry for my mom and dad who gave birth to my sister. Oh no, leaving Erin standing in a tense, dark shadow as she remains silent. Standing far behind them, Iron politely bows her head and speaks softly, brothers can go first. Just as she bows, the red-haired boy suddenly turns around and steps closer, calling out coldly, hey you, causing her to freeze with wide, tense eyes. He suddenly reaches out his hand towards her face, and Erin gasps in terror. Ah! Fearing the worst, Erin flinches and tightly closes her eyes, trembling as she thinks to herself in panic, like this again, I don't want to get hit. Callian places his hand on Erin's head and tells her that she should have spoken up as she couldn't keep up, asking why she foolishly kept following them anyway. Callian bends down to pick up Erin's dropped tiger plushie, telling her not to worry, while calling out to his brother Cillian. Cillian kneels down with a gentle smile and offers to carry Iron, reassuring her when she worries that she might be too heavy. Erin stands sweat-dropping in embarrassment as Cillian chuckles and urges her to hurry up and get on his back. Cillian happily carries Erin on his back while Callian walks ahead holding her plushie. Erin thinks to herself how remarkably mature and kind Cillian is for a 5-year-old. Callian suddenly turns back with a sharp, curious look and calls out to Erin. Callian warns Iron not to get too attached to their father, explaining that he is the type of person who frequently plays pranks on others. Looking back at Erin as she rides on Cillian's back, Callian bluntly advises her to make sure she doesn't get hurt too much. Iron realizes with a soft smile that Callian is actually surprisingly kind under his rough exterior, as Callian continues to walk ahead. They arrive at the large wooden doors of the dining hall, and Callian announces that they have finally reached their destination. Cillian gently slides Iron down to the floor, and she lands with a light step. Erin turns around with a playful, cute smile and tells her brothers that she also has a little secret of her own. Callian and Cillian look back at their little sister with highly surprised and deeply intrigued expressions. The grand wooden doors of the dining hall slowly creak open, revealing a bright light inside. Duke Erno is sitting elegantly at the beautifully set dining table, prompting Erin to call out to him joyfully. Erno asks Iron if she slept well, and she runs eagerly toward him, happily shouting that she missed him very much. Erno pulls Iron into a warm, affectionate embrace on his lap and praises his sons for bringing her safely. Callian and Cillian stand stiffly and awkwardly, causing Erno to look at them with a puzzled expression. Erno asks if something happened to his daughter, and both boys sweat drop as they quickly reply that nothing happened. As a delicious breakfast of eggs, sausage, and ham is served, Callian mentions that he heard the head of the household is suddenly leaving the mansion. Callian explains that it seems Duke Miral has found his sister's daughter, while Erno smiles warmly and cradles Erin on his lap. Erno playfully pinches and squishes Erin's cute cheeks, making her make a funny face as she clutches her tiger doll. Erno asks Erin if she likes the plush doll, and she beams with a wide smile, happily confirming that it is very cute. Erin hugs her plushie tightly, thinking about how soft and warm it is and how they always sleep next to each other. Erno cradles Erin lovingly, bringing a bright, joyful laugh to her face as they spend time together. Erno's expression suddenly turns solemn and deep in thought as he gazes downward. A dark, terrifying shadow looms over Iron as Erno's hand begins to tremble with highly unstable, dangerous magic. A violent surge of red magical lightning suddenly erupts from Erno's ring, shattering the tea set with a loud ringing crash. Erno groans in sudden, agonizing physical pain and urgently screams for Callian to take Aaron and run away immediately. Callian and Cillian stare in absolute horror as Erno commands them to hurry, while Aaron falls to the floor in complete shock and terror. Callian urges Aaron to get out of there, while the narrator explains the dark Etan family secret of runaway magical powers causing a sudden, uncontrollable urge to kill. A high-angle view of the shattered room shows Callian and Cillian hovering protectively over Aaron, while Erno stands in the corner clutching his head in absolute agony. Erno lets out a deep, tormented groan as the runaway magical energy completely overwhelms his mind and body. Irene looks at her suffering father in dread, suddenly realizing that this is the terrifying berserk state described in the original novel. The narration box explains that Erno Atam's berserk state is a recurring phenomenon that happens from time to time. The narrator notes that these violent outbursts occur even when he is wearing a magic suppression accessory. Aaron recalls a past incident from the novel where Erno suddenly went berserk while dining with his family in a greenhouse. The narration box reveals the horrific outcome of that day, stating that Erno killed dozens of servants during his rampage. In the aftermath of that terrible tragedy, Duke Merrill ordered Erno to be put on strict probation. Erno was locked inside a dark, heavy cage, truly becoming the feared monster of the Atam family in name and reality. Erin's heart sinks as she realizes with absolute terror that the fateful day of his rampage is happening today. Callian tells Cillian to go and spread the evacuation news while he takes Aaron to safety, and Cillian tells them to be careful. Irene watches her father writhe in deep pain on the floor, thinking about how agonizing the transformation must be for him. Determined to save her father, Irene frantically tries to recall details from the novel to find a solution to calm the runaway magic. Irene wonders if her mother knew about his condition and left behind a way to soothe him. She remembers a crucial clue from the book about a rare plant located in the warmest place. A beautiful, glowing greenhouse is shown as she recalls that the plant grows like a blanket in the largest shade. She remembers the dialogue from the novel where a character proudly announced they successfully developed the fruit. The flashback shows a red-haired character holding a red potion, celebrating that they found a medicine capable of calming the berserk state. Back in the present, Irene looks up at Callian with tears in her eyes and apologizes, leaving her brother looking down in complete confusion. As Aaron bolts away in a desperate rush, Callian calls out after her in complete surprise, shouting, "Hey, where are you going?" Aaron ignores his calls and runs frantically through the grand double doors of the dining hall, which are flooded with a brilliant, blinding light as someone calls out her name. Aaron! Gathering her elegant yellow dress in her hands, Erin runs as fast as her small legs can carry her, thinking to herself in deep worry about the consequences if her father gets put on probation. In her mind, she sees a terrifying vision of her future crumbling away as she cries out on her knees amidst shattered glass, realizing that all of her property and security will completely vanish. She feels as if the wonderful dreamlike life she has enjoyed as the beloved daughter of the Duke is a play that is about to end all too soon. Sudden determination flashes in Erin's bright yellow eyes as she gasps, realizing there is still something she can do. Bursting into the beautiful, sunlit greenhouse, Iren looks up at the lush greenery and triumphantly whispers to herself, "There it is!" Standing right before her is the legendary glowing tree covered in clusters of bright red berries, exactly as described in the novel. She remembers a scene from the novel where her brothers stood before the very same tree, realizing how foolish they had been not to notice that the cure was in their father's greenhouse all along. Erin reaches out toward the tree bark, remembering that the plant bears its red fruits all year round in a climate that is always like early summer, and wonders if her mother had known about this plant beforehand. She wonders if her mother had intentionally left this incredible plant behind in the greenhouse as a precious present for them. Determined to gather the cure, Erin quickly opens up the small pouch she brought along with her. She looks down at the bag, which is stuffed to the brim with gold coins and sparkling jewelry, pausing in deep thought. Without a second thought, she dumps the valuable gold coins and treasures onto the grass, thinking that she can always come back to retrieve them later. Iren carefully reaches her hand into the branches of the berry tree, reminding herself that she must be as cautious as possible because of the sharp thorns. She winces slightly as a sharp thorn pricks her finger, but she ignores the pain and keeps going. Suddenly, she freezes in terror as a distant, agonizing sound echoes through the mansion. Erin looks down at her pouch, which is now filled to the brim with the glowing, magical red berries. Clutching the pouch tightly to her chest, Erin runs back, thinking that she must hurry and feed the berries to her father. As she approaches the dining hall, a terrifying magical shockwave ripples through the air, causing her to flinch in fear. Hearing another loud crash, Erin runs forward in a panic, recognizing the source of that terrifying scream. Inside the dining hall, Duke Erno has completely lost control, gripping a servant tightly by the throat as the poor man gasps in agony. Erno lifts the terrified servant completely off the floor with one hand, his eyes glowing with a dark, murderous madness as the man begs for someone to save him. Aaron runs into the room and screams out in terror, "Father!" Erno turns around with a wide, terrifying grin and glowing white eyes, laughing manically as he stands over the unconscious bodies of the servants he has already attacked. Aaron takes a step back in fear, gasping as her father's massive, dark shadow looms over her like a monster. Looking at her suffering father, Erin clutches her bag of berries tightly and tells herself that she cannot run away because Erno is the one who is in the most pain right now. She recalls her past life, remembering how miserable and shabby it feels to be shunned and abandoned by everyone during your worst and most vulnerable times. Shrouded in violent, dark magical energy, Erno slowly turns and begins to walk toward Iron with a menacing stance. Just then, Callian bursts through the door, desperately shouting for Iron as he looks around the ruined dining hall in absolute shock. Before Callian can reach her, Erno lunges forward and lifts little Aaron high into the air by her collar, his face twisted in a manic, bloodthirsty grin. Iron struggles in his grip, clutching his massive hand with her tiny fingers as Erno growls menacingly. With a brutal grip, Erno squeezes her face, his raw, unstable power threatening to crush her as Iron winces in pain. Knowing she only has one chance, Erin ignores her terror and desperately reaches into her pouch to grab a handful of the red berries. She squeezes the juicy red berries tightly in her small fist, preparing herself for what she must do. With all the strength in her tiny body, Erin thrusts her hand forward and shoves the handful of red berries directly into Erno's open mouth. Shocked by her sudden action, Erno bites down, crushing the berries as the bright red juice splatters across his face. The sudden rush of the magic-neutralizing fruit causes Erno to choke and stumble backward, crashing heavily onto the floor as Iron falls with him. Pinning her father down, Erin covers his mouth with her small hands to make sure he swallows every single berry despite his violent gagging and struggling. Erno falls completely silent, lying motionless on the dining hall floor while Iron sits protectively on his chest, surrounded by scattered berries and broken tea sets. Fearing that the magic might return, Iron frantically scrambles to pick up the spilled berries from the floor, crying to herself about how scary angry people are. With tears streaming down her face, Erin whimpers that she never wants to see her beloved father suffer like a monster ever again. Suddenly, a large, warm hand reaches out and gently takes hold of Erin's trembling wrist, stopping her from gathering more berries. Iron looks down in surprise as Erno gently holds her hand, his voice soft and raspy as he calls out her name, Iron. The terrifying, dark magical aura has completely vanished, and Erno gazes up at his daughter with his normal, warm eyes and a gentle, loving smile. Erin stares at her father's kind face in absolute shock, her large yellow eyes filling with tears of overwhelming relief. Erno pulls Iron into a warm, protective embrace, cradling her close to his chest as she buries her face in his shoulder, sobbing and begging him not to be angry anymore. As Erno holds his daughter tightly on the floor, whispering for her to calm down, a beautiful field of yellow and white flowers miraculously blooms all around them, replacing the dark magic with peace. Resting her head against her father's chest, Erin lets out a soft, relieved cry, feeling safe and warm in his arms once again. Nearby, her dropped tiger plushie lies forgotten on the ruined floor, its stitches slightly torn as Iron's exhausted eyes slowly begin to close. Terrapin promotional screen showing credits and the illustration of a beautiful blue-haired girl against a crescent moon with the King of Shoujo website watermark. In a flashback, a mother's voice explains that no matter how scared they are, because you are just their parent, children will give you endless affection. The flashback continues as she notes that no matter what you do, the child will still love you, though another voice dismisses this as a stupid point of view. Dahlia playfully scolds her husband to listen to the end, asking him if he doesn't think their children will only see his best side, no matter what ugly or cruel sins he has committed. Duke Erno Item looks at his book with a soft expression, calling Dahlia an ideal romanticist. Frustrated, Dahlia wishes for a cute daughter, claiming men are weak to them, while Erno calmly remarks that having 3 children is already enough. Dahlia gently cradles her pregnant belly, expressing her strong desire for a daughter so that Erno can also experience having someone in the world he can't help but love. Smiling warmly amidst a background of blooming roses, Dahlia says, therefore, Erno sits quietly reading a book, keeping a protective watch over his pregnant wife as she rests in bed. A framed portrait shows Erno and Dahlia standing together in their younger years, accompanied by the bittersweet note that she passed away first. Back in the present, Callian runs into the ruined dining hall and frantically asks his father if he is all right as the Duke lies exhausted on the floor. Duke Erno gently checks on little Iron, who has fallen fast asleep in his arms after her brave efforts to save him. Looking down at his daughter's peaceful face with a soft expression, Erno is relieved to find that she wasn't seriously hurt. A maid stands at the door, completely frozen in shock as Callian and Duke Erno hold the sleeping Iron in the ruined room. Callian angrily yells at the maid for her perceived disrespect toward his father, while the terrified maid desperately tries to explain herself. The narration box notes that reacting with fear is normally the expected reaction to the Duke's rampages. A terrified servant sits on the floor, trembling with fear as the narration explains that people usually look at a berserk monster with prejudice and fear, running away to save their lives. The narration box explains that once the berserk state begins, there is only one way to stop it. An illustration of a dark dragon chess piece crushing a small tiger plushie symbolizes the brutal force required to subdue the rampaging magic. The narration box reveals that stopping a berserker usually requires an opponent who is stronger to forcibly subdue them by sheer force. Erno recalls that because Duke Miral and the eldest son were out of town, there was originally no one who could have stopped his rampage today. Erno watches in disbelief as the memory shows little Iron courageously running toward him despite his terrifying dark magical aura. Duke Erno looks down in deep thought, deeply moved and perplexed by his daughter's fearless actions. Nearby, Erin's dropped tiger plushie lies torn and battered on the ruined floor, its stitches broken. The Duke walks away, carrying Erin, using his magic to gently lift and carry her torn tiger plushie behind them. Erno looks closely at the torn plushie, noting how much the little girl must have cherished it. A flashback shows a happy Erin hugging her beloved tiger plushie tightly, smiling brightly and declaring that she likes this one the best. Erno looks at the torn toy with a soft, affectionate gaze, realizing how precious it is to his daughter. Callian sneaks up to the door, peeking inside with a concerned and curious expression. Callian is startled when Erno calmly calls out, "Come in, Cillian." Cillian enters the room and anxiously asks about Iron, to which Erno reassures him that she is okay and that it is all over. Callian instructs Cillian to first find some of the red berries and bring them to his lab, promising to explain everything later. Holding the small pouch, Callian explains that the red berries seem to be the key magic neutralizing ingredient. Callian lets out a tired sigh, looking slightly frustrated as he contemplates the situation. Erno carries the sleeping Iron down the grand hallway, with Cillian walking quietly behind them. Cillian asks his father if the magical fruit was indeed what stopped him from going berserk. Erno replies that it indeed seems to be the case, holding his daughter securely against his chest. Cillian looks at the sleeping girl, cradling her plushie, wondering in amazement how Erin could have possibly known about the cure. Erno smiles gently, replying that it is because Iron is a clever girl who has many secrets of her own. Erno looks back thoughtfully, admitting that he feels sorry for her, especially since she took such a great risk to help her father this time. Callian looks down with a serious expression, muttering that it is different for this kid compared to him and Cillian. Callian protests that Erin took a massive risk to save him, but Erno coldly shuts him down, stating that it is none of his business. A voice suddenly calls out Callian's name, demanding his attention. Erno looks back with a stern, imposing glare, warning Callian not to make him say it twice. Callian freezes in fear, completely intimidated by his father's cold and authoritative demeanor. A maid politely excuses herself as Erno tells Callian that he did a good job and should leave for now. Back in her room, Erin is tucked into her large, comfortable bed while two maids carefully attend to her and wash her face. Erno stands by the window with his arms crossed, watching over his daughter as the maid mentions she will go and get some spare clothes. Callian watches silently from behind as Erno carries his precious daughter down the bright, illuminated corridor. Duke Erno looks on with a complicated but deeply affectionate expression, determined to protect his brave little daughter. The memory of Iron's mother, Dahlia, shines like a warm light from the past, her gentle smile full of motherly love. "I'm sure it was like that," she tells herself as she drifts in her deep sleep. Suddenly, Erin opens her eyes, her bright yellow eyes filled with confusion as she wakes up. "Ah, my gold!" she screams, sitting up in bed with a start, while the startled maid gasps, "Miss?" "My God, you're awake!" the maid cries with overwhelming relief. "It was such a big deal. You didn't open your eyes for a week. I was so worried," the maid explains, leaving Erin shocked. "1 week?" she wonders. "Wait, Mela, did you say a week?" Erin asks, to which Mela tearfully replies, "Yeah, you were in a coma for a week. I thought there was something wrong with you, and my heart was beating so fast day by day." "Why are you like that, miss? If you feel uncomfortable somewhere," Mela asks, while Erin realizes with a sinking feeling, she must have come. "Yes? The maid asks gently, looking slightly confused by Iron's sudden quietness. Outside the bedchamber, the quiet peace of the grand estate continues as the daily routine of the castle resumes. Huh, excuse me, one of the maids says as they pass each other on the terrace. May I know the Duke's office? A young girl with a large red bow on her head asks politely. Ah, go up to the second floor and go to the end of the hallway, the maid says, and the girl replies, thank you. She's the cutest girl I've ever seen. Is she the daughter of an aristocrat? One maid asks, while the other replies, I don't know. Maybe she is the daughter of the princess who is being looked for this time. The girl is none other than Charni Edam, a key character whose presence changes everything. Charni Etam, the beloved child of fate who possesses a special destiny of her own. In the original novel, she possessed the miraculous ability to soothe the berserk state. With a personality like sunshine, she was loved by everyone. Initially, she was supposed to be the one to save Duke Erno from his terrifying curse, forging a deep bond with him. He was once a cold father who only used her when necessary, but her bright warmth eventually thawed his frozen heart. Soon, she was pampered by the entire Etam family, living the life of a beloved heroine. Back in her past life, the girl who reincarnated as Eren had read this very story on her tablet, crying over the beautiful family bond. I also want to be like the heroine, she had dreamed, wishing to find a warm, loving family of her own. But deep down, she knew that such fairy tale endings were nothing more than beautiful illusions. In reality, she was just an ordinary student pulling all-nighters, far removed from the magical world of romance novels. Back in her new reality, the servants were incredibly worried about Eren's sudden week-long slumber. The Duke asked me to come and tell him as soon as you wake up, Mela says gently as she feeds Iron. What about my father? Eren asks, and Mela replies slowly, as for Sir Erno, he came once a few days ago, and after that, probably because he is busy, Mela mutters, trying to make excuses for the Duke's absence. Rumors had already begun to spread that the Duke had brought back the deceased princess's daughter and that an adoption was being planned. Yeah, that's right, Iron mutters softly, realizing the original plot is beginning to take place. By the way, lady, this time I brought thin soup, not pudding. How can you eat well without making a fuss? Mela asks with a smile. Thanks, Mela, Eren says warmly, and Mela replies, Fufu, I'm more grateful. It is thanks to you that I am enjoying this luxury. Eren looks puzzled, thinking, luxury? Getting a promotion, getting a pay raise, and I can see such a cute girl every day. Mela, it seems like you've been blessed by God, she squeals in delight. Continue like this. You have to listen to me carefully, the maid whispers with a creepy, manipulative smile as her expression darkens. All right then, lady. The time has come, Mela says, suddenly snapping back to her cheerful self. To the Duke, Eren wonders as she looks at the fancy dress prepared for her. You may enter, the guard says as they reach the study, and Mela bows politely. Thank you always. Dressed up like a sweet porcelain doll, Eren prepares herself to face whatever waits behind the doors. Will I be okay? Don't expect anything, Chamiso, she reminds herself, trying to steal her heart. As she enters the room, Eren is met with a tense confrontation between Duke Erno and Duke Morel, who has brought the young Charni with him. Charni clutches her savior's coat tightly, her large golden eyes staring curiously at the pink-haired girl who just walked in. That's Charn, Eren thinks, while a tiny chibi version of her squeals, cute. Welcome, Fluffy, Duke Morel says warmly. Duke Erno remains quiet, his sharp gaze fixed ahead as he observes the interaction with an indifferent expression. Without offering any warm greeting or checking on his daughter, Erno turns away, cold and distant as always. Are you interested in her already? Well, it's okay. I didn't expect anything. I was just a little surprised, Eren tells herself, forcing a smile. Fluffy, there was a floating stone at the place you told me about. Thanks to you, business is back on track. And while I was away, he said you helped him, Myril explains, to which Eren replies happily, yes, my father was sick, so I helped him. Do you know the price, Eren? He asks her gently. Yeah, the price is those who do a reasonable job should be given a fair reward. Let me describe it simply. I'll grant your wish. Say whatever you want. Whether it's a business right, a direct descendant's last name, I'll give it to you, Morel says, while Eren wonders, reward? Wish! Eren's inner soul screams, her heart pounding with thrilling excitement at this golden opportunity. Running eagerly in her pink shoes and frilly dress, Eren thinks about the one thing she wants more than anything in this new life. Standing before Duke Muriel and her brother, she boldly points and declares her true desire, money. With her hands outstretched and a bright, adorable smile, she begs, "Transfer 1 million roast to my bank account, please." A cute chibi illustration of Iron winking appears, telling the readers to wait right here for some quick context on the world's currency. An explanatory screen reveals that the monetary unit of this fantasy world and the Korean currency unit are exactly the same. Duke Miral is completely taken aback, asking, 1 million? Did you say 1 million roasters now? While Aaron happily calculates that 1 million would be more than enough. When Duke Miral lets out a heavy sigh, Aaron looks puzzled and worries if she might have asked for too much. Showing his magical bracelet, Miral asks with a serious expression, "Is it only worth that much in your opinion?" A close-up reveals Mirel's intricate glowing green gemstone bracelet, radiating immense power and wealth. Mirel extends his fist to bump her tiny hand, saying, "I think the value of the information you gave is..." Suddenly, a digital system screen chiming tring appears, showing a deposit of 100 million, bringing her total remaining balance to 110 million. Tears of absolute gratitude and joy stream down Iron's face as she clasps her hands in prayer, crying, "Thank God!" Embracing her father Erno with a giant smile, Erin is thrilled to have earned 100 million, a sum she could never have dreamed of seeing in her previous life. Holding her gently in his arms, Erno warns his daughter, "You shouldn't pick up anything and eat it like this." Her celebration is cut short as the digital system screen flashes a sudden withdrawal of 100 million, leaving her with only 10 million. While Erno calmly tells her it's a bad habit that will cause a stomachache, Mirel screams in frustration at Erno's actions, and Iron curses her father in her mind as a crazy psychopath for stealing her money. Suddenly, Erno's magical bracelet glows with a blinding, majestic golden white light. Another system notification flashes, revealing a massive deposit of 1 billion, bringing her total balance to over 1 billion, as Erno asks, "Got it, daughter?" Erin is left completely shell-shocked and electrified, her eyes wide with disbelief at the staggering numbers floating in front of her. To Iron, Erno suddenly transforms into a literal god of wealth, descending from heaven surrounded by falling money and playing angels. Duke Morel urges Erno to quickly begin the adoption process for Charney, explaining that her power to soothe the berserk state will be of great help to him. Erno smiles warmly as he cradles Erin, politely but firmly responding, "I told you clearly, my lord." Miral snaps back angrily, demanding if Erno thinks this is just playing house, emphasizing that Charney is the only one who can calm the terrifying berserk curse. Looking down affectionately at his pink-haired daughter, Erno thinks to himself that no matter how messed up a parent is, they never want their children to get hurt. Erno politely excuses himself to go inside first, while Erin rests her head on his shoulder, sleepily realizing that the original novel's ending was decided from the very beginning. Carrying Iron away, Erno tells her to rest in her room and promises to pick her up for dinner, which she happily agrees to. Pushing open the heavy doors, Erin reminds herself that she is just an extra and couldn't possibly be Erno's real daughter. She reassures herself that she is okay since she has money and knows all the orphanages she can go to. A brief memory of her past life as Cha Miso flashes by, showing her crying alone in the dark. Even though a small, lingering sadness remains in her heart, she quickly brushes it off, telling herself that everything is okay. Skipping down the grand corridor, Erin spots her maid and calls out her name, Mylar. Mela is surprised to see her out so early, but Erin proudly waves it off, declaring that she has just received some pocket money. Erin announces that she is tired and heading to bed for a nap, while Mela kindly offers to go make the bed for her. Skipping happily down the sunlit hallway, Iron waves back and bids her maid farewell. Mela calls out in concern, but Erin quickly runs off, leaving the maid standing alone in the quiet corridor. Standing by the window, Mela's expression suddenly turns dark and calculating as she mutters that things are moving earlier than planned, wondering if she should fulfill her secret mission now. The story transitions to the grand annex of the estate at 5 p.m., glowing beautifully under the warm colors of the sunset. Erin carefully peeks around the corner of the wall, making sure that there is no one around to catch her. Letting out a tired sigh, she rests against the wall, muttering that she has no idea what she is doing. Her expression softens and turns serious as she prepares to set her escape plan into motion. A flashback shows Erin carefully packing a wooden trunk with her essential items for running away, including a book, candy, and a pouch of gold. Lying flat on the floor, Erin carefully searches under the furniture for any stray gold coins and gems. She reminds herself that she is completely harmless looking, imagining how easily she can slide past the estate guards with a cheerful greeting. Suddenly, Erin hears a rustle and is shocked to see Mela running past in the distance. Spying from behind a pillar, Iron watches suspiciously as Mela hurries down the hallway, clutching a brown paper bag. Observing her maid's secretive behavior, Erin notes that Mela is definitely carrying something suspicious. Startled by the echoing sound of guards' footsteps and voices planning to search the first floor, Erin freezes in panic. Realizing she doesn't have time to waste, Erin runs down the hallway, determined to drop off her things and hurry back to her room. The next morning, bright sunlight streams through the window as a maid gently wakes up the sleeping Erin. Erin bolts upright in bed in absolute panic, realizing she slept through her dinner plans with Erno, but the maid surprises her by explaining that the Duke couldn't leave his room yesterday either. The maid explains that Erno was kept in his room due to unavoidable circumstances, leaving Erin deeply worried and curious about what happened to her father. Erin reacts to the maid's words, wondering why Erno didn't go anywhere. Erin remembers yesterday's events, recalling how she went to the annex yesterday, waited for Erno until 9, and fell asleep. Erin worries that Erno has forgotten about her now that the true female lead of the novel has arrived. Erin's eyes widen in surprise as she hears about Erno's sudden situation. Erin sits up in bed, surprised, as the maid sweeps the floor and explains that the Duke is on probation. Erin realizes that Erno didn't skip their dinner plans because of neglect or dislike. Erin immediately punches her own head, trying to shake off any hopes or expectations of fatherly love. The maid suggests visiting him, which gets Erin excited to go see her father right away. Warm morning light streams through the grand hallway windows as Erin prepares to visit her father. Dressed up nicely, Erin happily waves goodbye to her maid as she heads down the corridor. Arriving at the Duke's study, Erin cautiously peeks inside the slightly open double doors. Inside, she witnesses a warm scene as Duke Erno holds hands with Charny, a glowing light of magic emanating between them. Feeling like an intruder on their intimate bonding moment, Erin starts to quietly pull back the door, thinking she shouldn't disturb them. Before she can slip away, Erno notices her and warmly welcomes her inside. Erin hesitates at the door, but Erno gestures for her to come closer while Charny watches quietly. Erin walks over and climbs onto Erno's lap, asking him if her grandpa's mad at him. Erno smiles gently at Erin and asks her if she has ever seen a sword that breathes flame. Erin looks confused, but Erno calmly starts counting down while facing the doors. Right on cue, the double doors are violently blown apart in a fiery explosion as Erno's furious father, Duke Merrill, charges in shouting his name. The angry Duke Morel stomps into the room, demanding to know how Erno dared to change the family mind to his personal name. Wielding his raging, blazing sword, the furious old Duke glares at Erno. Clinging tightly to Erno, Erin is awed by the flaming weapon while Erno calmly corrects his father's words. Erno points out that his father was the one who promised him the mine, but his father angrily denies it. A flashback shows Duke Morel in his study 2 years ago, harshly telling Erno that the only legacy he will receive is the mountain behind him. Returning to the present, Erno quotes his father's exact words from 2 years ago, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat. Frustrated by being caught in his own words, the grandpa yells at Erno to return the mine immediately. Erno flashes a dazzling, calm smile surrounded by flowers as he prepares to deal with his father's temper. With a simple spell, the raging flaming sword suddenly turns limp like a noodle, leaving Duke Merrill completely flabbergasted. Before his father can explode again, Erno politely dismisses him so he can speak with his daughter in peace. Duke Merrill tries to protest, but Erno snaps his fingers and teleports him straight out onto the estate lawn. Outside, the grumpy Duke is suddenly swarmed by a pack of overly friendly golden retrievers. The fierce old Duke stands completely paralyzed and defeated as a dog enthusiastically licks his face. Back inside, the echoing scream of Duke Merle's fury can be heard echoing through the clear blue sky. Erno lets out a quiet sigh of relief and turns back to welcome Erin. Using a bit of magic, Erno retrieves Erin's favorite black tiger plushie from the dinner table. Erin happily holds her soft toy, noticing how much softer it has become. Holding her precious plushie tight, Erin beams with gratitude towards Erno. Erin giggles happily, surrounded by colorful flowers, while Erno and Charny watch her with cute, blank expressions. Erno pets Charny on the head, prompting her to approach and talk to Erin. Charny steps forward with a blush, asking Erin if she can pinch her chubby cheeks. Erin happily agrees, holding up her tiger plushie with a giant smile. Charny gently reaches out and pinches Erin's incredibly soft, squishy cheek. Charny squeals internally as she feels the amazing bread-like texture of Erin's cheeks. Charny continues squishing Erin's face lovingly, completely captivated by her cuteness. Charny suddenly freezes as she hears Erin call her older sister. Erin notices Charny's reaction and looks up in confusion. Realizing she might have assumed wrong, Erin quickly apologizes for calling her sister. Charny's eyes sparkle with pure delight and excitement upon hearing herself referred to as sister. Overcome with joy, Charny throws her arms around Erin in a tight, sudden hug. Charney squeezes Erin tightly, happily declaring that she is indeed 8 years old and Erin must call her sister. Charney hugs Erin tightly with a bright smile, saying, "In the end, it was really good. If I had such a cute little sister, I wish Grandpa would have told me earlier," while Erno watches them warmly from behind. Erno stands silently with his arms crossed, watching the girls with a quiet, neutral expression. A close-up shows a young girl's feet clad in black shoes stepping lightly along a sunlit corridor inside the estate. Erin walks down the grand hallway, thinking to herself that since the heroine has arrived and the original work is still in progress, there is no time for her to interfere. Erin looks down with a sad, resigned expression, reminding herself that she can no longer interfere because Sharn is here to take her place. Erin notices Erno looking sideways, thinking that his gaze seems completely different from how it used to be. Erin touches her forehead with a self-deprecating smile, realizing she is overthinking things again since the heroine has already arrived. Erin stands thoughtfully by the window as she prepares to contemplate the real reason behind everything. Erin peers out the window and spots Charney sitting on a wooden swing in the courtyard, noting that she is indeed the main character on this stage. A peaceful scene of light green leaves silhouetted against a bright, sunlit white sky. Charney sits on the swing under the gentle sunlight, playing her harmonica as white birds fly happily around her. A close-up shows Charney's bright golden eyes sparkling with magic and curiosity. Charney finishes playing and smiles radiantly, surrounded by beautiful yellow flowers in the garden. An aerial view of the grand estate shows Charney running joyfully across the sunlit lawn near the wooden swing. A speech bubble appears against the clear blue sky, asking if grandfather was with her. Sitting at the tea table, Charney thinks about how she is meant to calm the rage, remembering that in the original novel, her grandfather often called for her because of her purifying power. A close-up of a delicious, shimmering caramel pudding topped with whipped cream and a cherry, as Charney offers to feed Erin. Charney happily holds up a spoonful of pudding, telling Erin to say "ah," while Erin stares back in complete silence. Charney's warm, smiling face is juxtaposed with a memory of Cha Miso looking extremely shocked and overwhelmed in her past life. Erin happily takes a big bite of the delicious pudding, savoring the sweet taste. Overjoyed by Erin's cuteness, Charney squeezes her in a tight hug, squealing about how adorable Erin is just eating. A close-up of a cup of chamomile tea with a thought bubble expressing relief that Erin is there. Charney looks at Erin with affectionate eyes, admitting that everything in the house has made her feel strange and worried, but having a cute sister like Erin makes her feel secure. Erin hugs Charney back with a bright smile, encouraging her by saying she will soon become Uncle's daughter, and since he buys many toys and delicious food, she will love this place once she adapts. Looking down from a high angle in the grand dining room, Charney confesses with a serious expression that she actually does not want to be that person's daughter. Charney explains with a sad and conflicted face that she only came to the estate because she desperately needed a guardian, and wonders what would happen if that weren't the case. Erin looks up at Charney in surprise, wondering if Charney was originally this vulnerable and conflicted. Erin contemplates the progression of the novel, wondering if it is because they are still in the beginning, and knowing that many events will eventually bring Erno and Sharn closer together. Erin looks thoughtful as she recalls that the very first event is scheduled to happen soon after the heroine's arrival. A spotlight shines on a red cushion atop a white pillar, illustrating the upcoming event where a thief will steal the dragon relic belonging to the Etam clan and run away. A beautiful stained glass window depicts a dragon, a sword, and a scale, representing the 3 legendary dragon relics passed down in the Etam clan that choose their owners. An illustration shows a hand grasping a blazing flaming sword, representing the first relic belonging to Morel. A close-up of Erno's ear displays a glowing blue gem earring, representing the second relic known as the balance fragment. A glowing, colorful orb resting on a white cushion represents the third relic, the Dragon Ball, while the narrator notes that the stolen relic this time is the second relic. A scale balances the blue balance fragment against a cute tiger plushie, explaining how the relic maintains Erno's mental stability in the early days of the novel. A humorous illustration shows Duke Morel throwing a temper tantrum while Erno calmly holds a sparkling Erin, showing how the relic allows Morel to easily handle the arrogant Erno. 2 narrative boxes explain that once the heroine resolves this theft event, her relationship with Erno will begin to grow much closer. Erin freezes in absolute panic as she tries to remember, realizing she has completely forgotten who the thief that stole the relic was. Erin sweats nervously alongside Charney, frustrated that she can't remember the details despite reading the novel several times, yet hesitating to interfere and steal the heroine's credit. Charney looks at her with concern and asks what she is worried about, prompting a startled Erin to quickly wave it off as nothing. Charney gently but firmly clasps Erin's hands, telling her to just speak up if she has anything on her mind. Charney gazes at Erin with deep affection, stating that even though they haven't known each other long, she already feels like Erin is her sister and wants to share her worries. Erin beams happily to ease her mind, joking that she was only wondering what's on the menu for dinner tonight, which leaves Charney looking surprised. The two young girls sit holding hands across their high-backed chairs at the dining table, bathed in the warm evening light. Erin looks up in wonder as Charney gently tells her that she hopes Erin won't have to worry about anything at all. A flashback shows Cha Miso in her past life, lying down in her dark room surrounded by books and snacks. Cha Miso holds up a tablet displaying an illustration of Charney, thinking about how much she loved seeing Charney receive affection from everyone. A glowing white light appears as she recalls her love for Sharn, who is always kind and friendly to everyone. Back in the present, Erin holds Charney's hands tightly, looking incredibly determined as she passionately declares her new mission. Charney looks completely stunned as Erin looks back at her with fiery intensity, declaring that she wants to surpass the original novel. Charney smiles radiantly, her face framed by soft yellow flowers as she beams with pure joy. In a chibi-style panel, a determined Erin, her eyes burning with fiery resolve, firmly holds hands with a quiet Charney. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Charney thanks Erin warmly, saying how happy it made her feel, while Erin eagerly offers to help her with anything she might need. As night falls, the scene transitions to a darkened bedroom where an open wardrobe reveals neatly packed clothes and a vintage suitcase. Moonlight filters into a lavishly decorated blue-walled room inside the estate, highlighting the elegant fireplace and ornate gold trimmings. Scattered clothes and boxes fill the room as a maid begins preparing Erin's outfit, asking the young lady if she has prepared a gift yet. Looking up in curiosity, Erin asks what gift the maid is referring to. The maid reveals that today is Sir Erno's birthday, leaving Erin completely surprised as she repeats the word in disbelief. Erin admits she didn't know about his birthday at all, prompting the maid to gently explain that as Erno's only daughter, she should be the first to offer him a gift. A quiet, tense moment passes as the maid softly addresses Erin as lady. Slipping a red shoe onto Erin's foot, the maid conspiratorially suggests that she knows of a specific gift that would make Erno incredibly happy if Erin gave it to him. The maid leans in close and specifies that she is talking about the blue gem earrings that Sir Erno usually wears. Suddenly, memories of yesterday's thoughts rush back to Erin's mind as she ponders the situation. Erin recalls that if she can gather enough of the balance fragments, Erno will no longer transform into his terrifying monstrous form. Looking back at the maid with a piercing gaze, Erin confidently asserts that she already knows exactly where the rest of the shards are. Erin remembers the maid's manipulative words from a previous night, promising that presenting this gift would guarantee Erno would adopt Erin instead of Lady Sharn. With a dark, sinister shadow stretching over her face, the maid had asked creepily if Erin would listen to her request. Back in the present, the maid stands before Erin in the grand room, asking her what she thinks of the proposal. The maid is shown surrounded by dark, toxic-looking purple flowers with a suspicious, knowing smile as the narration teases that the true culprit of the relic theft is about to be revealed. A chilling close-up reveals the maid's unsettling, smug expression as she looks down with narrowed eyes. Against a hazy purple background, the maid's manipulative question of whether Erin will do her a favor echoes ominously. The deceptive maid smiles darkly amidst the poisonous purple flowers, her expression shifting from false sweetness to a chilling, sinister glare. The maid tries to regain her sweet composure, clapping her hands cheerfully and praising Erin for being such an obedient and good child. Annoyed by the maid's obvious trap, Erin throws a funny, defiant temper tantrum, sticking her tongue out and flatly refusing to cooperate. Walking away while holding her black tiger plushie, Erin tells the shocked maid that stealing is bad and she will simply pretend she didn't hear anything. Lying in bed clutching her plush toy, Erin realizes that the maid has the leverage to expose her secret of being a beast woman. Staring wide-eyed in the dark, Erin remembers the maid's chilling words, realizing that the maid has been watching her for a very long time and knows her true identity. A soft purple gradient transition symbolizes the heavy silence and mounting dread filling the dark bedroom. In a dark flashback, the maid looms with glowing green eyes, reminding Erin that she was supposed to turn into an animal at the New Year's party and mockingly asking if the cocoa was delicious. Erin remembers herself as a tiny child, innocently holding a warm cup of cocoa topped with fluffy marshmallows. Erin recalls sipping the sweet drink, completely unaware that something malicious had been slipped into her cup. Clutching her blanket in fear, Erin realizes she was utterly deceived by those she thought were giving her helpful medicine. A splash of dark, bloody ink represents Erin's grim realization that it doesn't matter anymore because the damage has already been done. Erin turns over in her bed, her heart pounding as she hears the terrifying sound of her bedroom door creaking open. The sinister maid parts the bed curtains, her eyes glowing in the dark with a terrifying smile as she quietly warns Aaron that she will regret her decision. Morning light finally breaks through the large window, casting a warm golden glow across the elegant curtains of the bedroom. Erin covers herself with her blanket, sighing as she realizes that despite her efforts, the events are still unfolding exactly like the original novel. Erin remembers the original plot where the brave heroine Sharn would confidently point out the maid as the thief, instantly earning Erno's trust and interest. Surrounded by colorful flowers, Erin looks up with a look of quiet resolve, remembering that yesterday she finally found a true reason to stay in this place. Erin lies in bed with a single tear rolling down her cheek, feeling the heavy burden of her past and present struggles. A high-angle shot shows Erin curled up tightly under her blanket in the dark, surrounded by wrapping thorny vines as she asks herself why her life is always so difficult. Under a crescent moon, the narration explains that during the quiet night of the dragon, the power of those with the Etom bloodline weakens as they fall into a deep sleep, forcing the estate to heavily reinforce its guards. Floating white flowers drift across a soft sky, as the narrator notes that despite the enhanced security, something was bound to happen. Erin walks through the courtyard holding her plushie as noble guests whisper about how Mela used to care for her like a nanny. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Erin holds her plushie tightly, sweating nervously and wondering if she should run away, when a voice suddenly apologizes to her. A handsome, elegant head butler with silver hair and glasses bows politely, introducing himself as Kylo of the Etom clan. A dramatic speech bubble signals Erin's grim acceptance that whatever is destined to happen will eventually arrive. Looking at the grand estate under a clear blue sky, Erin bravely decides to follow the butler, accepting that her identity as a beast man might finally be exposed. Clutching her tiger plushie, a nervous and sad Erin walks down the long carpet of the grand hall as whispering guests watch her from both sides. At the end of the hall, Duke Myrrel sits grandly on his golden throne, his fierce, glowing eyes and scarred face radiating an incredibly terrifying and powerful aura. Standing at the foot of the grand red-carpeted stairs before Duke Myrrel and his court, Erin and the maid are met with a commanding statement from the throne. "From now on, you must answer my questions honestly." Sir Erno Etom stares forward with intense golden eyes as he states, "I heard you colluded with the man in black and stole this guy's earrings." Clinging to her black tiger plushie, Erin breaks out in a cold sweat of sheer panic as Duke Myrrel demands to know if it is true, thinking to herself, "Me? Did I steal the earrings?" The deceptive maid fake cries into her handkerchief, lamenting how well she supposedly treated her, which prompts an annoyed Erin to think in frustration, "Wow, is she blaming me? I treated her so well. You're a jerk." Silence fills the room as a chilling question is put to the terrified child. "What about the fact that you are a beast man?" Duke Myrrel's imposing face looms close, his red eyes glowing with menacing authority as he commands, "Please answer honestly. If not, say no. If true, say yes." Summoning all her courage, Erin passionately defends herself while squeezing her tiger toy, declaring, I am a beast man. I'm a beast man, but I didn't steal earrings." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts before her eyes as her vision warps, leaving her to stammer in confusion, wait." Erin's head spins as the room turns dizzy, catching a glimpse of the maid's sinister smirk in the background as she ponders, "My head, why in front of my eyes? So dizzy, could it be?" A murmuring wave of shock ripples through the crowd of noble onlookers as Erin suddenly vanishes, leaving behind only her empty dress and tiger doll. What? What is it? Is it magic? She suddenly disappeared in front of... A noble woman in a pink dress gasps in pure horror, pointing towards the pile of clothes on the floor and screaming, "She is there!" Tiny pink lizard beast man with wide golden eyes emerges from the center of Erin's lace collar, triggering panic as a voice shrieks, "It's a real lizard!" The grand hall descends into chaos as the tiny lizard scurries off, prompting shouts of, "Ah, it is running away!" and cries of, "Kya!" Darting frantically through the maze of legs and long dresses, the lizard triggers more screams of terror. "Ah, is it a snake?" The frantic lizard scrambles across the polished floors, sending guests running in all directions as a voice booms, "It ran to the other side." A startled nobleman is caught off guard as the tiny lizard dashes right under his foot, with onlookers screaming, "Step on it!" A heavy black leather shoe comes crashing down directly onto the lizard's tail. A painful shockwave courses through the little pink beastman as she screams in absolute agony. "Ah!" Acting on pure survival instinct, the lizard detaches its tail to break free from the shoe as a voice calls out. It split its tail and escaped. The tiny lizard continues its desperate escape, leaving its severed tail behind on the polished floor. Climbing high up a grand pillar to safety, the injured lizard listens to the cruel, whispering voices of the guests below. "What's up? It's a real beast man. Is that lizard that child? It's a reptilian beast man, the lowly of this low class. It's dirty, and can only cry out in pain. That's hurt. That's hurt." Clinging to the pillar, the pink lizard weeps bitter tears, asking herself, "So sad. Why do I have to be criticized like this?" Heavy black boots step forward with a steady, commanding stride across the grand hall floor. Erno Etam steps up, raising his hands towards the pillar where his transformed daughter is hiding. Looking down from her high perch, the little lizard shivers with dread, knowing his feelings. Dad is someone who hates reptiles that much. Erno looks up at her with open hands, but the sight of her beloved black tiger doll lying forgotten on the carpet below fills the air with a heavy silence. Clinging desperately to the pillar, the weeping lizard looks down longingly, thinking, "The doll that I was given by my father." Suddenly, the lizard's tiny claws lose their grip, slipping against the smooth surface of the pillar with a startled gasp. The pink lizard tumbles backward into the open air, crying out in panic, "Eh?" Falling helplessly through the high-ceilinged room, she clutches her head and wonders, "What's up? Will I die?" Panic takes over as she hurtles downward, her thoughts racing. "If I fall from here, at least I will have a concussion. No, I'm a lizard in the first place, so why am I sliding on the wall?" As she continues to fall, the world begins to fade into a peaceful pink haze, accompanied by her silent plea, "Just get me out of here." Soft pink petals and leaves float gently across a warm, glowing light, offering a calm transition from the chaotic grand hall. Enveloped by a soothing, brilliant white glow, the tiny lizard closes her eyes and whispers one last word, "Please." The scene shifts to a peaceful mountain landscape under a brilliant blue sky as a calm voice murmurs, "Hmm?" Deep within a quiet forest clearing, the tiny lizard is shown resting safely on top of her black tiger plushie amidst scattered white flowers. A gentle, purple-haired figure in dark robes scoops the little lizard into her palm, saying softly, "Where did you throw your tail? That's stupid indeed." Smiling with warm understanding, the figure gazes at the lizard and says, "Because I already lost my parents. You and I are both in the same situation." Beaming with a friendly yet mischievous smile, she cradles the tiny creature and declares, "Very good. From now on, you will be my pet." Back in the imperial palace, the devious maid stands looking at the gossiping crowd, thinking with immense satisfaction that her work is finished. Walking away with a triumphant grin, she quietly celebrates her success. "I did it. Now I just need to return to the guild and—" Her celebration is cut short as a colossal, terrifying shadow looms directly behind her, whispering a single chilling word: life. A sudden, blood-curdling shriek echoes through the grand hall, sending a shock of terror through the nearby guests. Mela collapses onto her knees on the red carpet, clutching her heavily bleeding wound as Erno's bloodied blade gleams in the dark. Dragging his blood-stained sword behind him, Erno Etam approaches the trembling maid, who stammers, "Lord Erno, that your daughter," while Erno coldly replies, "I already said that child is my daughter." With a terrifying flash of crimson energy, Erno unleashes a devastating strike, asking with absolute malice, "What other reason do you need?" Shrouded in blazing blue magical flames, Erno turns his cold glare toward the terrified nobles, challenging them. "Say try?" Erno's eyes burn with a demonic yellow glow through the blue fire as he looms over the trembling court, noting that the soft mouth that spoke so loudly just now is now completely silent. Duke Miral steps forward, calling out in an attempt to restrain his explosive power. "Erno Etam, do it in moderation. Do you have to let blood shoot here?" Calmly using a white cloth to wipe the blood from his longsword, Erno looks back with an indifferent gaze and says, "At first, if you didn't bring this up, this wouldn't have happened." Duke Miral yells in anger, "From the beginning, you were going to upset me by bringing back that brat, then say her as your daughter. Do you really want to adopt? Besides, it's a reptilian beast." Duke Miral continues, "The possibility that the bloodline of the Etam clan is also very slim, as Erno's bloodied sleeve is shown as he stops his sword." A sudden clash of blades rings out as Erno blocks Duke Miral's attack, sending a loud ring echoing through the grand hall. Erno coldly declares, "That's what I will decide. Either way, it's my baby," as his sword flies through the air and lands on the carpet. Turning his back, Erno adds, "I'll be out of the house for now. Just know that," while Duke Miral grinds his teeth in frustration. Duke Miral shouts after him, "Where are you going? If you go out and cause atrocities?" while the remaining nobles whisper that it must be because of the Lord. Duke Murrell commands, "Stand there. Now don't you know you have a limit?" as Kylo stands quietly next to him. Kylo calmly advises Duke Murrell, "You've gone too far this time," prompting Duke Murrell to gasp in shock. Even Kylo. Kylo explains, "As you heard yesterday, that maidservant used to be an indicator of the bright moon, as the bloodied maid lies unconscious on the carpet." Flashback reveals Duke Murrell's terrifying interrogation of the weeping little Aaron, with Kylo noting, "Even if you have to search to hear the answer from her own mouth, wouldn't that look threatening to a child who doesn't know anything?" Kylo asks, "But are you going to look for her?" And Duke Murrell stubbornly replies, "I don't know." Duke Murrell walks away through the bowing crowd, saying, "Yes, I will order Taram to act. I said I don't know. Take care of yourself." Kylo bows politely, saying, "I'll report it as soon as I see her," as Duke Murrell walks away. Kylo stares quietly with a thoughtful look behind his glasses, keeping his true intentions hidden. The Grand Hall remains in absolute chaos as guests panic over the blood on the floor, calling for a doctor as Kylo stands calmly in the middle of the room. The scene shifts to a peaceful, warm-colored mansion under a soft evening sky. Inside the mansion, the tiny pink lizard sits quietly, looking up with wide, innocent golden eyes. A beautiful girl with long violet hair and a warm, mischievous smile leans over the table to look at the little lizard. Resting on a soft pillow covered in white flowers, the tiny lizard looks around in confusion, thinking, "I've been here since I opened my eyes. I ran away from home, Aaron." In a cute chibi illustration, Aaron remembers her nightmare. "After something like a nightmare happened, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was here with this purple-haired girl." Under a bright, clear sky, the grand orphanage building is shown as the narration states, "And during the preschool, went to the orphanage." The purple-haired girl beams with a joyful, cute smile as Aaron notes, "And in front of my eyes." A decorative card shows the purple-haired girl as the magician, Richard Cullen, with the text, "One of the male assistants of the adoption floor, also the owner of the future magic tower," and readers often call him. Deep purple panels depict Richard's future infamy as a madman. "Let's try flying crazy. If your feet feel hot, dancing will be more fun, right?" A terrifyingly playful Richard smiles through the dark, promising, "What? Don't worry, I won't kill you." Back in reality, Richard leans in close, grinning widely as he says, "Bam Bam, I saved you. That means you're mine now." Looking at the smiling Richard, the sweating little lizard thinks in dread, "Maybe it will change to the main heroine's madman in the future. I've seen something." Richard cradles the tiny creature and asks, "I don't know how, don't see any sign of coming back, but do you originally have no tail?" Startled, the little lizard sweats nervously as Richard adds, "Ah, I know. The wound was also because of being bullied by another lizard, right?" Richard rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully stating, "Of course, whether it's a human or a reptile, all living things are the same. To bully things are different with them." The little lizard looks back in quiet reflection as she considers Richard's words. The narrator explains, "Richard is also a poor child who has lived in prejudice since childhood, as a young Richard is shown clutching a simple loaf of bread. Young Richard walks alone in the shadow of a happy family, with the text stating, 'Different from others? No parents anymore.' Back in the present, Richard gently offers his open hand to the little lizard, calling out, 'Bam Bam.' Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Richard lifts the little lizard into his hand and beams, saying, 'We have to take revenge on the bad guys who bullied you.' Holding the lizard, Richard asks, 'What do you think? Is it okay?' As Irene thinks back to her lonely past life, thinking, 'No one wants to do that. No? Yes?' Peeking from behind the door, Richard joyfully declares, 'You know, good, so from tomorrow we will train,' while the tiny lizard panics, thinking, 'I didn't say anything.' Suddenly, the door is kicked wide open as a stern voice yells, 'Richard!' catching Richard completely off guard as he holds the tiny lizard. A tall, handsome man with light brown hair steps inside, prompting Richard to turn around and complain, "AAA principal, I said you have to knock on the door." The stern principal stands tall, looking down with a serious and unyielding expression. The principal sighs, saying, "Highs, Richard. I know you don't have any friends to go to school with, but with practice," while Richard looks up in frustration. Richard quickly hides the lizard behind his back, squeezing her as he shouts in denial, "It's not because of that." The principal stands with his hands behind his back, staring silently at Richard. Looking at Richard's suspicious posture, the principal asks, "You see?" while Richard sweats nervously. The principal firmly states, "Richard, pets are not allowed in the house," while Richard panics behind his back, thinking, "Not a pet, what to say?" Richard desperately makes excuses, waving his empty hand and stammering, "I'm just hiccuping. Look, there's nothing in my hand." Unmoved by the act, the principal looks down coldly and says, "I see it all behind, Richard. Get out of the way." Refusing to budge, Richard fiercely glares at him and shouts, "I don't like." Richard unleashes a swirling vortex of ice magic, declaring, "Even if you're the principal, I also don't forgive anyone taking my stuff." The scene transitions to an old storybook style, with a banner reading "Story from a Long Time Ago," illustrating a happy family in a parlor. Once upon a time, there was a gentle and honest boy who lived in a harmonious family. Below, the boy gazes up at a legendary sword shining in the heavens. One day, the boy working with his uncle heard the whisper of God, "Raise your sword, protect this land." The end was not long after the war broke out. The boy who received the light of God bravely cut off the enemy's heads, and thanks to the cleverness of the boy who won the war, the scene that followed was brutal, with children, bodies, and heroes mourning. Standing in a dark room before a tiny coffin, the grieving hero thinks, "What does it mean to be a victorious hero? I have lost my wife and children." He fell into mourning, leaving the village to hide his tracks. No one knows for sure where the victorious hero went, though many rumors continue to circulate. Richard glares fiercely at the principal, releasing a swirling storm of ice magic as he declares that even if he's the principal, he won't be forgiven. As a harsh blizzard fills the room, the tiny pink lizard tenses up in fear, thinking that the situation is becoming quite dangerous. The principal stands calmly with his arms crossed, unfazed by Richard's freezing magic, as he mentions the victorious hero. Richard argues passionately, claiming that he didn't intend to abandon Bam Bam, but rather brought the creature to a better place where it could be fed well. The principal tells Richard to stop being so stubborn, while Richard looks back with a softer expression and tells the lizard to make sure no one else catches her. With a sudden leap, the tiny lizard springs out from behind Richard's back and lands on the floor, surprising both Richard and the principal. Richard gasps in shock as Bam Bam jumps out, while the principal looks down in confusion, whispering, "A lizard?" The tiny pink lizard lies flat on the wooden floor, looking completely adorable and helpless. Knowing she has been caught, the clever little lizard politely bows her head in a respectful greeting to the imposing principal, who watches in sheer disbelief. The principal stares down at the bowing creature, utterly speechless and questioning his own eyes. The tiny lizard eagerly nods her head up and down with a joyful expression, as if to say, "Yes, yes." Richard looks on in amazement, thinking it is incredibly magical that the lizard seems to understand human language perfectly. The principal rubs his chin thoughtfully, contemplating that if it is a special lizard of this size, there might be more to it. To their great surprise, the principal decides to let Richard keep the lizard for the time being. Before stepping out of the room, the principal tells Richard to educate the lizard well, noting that it is late and he must leave. Richard stands quietly in the center of the room, staring at the door as the principal leaves, while Bam Bam sits on the floor watching him. Turning to the lizard with wide eyes, Richard excitedly asks, "What was that just now? How did you do that?" Kneeling down to scoop up the tiny creature, Richard beams with pure joy, declaring that his eyes were not wrong and that it is their destiny because she is the most special lizard in the world. Holding the small lizard high in his hands, Richard smiles warmly and softly tells her, "You and I both have places to go." Gently cradling the lizard against his cheek, Richard warns her with a sweet but slightly mischievous smile that if she tries to run away... As Richard hugs her close, the sweating little lizard feels a chill of worry and remembers her past life as Erin, wondering what lies ahead. Enveloped in a warm, glowing light and surrounded by white flowers, Richard peacefully sits on the floor, holding the tiny creature close to his heart. Under a bright, clear blue sky, the grand towers and roof of the academy stand peacefully among the tall pine trees. Inside the bustling dining hall, students gather at the wooden tables to eat while staff members serve hot meals from the counter. Sitting at a dining table, a student looks over as Richard approaches, noting that he has finally arrived. Richard politely holds out his plate as a server scoops a portion of noodles onto it, saying, "That's it, Richard." In the background, other students watch Richard with disdainful expressions, whispering that he skips practice all day but is still the first to show up hungry. Another student complains with irritation, wondering aloud why the principal loves Richard so much that he even gets to use a spacious single-person room. A student remarks with a sneer that Richard used to be a slave, suggesting the principal only takes pity on him because of his past. As Richard holds his tray of noodles, a cruel comment mocks him, the kind of pet that just lies on the ground. Richard walks past the gossiping students, his expression hidden as they continue to mock him, calling him an unlucky person. Enraged by their cruelty, Richard suddenly slams his wooden food tray directly into the face of the boy who was mocking him, sending spaghetti and sauce flying everywhere. Standing in front of the shocked dining hall, Richard coldly declares that they are too noisy, calling them stupid pigs. Staring down at the boy who is covered in spaghetti sauce, Richard's eyes glow with a cold, menacing light as he demands, "Hey, say it again. Lies on the ground?" As the terrified boy stammers, Richard unleashes his dangerous ice magic, coldly asking, "Don't you remember? So let me remind you." Suddenly, a strong hand reaches out and firmly grabs Richard's wrist, stopping him from casting a spell. The principal, wearing an apron, holds Richard's wrist to diffuse his magic, sternly reminding him, "I said it's forbidden to use magic on people." Richard tries to pull his hand away, yelling in frustration, "But principal, you heard it too. They..." Looking down with a heavy heart, the principal warns Richard that using such powerful magic is dangerous because the opponent could die. Feeling deeply misunderstood and hurt, Richard's eyes well up with tears as he bites his lip in silent frustration. Breaking free from the principal's grip, Richard shouts angrily, "What does it matter if they die? They still want me dead." The principal calls out to him in concern, but Richard is too consumed by anger to listen. Shaking off the principal's attempt to stop him, Richard tearfully screams, "Let it go! Principal, you don't know anything!" Turning his back on everyone, Richard runs out of the cafeteria doors while the principal shouts after him, asking where he is going. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the cafeteria as the remaining students and the principal stare at the doorway in shock. As the sun sets, casting a beautiful orange glow across the sky, the tiny pink lizard sits quietly on a high windowsill, looking out at the evening horizon. Looking down from her spot, Bam Bam remembers her past self, Iron, and thinks of Richard, wondering what is wrong with him and remembering that he had told her to bring back fruit. An empty room is shown as a sound echoes near a bed, accompanied by a voice calling out, "I need help." Looking incredibly worried, the tiny pink lizard realizes the situation and panics, thinking, "Richard left home." The stern principal kneels down on the wooden floor of the empty room, looking around in search of any clues. As the principal searches near the bed, the clever little lizard peeks her head out from underneath the bedsheets. Contemplating the situation, the principal notes that the creature clearly understands human language, while the nervous lizard sweats under his gaze. The principal gently extends his open hand, which glows with a soft, inviting light. Surrounded by beautifully illustrated roses, the principal kneels down and offers his hand to the tiny pink lizard, inviting her to join him. The scene transitions as the sunset casts a warm glow over the tall pine trees, and the sound of chirping fills the quiet evening air. A sudden, powerful gust of wind rustles the forest leaves as someone dashes through the woods at incredible speed. Wearing a dark hooded cloak, the principal leaps gracefully through the tree canopy, asking, "How are you, Bam Bam?" Leaping through the forest, the principal asks, "Can you feel the smell of Richard?" While the terrified pink lizard clings to his shoulder, thinking, "I don't know, save me." Sprinting at high speed, the principal reassures himself that Richard couldn't have gone too far, while the panicked lizard cries out, "Just like this, I will fall out. Are you going to kill me?" Clinging desperately to the principal's cloak as wind tears past them, the tearful lizard thinks, "I don't know the smell, but live first." Crouching on a high branch overlooking a distant town at sunset, the principal determines that Richard has gone to the village since he usually visits that side. Looking at the shivering creature on his shoulder, the principal wonders if she is simply sensitive because she's a lizard, while she thinks, maybe. With a sudden and powerful leap, the principal launches himself off the sturdy tree branch and heads toward the ground. Landing gracefully near a pile of wooden crates, the principal tells the lizard that she should stop from this point on. Placing the tiny lizard on top of a wooden crate, the principal explains that the village is too dangerous for her and instructs her to search the outskirts instead. Leaning closer to the tiny creature, the principal gently presents a cloth glowing with soft light, instructing, "If you find Richard, tell me. This is my scent." Presenting another cloth, the principal notes that it contains Richard's scent. The little lizard sweats in disbelief, thinking that she is a lizard and not a tracking dog, questioning how she could possibly track scents. Suddenly, a glowing violet trail of light appears in the air, guiding the way as the amazed lizard thinks, "What? I seem to know and see the way." Pulling his hood up, the principal bids farewell, reminding the lizard to walk carefully near the walls during her search. Left alone on the wooden crate, the small pink lizard looks thoroughly unamused and exhausted, with yellow spirals spinning behind her. Gazing at the beautiful sunset, the worried lizard thinks that although she isn't sure if she can find him, she must try because she is too concerned, marveling at how powerful her new sense of smell is. Night falls as a bright, glowing full moon shines peacefully in the starry blue sky above the quiet forest trees. Sniffing the stone pavement along the empty village path, the determined little lizard thinks, "It seems to be around here." Peeking from behind a brick wall, the lizard spots a lonely child sitting on a swing under a large tree in the distance, crying softly. Crying quietly on the swing, the lonely purple-haired child is completely unaware as the tiny pink lizard carefully climbs up his back. With a start, the tearful child turns his head in surprise as the small lizard suddenly climbs onto his shoulder. Smiling warmly, the lizard squeaks happily while the surprised child tearfully asks, "Bam Bam?" Tearfully looking at the tiny creature, the child asks with a gentle smile if she came all this way to find him, as she happily responds with a squeak. Holding the small lizard close, the child wonders how she could make such a journey when her tiny body must be so tired, while the exhausted lizard sweat drops. Sitting quietly on the swing under the tree, the child softly apologizes to the lizard, explaining that something very upsetting happened today because of some troublemakers. Remembering the bullies, the child explains that he already dealt with them so they won't be shouting for a while, as the lizard remembers the tied-up boys and sweat drops nervously. The child recalls how one of the boys, Ash, had been bragging disgustingly about being adopted and finding new parents, which deeply annoyed him. The swing creaks softly in the silent night as the child sits in quiet contemplation under the bright moon. Clenching his fists, the child defensively declares that he isn't jealous at all and is living perfectly well without parents, while the lizard watches him silently. Looking toward the warm, glowing windows of a village house, the child admits that sometimes he cannot help but think about it. In a warm flashback, a happy family is shown welcoming their children home as the child wonders why his parents abandoned him and if they hated him so much. Recalling another warm scene of a mother caring for her child, the child notes that he understands why, as ordinary people are terrified of magicians. Gripping the swing's rope tightly, the child's hand trembles as he quietly whispers, "If so." Looking incredibly sorrowful, the child tearfully wishes he had just been left alone from the very beginning so he could disappear from the world, while the lizard listens with deep sympathy. A silhouette reveals the overarching story. Sharn met Richard before they grew up, and that is when Richard discovered the truth, that he is actually the lost youngest son of the prestigious Cullen family. Against a dark, starry background, a sudden realization flashes through the mind, offering a ray of hope for the future. Visualizing a happier path, the thought arises that once Richard finds his family, he will become much gentler instead of being consumed by resentment. Framed by elegant pink roses and a bright window, the thought continues that this future would bring a peaceful life for both Sharn and Richard. Showing a beautiful silhouette of a gentleman proposing to a lady, the narration wonders if such a life wouldn't be much better for everyone. Snapping back to the present, the tiny pink lizard suddenly leaps off the child's shoulder and lands directly on his lap. Standing proudly on the child's lap, the heroic little lizard points forward and confidently thinks, "I will find a family for you." The lonely child stops crying, staring in complete shock and wonder at the brave tiny lizard standing heroically before him. Determined to comfort him, Bam Bam thinks, "It's not that your family abandoned you. There's a story behind it. I will find a family for you, believe me. I can do it," as she dances excitedly on Richard's lap while he sits quietly on the swing. Looking incredibly enthusiastic, Bam Bam points forward and thinks, "So let's go back first," as she glows with a determined light. Under the beautiful night sky, Richard sits silently on the swing, looking down in complete astonishment at the brave little lizard standing on his lap. Baffled by her sudden energetic display, Richard asks in confusion, "What are you talking about?" while Bam Bam collapses onto his lap, completely dizzy with spirals spinning behind her. Sensing her exhaustion, Richard reaches out a large, gentle hand and tenderly pats the little lizard's head to comfort her. Surrounded by beautiful white blossoms, Richard breaks into a warm, bright smile with a fanged grin as he holds onto the swing ropes. Richard continues to gently pet Bam Bam's back and neck, his touch bringing a sense of warmth and comfort to the tiny creature. Bam Bam opens her mouth slightly, letting out a soft sigh as she relaxes under his gentle touch. Suddenly, Bam Bam lets out a loud sneeze, startling Richard as she shivers on his lap under the chilly night air. Looking deeply worried, Richard lifts Bam Bam carefully in both hands and asks, "Bam Bam? Got a cold?" while Bam Bam realizes it was just an itchy nose. As the swing ropes creak against the tree branch, Richard notes, "It can't be. The wind is getting colder and colder." Deciding it is time to head back, Richard walks through the village streets under the starry sky, with Bam Bam riding comfortably on his shoulder. Richard walks briskly, his boots clicking softly against the village cobblestone pavement. Carrying Bam Bam on his shoulder, Richard passes by a shop window filled with colorful gift boxes and a lollipop poster. The two make their way across a stone bridge, passing by other villagers as they head home in the quiet evening. Nearby in the village square, the principal in a dark cloak stands talking to a frail old lady leaning on a walking cane under a street lamp. The old lady coughs softly into her hand as she speaks to the principal, who listens to her with deep respect and concern. Smiling warmly, the old lady points the way, sharing some helpful information with the principal. Hearing her words, the principal sprints across the stone bridge toward Richard, who is standing quietly near the water. Reunited on the bridge, the principal wraps his arms around Richard in a warm embrace, while the glowing pink spirit of Erin watches them tenderly. Watching the heartwarming reunion, the beautiful pink-haired Erin smiles gently in her translucent spirit form. Overwhelmed with emotion, Richard clings tightly to the principal, crying silently as he buries his face in his chest. Back in the safety of their room, Richard sleeps peacefully under his blanket, while Bam Bam curls up on the windowsill under the soft moonlight. The door creaks open as the principal peeks into the quiet room, asking softly, "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Looking at the small pink creature on the windowsill, the principal remarks, "You must be a nocturnal lizard." Sitting down on a wooden chair beside Richard's bed, the principal speaks softly to Bam Bam, saying, "I want to thank you. It's brightened a lot since Richard met you." Looking at the sleeping boy, the principal thinks to himself, although Richard looks strong, he remembers how Richard was despised and humiliated by malicious bullies for being the child of a wizard, which forced him to close his mind to others. Looking sad and contemplative, the principal continues, "This is my personal opinion, but I don't think Richard's parents would have let him go." Holding a sealed brown paper parcel decorated with autumn leaves and feathers, the principal explains, "They say that wizards are particularly attentive to their own flesh and blood. That's why I've been trying to find Richard's parents, but there's no progress." Turning his gaze back to the windowsill, the principal entreats, "Lizard, please take good care of Richard. You might be able to fill this child's void." He opens the door to leave the room, quietly reflecting, "Even though so many children have become independent here, children are still difficult for me." Bam Bam watches him leave, wistfully thinking, "If I could have spoken," as she remembers Richard's warm smile on the swing. With a soft sigh of relief, Bam Bam flops down onto her pillow next to the fast-asleep Richard. Staring at him tenderly, she thinks of how peaceful his sleeping face looks. Suddenly, Bam Bam starts squirming on her pillow, complaining, "Oh, it tickles. Something on my back? I've been itching lately." Exhausted from the persistent itching, Bam Bam rests her head on the pillow, looking thoroughly tired and annoyed. She closes her eyes to sleep, desperately hoping to be back as a man tomorrow. That night was no different than any other night, except that the moon was exceptionally bright and brilliant, casting a beautiful glow as white butterflies danced in the air. The scene shifts as a wooden staff slams heavily onto the floor, and a voice grumbles in frustration, "Damn, the damn director." A younger, purple-haired Richard stands panting and gritting his teeth in anger, clutching his wooden staff tightly. Running down the corridor and slamming the doors behind him, the young Richard vows, "Just wait, when I'm bigger, I'll never see you again." In the present, Richard bursts into the room with a bright smile, calling out, "Bam Bam, I'm here. I'll bring fruit from below." However, Richard freezes at the door as he notices a mysterious pink-haired girl standing in the middle of his room. The elegant, pink-haired girl stands with her back to him, bathed in the soft glow of the room. The beautiful girl turns around, revealing her stunning golden eyes. In her hands, she is holding a translucent, shed lizard skin. Richard stands completely frozen in shock, his eyes wide as he stares at the stranger in his room. Staring in absolute disbelief, Richard's purple eye widens as he gasps in surprise. Snapping out of his shock, Richard points at her in alarm and demands, "What? Who are you? Who is in my room?" While the girl frantically waves her hands, pleading, "Wait, listen to me." Looking nervous and sweating, the girl holds her shed skin labeled Erin's skin with a question mark over her head as Richard commands her to go. A close-up shows a hand clenching tightly around a translucent shed lizard skin as mysterious energy hums. Looking down at the young girl, Richard demands in disbelief, "You? You?" While Iron looks up in confusion, murmuring, unleashing a freezing blast of ice magic, Richard growls in a rage, "My Bam Bam, you bastard dare to... What did you do with my Bam Bam?" In a brief memory, the director's warning echoes, "Your opponent may die." The warning continues, "It's risky." Gritting his teeth, Richard forces himself to clench his fist and dispel the dangerous ice magic. Hearing the commotion, the director rushes up the stairs as Richard shouts from above, "Get Bam Bam off and go away." The director bursts in, declaring, "If you don't want to get hurt, go quickly," while Richard points furiously at the terrified Erin, and the director asks, "Richard, what's the fuss about this?" Richard turns to the director in a panic, explaining, "Director, a stranger came into my room." Richard points accusingly at the trembling girl, shouting, "You keep talking nonsense. She said she was Bam Bam," while Iron stands nervously in her oversized clothes. A close-up reveals a large, plump pink lizard tail peeking out from beneath Aaron's cloak. A warm fire crackles in the fireplace of the director's office, where the conversation continues. The narration notes 5 years old. Sitting in the parlor, the director says gently, "There are no guardians. Your name is Aaron." Sitting on the sofa surrounded by white blossoms, Aaron quietly responds, "Yes." Looking bewildered, Richard sits next to the director, who explains, "She's really Bam Bam? They say it's an animal man between animals and humans." An atmospheric scene shows lizards climbing tropical trees. The director's narration explains, "In particular, lizard men live in tropical regions, so they rarely come here. But this is the first time I've met them in person." Aaron listens quietly, thinking, this means that it is a region with hot weather all year round. In quiet contemplation, Aaron remembers, "I made a wish last night." She recalls waking up in bed as a human girl with a note nearby, completely bewildered. She worries, but shouldn't I have been warned? If it was a little later, it would have been a big deal. The director looks at her gently and asks, "Aaron, I'm sorry, but let's make sure. Did you lose your mom or dad or—" Aaron looks down sadly, whispering, A dark, tense background symbolizes a sense of looming dread and danger. A menacing shadow of a nobleman with glowing yellow eyes looms over Aaron, leaving her trembling in absolute terror. Noticing her fear, the director stops asking, saying softly, "Right, you don't have to say anything." Clenching his fist tightly, the director thinks to himself in frustration, "I don't understand. An animal man who can grow only with parents to take care of her? Who dares?" Letting out a soft sigh, the director proposes, "All right, Aaron, would you like to stay with Richard here for the time being?" Sitting on the couch, Aaron's pink tail twitches as she thinks nervously, "I'll have to figure out how to handle the tail first." Trying to hide her tail, Aaron apologizes. "Oh, I'm sorry. I tried to put it in my skirt, but it didn't work." The director reassures her warmly, "No, I didn't mean that. Nothing to apologize for." Standing up, the director tells them, "After I went to the capital, it would be good to find out information about the animal men there, too." Aaron asks in surprise, "Capital?" As the director gathers books from his desk and answers, "Yes, there are various things to deal with." Aaron looks thoughtful, repeating, "Capital, A magnificent, glittering white mansion is shown, representing the prestigious Cullen estate. Flashback to 3 days earlier. Richard looks at Aaron on the sofa, thinking, then, sitting gracefully amidst flowers, a young girl looks up hopefully as the narration continues, I can find... A beautifully packaged gift box is filled with a large lollipop and colorful candies. A wooden box contains a collection of treasures like dried fruit, pine cones, crystals, and colorful berries. A voice happily exclaims, "Ta-da! Is it pretty?" Looking down at the treasures, Aaron asks, "Really, Richard? Did you collect all this?" Richard grins proudly and replies, "Yeah." Two little birds watch from a tree branch as Richard explains, "You pick up a lot of pretty things when you walk around the backyard." A close-up shows one of his collected treasures, acorns, along with red maple leaves falling gently through the air. Proudly holding up a pixelated centipede, Richard exclaims, "Centipede corpse," while Aaron shrieks in absolute horror, "Arg!" Covering her face in disgust, Aaron yells, "Why did you pick that up?" While Richard smiles warmly, replying, "Isn't it something geometrical? Looks amazing." Holding hands, the two children run happily through a beautiful sunlit birch forest. The narration reads, "It's been 3 days since I came back as a human. Richard brought me here." Richard enthusiastically talks to Aaron, who looks exasperated as he says, "The secret was the centipede's body. There are other things that are really pretty." Holding up a sparkling blue gemstone, Richard asks eagerly, "Here, is it pretty?" While Aaron stares in surprise. Richard shows off a warm, fanged grin as he holds the beautiful blue stone up to the light. Recognizing the gem, Aaron is struck by a sudden realization. This is Erno's. Seeing her reaction, Richard asks, "Why? Do you like this, Bam Bam?" Aaron blushes slightly and stammers, "Huh? Well." Aaron gently protests, "But my name is Aaron," while Richard looks at her and replies, "I know." Holding the gemstone over his purple eye with a bright, playful smile, Richard declares, "But I called you Bam Bam because I saved you. That's why you're Bam Bam." Looking at the sparkling blue gemstone reflecting her gaze, Aaron thinks tenderly, "Anyway, I wish I could call you by my real name." Holding up a small, glittering blue gemstone, Richard turns to Aaron with a playful gaze and asks, "Shall I give Bam Bam this?" While she looks up in wide-eyed wonder, gasping, "Really?" Chibi Richard happily notes that before giving a gift, there must be something to receive in return, asking, "What will Bam Bam give me?" as Aaron hesitates thoughtfully under the rustling trees. In a burst of light, the adorable pink lizard form of Bam Bam pops up with a determined look, ready to make a grand declaration. Sitting together on the grass, Erin looks at her box of treasures as Richard firmly declares, "Richard, I'll take you to the capital." Taken aback by her words, Richard gasps in surprise as a gentle breeze blows leaves past them. The two children exchange shocked looks at the suddenness of the declaration, marking it as a truly firm and surprising answer. Richard lies back relaxed on the grass, complaining, "The capital stinks, there are too many people and complex," while Irene enthusiastically counts on her fingers, saying, "Oh, that's not all. There are candies, fruits, and—" Scurrying closer to Richard with absolute excitement, Erin beams, "More than that, there's even a surprise that Richard couldn't imagine," leaving Richard completely intrigued. Richard sits up and asks, "What is that?" But Erin mysteriously replies with a smile, "It is a secret, but I'm sure Richard will be surprised." Richard looks down thoughtfully at the glowing blue gemstone in his hand, contemplating her words in the quiet forest. Erin flashes a warm, bright smile, her eyes full of hope and happiness. Erin quietly worries to herself about what might happen if she can't go to the capital or if Richard doesn't like her secret gift. Leaning in close with a warm, fanged grin, Richard holds the sparkling blue gemstone between them, creating a magical moment. Richard's gentle voice echoes in a soft promise, "Bam Bam, you will be by my side forever." Looking deeply into Iren's eyes, Richard proposes warmly, "Since we're both single, let's be family to each other." Erin gazes down with a serious and slightly blushed expression, her heart pounding at his words. Against a bright, glowing background of white flowers, the two children seal their heartfelt promise with a pinky swear. In a cute crayon drawing, the plan begins. Tomorrow morning, a stick figure representing Richard will walk alongside a large carriage. The crayon drawing continues, showing Richard introducing himself to the carriage's occupants in front of the building. The drawings map out the escape plan, illustrating how they can sneak and hide under the coachman's seat inside a narrow compartment while the coachman is away. A hand-drawn crayon map shows the carriage traveling along a winding path through mountains and forests toward the red-circled capital, as long as they can remain undetected. Squealing with pride, Erin holds up her crayon masterpiece, eager to show off her knowledge and planning skills. Sitting in the bedroom, Richard stares blankly at Erin, processing her wild ideas. Chibi Richard gives a blunt, flat evaluation of her escape plan, labeling it as completely reckless. Pointing at the crayon drawings scattered on the floor, Richard warns, "You know the director's personality. He never allows it. What are you going to do if you get caught?" While Erin mumbles nervously, "Well..." Scratching her head with a sheepish smile, Erin asks, "Be okay if I somehow manage to hide well?" To which Richard can only respond with skepticism. Looking at Erin's smiling face, Richard reminds her that it takes a whole week to reach the capital, visualizing the grueling reality of them crammed together in a dark, jolting box under the carriage seat. Looking at her doubts, Richard asks, "It's really hard?" as Erin listens intently. They visualize the steps of their journey, including finding the pink-haired Erno to hand over the fragment and carefully sneaking around to withdraw money from the bank. Pointing out the challenges, Richard notes, "Capital to do all these plans? There are other good things," while Erin listens with a serious, focused face. Richard holds up the drawings and asks gently, "Bam Bam wants to go to the capital, right?" leaving Erin surprised. Looking at the crayon drawing of the two of them happily holding lollipops in front of a castle under a rainbow, Erin remembers her promise to go to the capital with Richard. With a determined look in his eyes, Richard decides, "Let's try." Leaning close to Erin, Richard smiles warmly and says, "Did you promise yesterday? We are family." Reaching out his hand with a charming, fanged smile, Richard declares, "Whatever Bam Bam does." Erin looks up at him, her large golden eyes sparkling with pure gratitude and affection. Standing tall, Richard extends his hand to Erin sitting on the floor, declaring their official decision to embark on the journey. Deep in the forest, a large wooden horse-drawn carriage stands ready, as the coachman speaks with the traveler. Squeezed tightly inside the incredibly narrow compartment under the carriage seat, Erin turns red and cries out, "I didn't know it would be so narrow," while tangled with Richard's legs. While their cute imagination pictured them sitting comfortably side by side, the cramped reality has them squished and crying in discomfort inside the tiny space. Trying to break the awkward tension, Richard looks down and whispers, "Oh, Erin," to which she blinks in confusion, asking, "Huh?" The close-up shows Erin looking incredibly adorable with sparkling yellow eyes and flushed cheeks, making the moment even more intense. Feeling his face grow incredibly hot, Richard blushes furiously as he stares at her in the cramped darkness. Quickly turning his head away to hide his extreme embarrassment, Richard stammers, "No, nothing," leaving Erin completely puzzled. Erin blinks in surprise at his sudden reaction, wondering what is wrong. Suddenly, the carriage wheel rolls over a rough bump with a sharp creak, jolting Erin as her eyes widen in shock. Outside, the coachman confirms with the traveler that they have no massive cargo. Inside the dark compartment, the carriage begins to move with a violent rumble, throwing Richard and Iron against each other in chaotic motion. As the carriage rolls roughly down the bumpy, rocky forest path, the kids realize their smooth escape plan has run into a bumpy reality. In a sudden warm glow of magic, a soft hand gently clasps another, sparking a bright light of connection. Sitting on a plush sofa, a handsome, dark-haired nobleman holds the glowing hand of a young girl with dark, wavy hair as mysterious magical energy surrounds them. The dark-haired nobleman sits beside a young girl on a sofa, his hand glowing with golden magic in hers. He narrows his eyes thoughtfully, murmuring, "That's weird." Looking back on his memories, the nobleman recalls how other Itham family members usually calm down within 10 minutes, making him wonder why this young girl is so different from the rest. The golden magical glow fades as their hands gently part, leaving them in a silent, lingering moment. Touching his head in clear exhaustion, the nobleman abruptly cuts the session short, declaring, "I don't need it. This is a waste of time. Your work is done. Go back to your room," despite the girl protesting that the purge is not over yet. Left behind on the sofa, the girl flinches in distress as a loud slam echoes through the room, signaling his sudden departure. Sitting completely alone in the middle of the massive, dimly lit bedroom, a heavy silence falls over the girl as she stares blankly ahead. Out in the grand hallway, two boys run eagerly after their father as he walks away, calling out urgently, "Dad, wait a minute." The black-haired boy asks if there is any new information, to which his father replies with a heavy heart. He recalls the reports from his search team, who have found absolutely no trace of his missing daughter, despite daily efforts. As they walk down the corridor, the son notes that she wouldn't leave a trace, since there was no compelling reason for her to run away in the first place. Looking down thoughtfully, the black-haired son wears a glowing blue earring as his chibi self advises the father to be patient, adding that Irene wouldn't want to see her father in such a distressed state. In a chibi flashback, the red-haired son recalls his own investigation where he had to use fire magic to intimidate uncooperative officials into revealing the account access logs. Smiling with a playful, fanged grin, the red-haired son cheerfully remarks that if those uncooperative people don't want to die, they had better obey him, while his black-haired brother walks ahead. With a soft creak of the heavy doors, the father and his two sons enter the quiet bedchamber together. Walking inside, the father's footsteps echo softly on the ground floor as he approaches the bed. A warm memory of his beloved daughter flashes in his mind, showing her waking up happily in her beautiful bed, bidding him a cheerful good morning. Back in reality, the bright morning light reveals an empty, cold bed with the rain pouring heavily against the windows outside. Sitting heavily on the edge of the empty bed, the heartbroken father sinks his hand into the soft sheets, overwhelmed by her absence. A dark, heavy texture fills the frame, reflecting the gloomy, sorrowful thoughts weighing down on the grieving father's heart. Sitting alone in the dark chamber, the nobleman reflects on the past, admitting to himself that at first his feelings were definitely different. Looking back on his portrait, the narration reads that it was initially just curiosity and interest about the unfamiliar emotions and senses she managed to arouse in him. He admits that he had grown tired of the emotional games he used to play, seeking an escape from his monotonous life. Standing before a pile of discarded toys, a wooden sword, and a birdcage, he recalls how he simply thought about doing something amusing after such a long time. A charming framed illustration displays a loving father holding up his cute pink-haired daughter, describing a father who deeply loves his bunny-like child. Pointing to a broken wooden chest and spilled candles, the narration reveals his cold past intentions, that once he got bored of the game, he was simply going to dismiss her. But as memories of holding her small hand and sharing warm smiles fill his mind, he realizes everything changed, and she transformed from a fake daughter who merely pretended to love him to a cherished daughter whom he has truly and deeply come to love with all his heart. Startled from his painful thoughts, the father's hand flinches against the bedsheet as a voice suddenly calls out, "Dad?" Standing before their father, the two boys look at him with deep concern, asking if he is all right since he has been unusually silent for a long time. With a cold and resolute expression, the father instructs Ribian to cancel all of his appointments for the day, explaining that he has somewhere he must go immediately, leaving both boys utterly shocked. When one of his sons points out that he is scheduled to meet with Duke Duncan soon, the father flatly orders him to cancel it anyway. Leaving his stunned sons behind, the father shuts the door. The boys cry out in disbelief, protesting that the crucial meeting had been planned for 2 long months and that he had been looking forward to it. As his firm footsteps carry him down the hallway, the narration notes that he had promised her wealth, a house, and everything she could ever want, yet she still chose to leave. Deeply troubled, he wonders if his actions lacked sincerity or if there had been some critical misunderstanding between them. Standing alone by a towering window, the father stares out at the heavy rain, wondering if there was another reason for her sudden departure. Clutching his forehead in deep sorrow and distress, the father stands overwhelmed by grief and regret in the quiet, shadowed corridor. Deep in the forest, the pink-haired Irene stands beside her purple-haired companion, both looking anxious as they face their path ahead. A stern, brown-haired man in a dark traveler's cloak crosses his arms and questions them, pointing out that it takes a whole week to reach the capital and asking if they really tried to sneak away inside the carriage. The cloaked man scolds them, asking if they have any idea what they just did and adding that if they hadn't checked the card, it would have been foolish to stop now. Looking at a relieved but disappointed Aaron, the man says, "I'm glad you're okay. A carriage will be called from a nearby town, so just go straight home." Desperate to continue, Aaron pleads with the stern man, crying out, "I have an important job in the capital. Please let me go with you." But the man flatly refuses. The man warns them of the grim reality, describing how incredibly dangerous the capital is for young children, especially at night when the dark alleys are crawling with criminals and human traffickers. Erin desperately insists that she has an incredibly important task to perform there, but the man calmly offers to take care of it for her instead. Just then, her companion steps forward to help. Looking determined, the purple-haired girl steps in and pleads, "Sir, I promised Bam Bam to go with me to the capital." Against a serene background of light blue leaves, the narration bubble simply reads, "That's why." Erin opens her small hands, revealing a brilliant, sparkling dark blue gemstone glowing in her palms. With a look of absolute determination on her face, Erin holds out her hands to show the glowing blue gem to the skeptical man. The purple-haired girl looks on with wide, startled eyes, surprised by the sudden and dramatic revelation of the treasure. Erin confidently explains to the cloaked man that she and the Etham family know each other well, adding that they won't accept the gemstone unless she delivers it in person. Highly surprised, the man asks if she truly knows the Itham family, warning that if he goes alone, the family might suspect him of wrongdoing instead. Looking down with sad, remorseful eyes, Erin apologizes sincerely for her recklessness and for causing him so much trouble. Erin looks at him with pleading yellow eyes, desperately insisting that without the gemstone, the family can be in great danger. Looking highly skeptical, the cloaked man remains silent as Erin's companion urgently begs him to hurry, since they can hear everything. Annoyed by their continuous pleading, the man snaps at them about listening to other people's conversations, while the coachman apologizes and warns that they still have a long way to go to reach the city. Clutching her hands tightly against her chest, Erin desperately promises to stay calm and listen to everything he says. Standing in the middle of the dark forest, Erin pleads with tears in her eyes, begging the man to take her along to the capital as well. The stern man looks down at the crying girl, his expression softening slightly with surprise and pity. Feeling a pang of sympathy, the man closes his eyes as he quietly reconsiders his decision. Sighing in defeat, the man relents and tells them they can explain all the details on the way, ordering them to move quickly before it gets dark. Erin's eyes sparkle with immense joy as she happily cheers in celebration of his permission. Running ahead with a bright smile, Erin cheerfully thanks her purple-haired companion while promising to be extremely careful. Walking together along the dirt path, a heavy, silent atmosphere suddenly settles over Erin's purple-haired companion. Looking down with a deeply troubled shadow over her eyes, the purple-haired girl quietly mutters Richard's name. Looking increasingly anxious, the purple-haired girl clenches her fist as she mutters Richard's name once more. Standing alone in the dim forest, she clenches her hands tightly and murmurs her nickname, Bam Bam. Staring at Erin's back as she walks ahead, her companion's eyes remain hidden in a dark shadow of deep contemplation. Quickly shaking off her gloomy thoughts, the purple-haired girl playfully leans in and praises Erin's amazing adaptability, catching her off guard. Recalling a past memory, she holds up a sparkling dark gemstone, reminding Erin of the jewelry she gave her the other day. Smiling playfully, she admits that she forgot about it too, while Erin nervously tries to bring up Richard. In a sudden, warm gesture of reassurance, the purple-haired girl gently grasps Erin's hand. Smiling brightly, she tells Erin to hurry up as she pulls her along down the forest path. Erin beams with a sweet, happy smile as she eagerly suggests going to the village to have a delicious dinner. A close-up of Erin's glowing yellow eyes shows a sparkling reflection of hope and excitement for what lies ahead. With their agreement set, the horse-drawn carriage rolls down the sunny forest path toward their new destination. A dark, heavy texture fills the frame as the narration warns of a fragile situation that is like a ticking time bomb, never knowing when it might collapse. Staring blankly at a tall, unstable wooden block tower, Erin sits with a deeply worried and anxious expression on her face. Arriving at a grand mansion, the purple-haired girl is completely amazed by the polished marble floor, while the man warns Richard not to look away and to follow him closely. Pointing excitedly toward a luxurious elevator, she loudly marvels at how classy the place is. Happily stomping around the hallway, the purple-haired girl wonders if the soft floor is made of clouds, prompting the man to firmly tell her not to stomp. Discovering a table laden with delicious pastries, she asks who left the food and if she can eat it, while Erin explains that the mansion is providing it for them. Stuffing her face with colorful macarons, she happily comments on how cool it is, prompting Erin to ask why she is speaking with her mouth full. Calling out to both Richard and Erin, the stern man tells them to listen carefully and remember his instructions. Standing by the table, the man explains that he must head to the capital for business, promising to return in 4 nights and ordering them not to leave the mansion at all in the meantime. Holding up a decorative golden device, he instructs them to contact him first through this communication channel if anything happens or if they need to ask him something. Listening quietly, Erin nods in understanding as the man adds that he will take a closer look at her gemstone once he returns from his work. Clapping his hands together to mark the end of their conversation, the man prepares to bid them goodbye. As the warm sunset glows behind the grand estate, they prepare to have a hearty dinner, unpack their belongings, and get ready for bed. Night falls over the quiet mansion with a soft, magical blue light shimmering outside the towering bedroom window. Snuggled together under the warm blankets, Erin and her purple-haired companion sleep soundly and peacefully in the massive bed. Standing quietly by the red curtains of the doorway, the cloaked man looks back at the sleeping children with a heavy, protective gaze. Gently pulling the heavy red curtain aside, the man softly mutters to himself as he prepares to depart into the night. With a soft click of the lock, the heavy doors shut quietly behind him as he slips out into the cool night air. Walking down the dimly lit cobbled streets of the town, the cloaked man is plagued by doubt, wondering if it was truly the right decision to bring her along. A painful memory flashes in his mind of his beloved daughters crying and desperately begging him to let them go to the capital with him. Pulling his hood down to hide his grim expression, the man is overwhelmed by the heavy burden of his memories. Staring at a framed portrait of his happy family, a single word regretting appears, reflecting his deep sorrow and regret over the past. Back in the room, various items are neatly laid out on the vanity table, including a communication tool, emergency beads, a robe, a request letter, and sweet chocolates. Dressed in a traveler's hooded cloak, Erin holds up a single gold coin and notes that her emergency fund consists of 30,000 roast. In a chibi illustration, Erin imagines the difficulty of reaching the Cullen family, visualizing herself being ambushed by angry knights accusing her of stealing the Etam family relic, while noting how expensive it is to withdraw bank funds. Turning her head back with a serious and resolute expression, Erin holds her coin pouch tightly, prepared for the journey ahead. As the bright morning sun floods the luxurious bedroom, the purple-haired girl is left sleeping soundly all by herself in the massive bed. Erin recalls her purple-haired friend saying, "If I can't go to the capital or don't like the gift, Bam Bam, you will be by my side forever." Looking down with deep sorrow in her yellow eyes, Erin thinks, no, he's still a kid. Pulling her hood over her head, Erin resolutely thinks that he doesn't even know exactly what he was talking about, and there must have been no fix as her letter lies on the desk. Riding alone in the grand elevator of the mansion, Erin wonders if anyone can see her tail. Walking out of the mansion, Erin clenches her fist, looking adorable but determined in her traveler's cloak. Feeling a sudden rumble in her stomach, Erin clutches her belly as a cute chibi illustration shows her hunger. Happily eating a piece of delicious bread on the street, Erin bids farewell to the vendor, saying, "See you next time." Munching on the sweet bread as she walks through the busy town street, Erin marvels at how delicious the food in this world tastes. Shedding tears of regret over her nearly empty coin pouch, Erin laments that she spent 6,000 roasts on a single loaf of bread and vows to be extremely careful with her remaining funds. Standing near a beautiful, sparkling fountain in the bustling town square, Erin tells herself that she needs to calm down and keep moving forward. Weaving through the crowded street, Erin searches for an empty private carriage to take her to her destination. Erin reasons that if she doesn't have enough money, she can simply get off halfway and walk the rest of the way. Just then, she hears a soft cough nearby. Turning her head in surprise, Erin spots a young child huddled alone in a dark, quiet alleyway next to a wooden barrel. A close-up of the child shows them shivering in the shadows, completely covered in a dark blue hooded cloak. Looking at the kid, Erin sympathizes with his plight, thinking that he looks around Richard's age but is already hungry and alone on the streets. Walking quietly into the alleyway, Erin stops in front of the huddled boy and softly calls out, "Hey!" Holding out a delicious fresh pastry with a dollop of cream and red jam, Erin kindly asks the boy, "Do you want some?" Smiling warmly under her hood, Erin proudly introduces the treat as a strawberry jam scone. Seeing him hesitate, Erin gently adds, "If you don't want strawberry flavor, there's also a black tea flavor." Erin steps closer and offers the scone again, saying, "If it's okay, I'll give it to," as the boy slowly begins to raise his head. Against a soft blue background adorned with delicate white flowers, the boy slowly pulls back his hood, revealing his face. A close-up of Erin shows her yellow eyes widening in sheer shock and disbelief as she gasps out, "Eh?" Surrounded by beautiful blue and white roses, a breathtakingly handsome young boy with sparkling blue eyes and white silver hair stares up at her in surprise. In a silent moment of awe, Erin stares at the extraordinarily beautiful boy as he looks back up at her from the alleyway floor. Staring at the boy's stunning blue eyes, Erin stands completely frozen in shock, unable to take her eyes off his ethereal appearance. Surrounded by beautiful, glowing white and blue flowers, the gorgeous white-haired boy blushes slightly, looking up at her with a gentle, curious expression. A screen text block appears explaining the third rule of common sense in the novel I Need to Be Adopted, stating that the extras are never described as having great looks. Recalling that a disposable extra like her is never described as beautiful, Erin realizes that only those with strong mana are described with such outstanding flower-like handsome looks. Watching the stunning boy eat the scone in the alleyway, Erin realizes that as long as he is a main character who's going to get involved with Sharn, her own location could be discovered by the Etam family. Imagining a peaceful life of playing happily with other children and a cat at the orphanage, Erin determines that she must live quietly as soon as possible. Quickly turning around and walking away down the street, Erin clutches her scone bag tightly, determined not to get involved with the main character. Sitting alone in the alleyway with the scone in his hands, the beautiful white-haired boy quietly watches Erin walk away. A close-up shows the sparkling, fresh strawberry scone held gently in the boy's pale hands. With a gentle, knowing smile appearing on his face, the boy holds the scone and thinks of the one and only god of the Empire, Arma. As autumn leaves drift across the beautiful blue sky, the narration notes that a true miracle has finally occurred. A mysterious person's elegant hands write down ancient runes on a scroll with a golden fountain pen next to a stamp showing a black-haired figure praying. Inside a lavishly decorated office, the head of the Etam family sits at his desk writing, while his aide Kylo stands politely behind him, reporting that they are doing their best to search but have no news yet. Smiling warmly, a silver-haired gentleman in glasses and elegant attire remarks to the frustrated family head that the responsibility of the head of the household is not entirely absent. Annoyed by his guest's remarks, the scarred family head slams his hand on his desk, shouting in protest and asking what he thinks he did. The stern, scarred man angrily defends himself, shouting that other Etam children grow up the same way and asking if he said that for just a day or two. A funny chibi flashback shows the scarred man as a boy getting scolded with a giant fist on his head as he shouts that back in those days, people started talking with their hands first. Adjusting his glasses, the silver-haired gentleman politely responds that he understands his feelings, acknowledging that the previous Lord Edom raised him strictly to make the household strong. Showing a memory of a sweet, teary-eyed young girl with pink hair, the guest adds that the child's fear and shock must have been great, as childhood wounds are not easily erased, leaving the family head speechless. Quickly changing the subject to avoid further scolding, the scarred family head asks what Prince Erno is doing right now. The elegant gentleman reports that Prince Erno canceled his scheduled meeting with the Marquis of Fleur today because he had business outside and went out. The gentleman continues his report, noting that the prince also canceled his private meeting with Duke Duncan the other day. Turning his head slightly, the scarred family head clarifies that the prince has canceled his meetings for 3 days in a row. The pen in the family head's hand suddenly snaps in half with a loud crack as his anger boils over. Screaming in absolute rage inside his magnificent mansion, the family head bellows that the prince is such a jerk and asks if he is trying to ruin their family. Crows fly wildly through the quiet, overcast sky above a row of townhouses with laundry hanging on the lines, signaling a dark shift in the atmosphere. A crow caws loudly as it flies over the bustling streets of the town, where townspeople go about their day and a cloaked traveler is told to watch where he is walking. With a soft creak of the hinges, a heavy wooden door is pushed open as someone steps inside. The bartender behind the counter notes that the traveler has been coming all the way since noon, asking if he came by for a daytime drink. The bartender jokingly suggests that the traveler is there to find a mercenary mission to carry the heavy burden of being a household head, to which the traveler bluntly tells him to stop talking nonsense. Tossing a heavy coin pouch onto the bar counter, the traveler requests what he ordered, and the bartender agrees that it is a fair trade. Leaning over the counter, the bartender remarks that the difficult ones have not changed at all, whether back then or now. The young man looks down at a sweet pastry in his hand as the bartender mentions that the demand for auction houses this quarter is much higher than before, making it incredibly difficult to save. Leaning in closer, the bartender asks the young traveler what he plans to do, pointing out that this is a place of buying and selling, the very thing he despises the most. The young traveler resolutely declares that he plans to rescue the children by buying them and taking them to the orphanage, leaving the bartender surprised by his plan. Pouring a drink into a glass, the bartender warns the traveler to go unnoticed since the auction house is hosted by the notorious guild, but the young man calmly replies that he is well aware. The bartender warns that the Bright Moon Information Guild is so vast and all-knowing that even the emperor cannot keep up with it, and its leader has a vicious reputation. The young traveler reassures him that he has no intention of doing anything foolish or destroying it for now. Seeing how well-informed the young man is, the bartender folds his arms and says he will not worry about him any longer. The bartender advises him to prepare thoroughly, as rumors say this is the largest auction house ever, filled with precious treasures and artifacts obtained from jewelers and ancient ruins. He adds that even rare beasts are kidnapped at random, showcasing the guild leader's dark ambition to expand his massive auction house. The bartender laments how evil the aristocrats and guild leaders are for buying and selling children just because they have animal ears and tails, wishing the young duke safety. In the background, a tavern worker politely asks a distinguished guest in an elegant blue cloak if he was satisfied with the information provided, offering for him to stay longer. The elegant black-haired nobleman with glowing yellow eyes looks back coldly, prompting the staff to quickly escort him out, which catches the young duke's attention. The staff bows deeply and thanks the black-haired young nobleman for using their services as he makes his exit. As the staff cheerfully invites him to return whenever he has time, the black-haired nobleman continues on his way without a word. The tavern workers frantically offer to accompany the nobleman home, only to be harshly told to get out of his way, leaving the young duke watching in silent contemplation. The bartender playfully asks the young duke what he is staring at and if he has fallen in love, to which the duke tells him not to be a fool. The young duke inquires about the mysterious man's identity, noting his exceptionally high status, but the bartender admits he does not know for certain either. The bartender speculates that the man might be the former owner of the establishment, noting how the normally vicious employer bowed so submissively, and mentions hearing that he was searching for someone. The bartender recalls the man mentioning that his daughter had suddenly gone missing and that he was searching for her, which deeply intrigues the young duke. The bartender suspects the guild is behind it, as they are desperate to gather auction items and are rumored to kidnap anyone without checking their identity. Standing up to leave, the bartender mutters that those evil guild members will surely face divine retribution and receive their karma someday. Surprised, the bartender asks if he is leaving already, but the young duke pulls his hood over his head and replies that he has a lot of things to take care of. The bartender waves him off, noting how he is always busy, and tells him to visit again whenever he needs something. With a serious look in his green eyes, the young duke pulls his hood low as he prepares to venture out. A vibrant purple cloak flutters gracefully in the gentle breeze as someone walks down the street. Dressed in a lovely purple traveler's cloak and a pink dress, a pink-haired girl with sparkling yellow eyes walks forward with a serious expression. The town square is alive with activity as numerous citizens go about their day amidst the cold, snowy weather. Pulling her purple hood tight, the pink-haired girl weaves her way quietly through the bustling crowd on the cobbled street. Walking in the opposite direction, a silver-haired boy in a dark blue hooded cloak moves quietly past the busy townspeople. As they brush past each other in the street, both the pink-haired girl and the silver-haired boy turn their heads in curiosity. Sensing something familiar, they both come to a sudden halt and turn around to face each other in the middle of the street. The pink-haired girl turns to the boy with an annoyed expression, telling him that she has neither bread nor money to give him. The girl asks him to stop following her, offering to buy him a loaf of bread instead, but the boy softly asks if he can follow her, leaving her utterly confused. Dumbfounded, the pink-haired girl gasps in disbelief, to which the boy quietly explains that he has absolutely nowhere else to go. Kneeling down on the cold ground, the silver-haired boy offers to make her his master, but she immediately refuses his request. Slightly pulling back his hood, the boy desperately begs her to let him stay by her side as her servant. Revealing his incredibly handsome face with sparkling blue eyes and white silver hair, the boy smiles warmly and affectionately up at her. The pink-haired girl is frozen in sheer shock and panic, her eyes wide as she tries to process the boy's unexpected proposal. Flustered by his dramatic gesture, the girl frantically begs him to stand up, warning him that everyone in the street is going to stare at them. The passing townspeople begin to whisper among themselves, gossiping that the fierce-looking little girl is scolding the poor boy who must have committed some sin. Overwhelmed by the embarrassing scene, the little girl clutches her head and screams in her mind, crying out in pure despair. Anxious to escape the crowd's prying eyes, she frantically tells him they need to leave immediately, which the boy happily interprets as her accepting him. Sighing in defeat, she tells him that she understands and urges him to quickly get up off the cold ground. With a bright, joyful smile on his face, the beautiful white-haired boy blushes happily, overjoyed by her acceptance. As they walk together down the street, the boy asks where they are going, prompting the girl to sigh and ask if he is really going to keep calling her master. Pulling her purple hood down, the pink-haired girl looks back with a serious expression, bluntly telling the silver-haired boy that she is a beggar and doesn't have a single penny to give him. Keeping his hood up, the silver-haired boy looks at her with his sparkling blue eyes, quietly suggesting that since he is younger than her, she should feel free to speak to him comfortably. Smiling brightly, the boy happily agrees to call her his master, leaving the pink-haired girl sweat-dropping in disbelief as she wonders what on earth he is thinking. Walking into the town square, the little girl stops near a horse-drawn carriage to ask the driver for assistance. The carriage driver, a man wearing a bowler hat and a green coat, turns his attention to the young traveler with a polite greeting. The pink-haired girl asks how much it would cost and how long it would take to travel to the Duke of Colin, but the driver looks at her suspiciously and asks where her parents are. The driver comments that she doesn't even look 5 years old and questions what she wants with a carriage, just as an elegant lady in a pink hat calls out to him. The lady requests a ride to Flurga, prompting the driver to immediately agree while telling the young girl to go find a guardian first. As the carriage drives off, leaving a cloud of dust behind, the flustered girl coughs and protests that she had asked for a ride first. The silver-haired boy suddenly appears beside her in the dusty street, reassuring her that he knows the way to her destination. When the boy offers to guide her, the girl politely declines, hoping to find her own carriage, but she frantically changes her mind and begs him to stand up when he drops to his knees in the middle of the street. Arriving at a quiet spot, the boy gestures forward and asks if this is the place she was looking for, leaving her completely baffled. Looking around in utter disbelief, the girl is shocked to realize that the Duke of Cullen's estate is close enough to reach just by passing through an alley off the main street. A magnificent white mansion with a vast, glittering garden stands proudly under the clear blue sky. Smiling warmly, the boy encourages his master to go ahead and promises to help if she needs anything, to which she quietly agrees. Waving goodbye, the pink-haired girl thanks him for guiding her and promises to return soon as she walks toward the gate. Suddenly, a loud barking sound echoing nearby catches the girl completely off guard. Turning around in shock, she asks the boy what he is doing, only for him to cheerfully declare that he is her loyal dog. Smiling affectionately, the boy reveals adorable white puppy ears and a tail, blushing happily as he shows off his cute form. Staring blankly in sheer shock, the girl sweat drops and concludes in her mind that the boy is definitely a little bit crazy. Waving goodbye with his tail wagging happily, the boy bids her farewell as she sighs and walks toward the mansion gate. Walking up to the heavy iron gates, the pink-haired girl is stopped by the guards, who question her request for an audience with Duke Colin. With a bright, determined expression, the little girl boldly declares that the Duke is her friend. She looks up at the guards politely, asking if they would please allow her to enter the estate. The two guards look at each other in stunned silence, completely unsure of how to respond to the little girl's unexpected claim. Whispering among themselves, the guards assume the girl was abandoned by money-obsessed relatives and worry that she might be killed if they send her away, leaving the girl utterly confused. Feeling sympathetic, one of the guards opens the gate, telling her to wait inside while he gets permission from the Duke first, which she happily accepts. Clutching her chest in relief, the little girl sighs, glad that she wasn't kicked out, but begins to worry about how she will actually obtain permission. Stepping inside the grand courtyard, she looks up at the towering, beautiful palace walls in awe. In a dark, tense flashback, a blood-stained letter lies on the cold floor amidst broken glass shards. Deep, ominous voices echo in the darkness, questioning who could have spread the rumor that they wanted to find their parents. A porcelain teacup shatters violently against the wall as a young purple-haired girl screams in absolute despair, crying out that she was promised they would stay together forever. Shattering another window with her wild, freezing magic, the distressed girl screams in rage, demanding to know why she was abandoned after being told she was family. Standing in the middle of the ruined room, the young girl breathes heavily as cold frost and giant icicles erupt across the frozen floor. Clenching her hand into a tight fist, blood drips from her knuckles as her intense, icy power swirls around her. Looking down with glowing purple eyes and a dark expression, the purple-haired girl vows that she will find whoever left her, declaring that they belong to her. In a peaceful memory from the past, a cute baby with short purple hair sleeps soundly under a warm white blanket. Sitting together by the crib, the blonde mother asks what they should name the baby, and the purple-haired father warmly suggests naming him Richard. Stroking the sleeping baby's head, the father smiles gently, wishing for him to grow into a righteous person who lives to his full potential. The father gazes down affectionately at his newborn son, expressing his deep hope for the child's bright future. The beautiful blonde mother looks down at her sleeping baby with a warm, loving smile. Bathed in a warm, golden light and surrounded by vibrant yellow flowers, the young family shares a moment of pure happiness together. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice interrupts the memory from the doorway, calling their happiness ridiculous and accusing them of pushing the clan into ruin. Looking down with a dark, gritting expression, the mother's expression cold hardens as she mutters that making the child happy won't be that easy. A fierce, cold blizzard howls through a dense forest of snow-covered pine trees. The purple-haired baby Richard lies wrapped in a basket, whimpering softly in the freezing cold. On a wooden dock, a mysterious woman in a dark cloak hand-delivers the basket to a pirate crew, warning them to be extremely careful because the child is the son of a villainous archmage, though the captain only cares about sealing his magic. The pirate captain questions if it is truly all right to take on such a dangerous task without any payment, but the cloaked woman coldly smiles, replying that money is not what she wants. The wind howls fiercely through the snowy valley, burying the grand mansion in the distance under a thick blanket of snow. Inside the quiet, dark bedroom, snow blows through the open window, gently swaying the star mobile over the baby's empty crib. The pink-haired girl gasps in surprise as she stands in the hallway of the Duke's estate. The guard informs the girl that Duke Colin has been extremely busy lately and demands she make her request brief, while she nervously recalls the original storyline and realizes the Duke is already there. With a serious look, the guard warns her that if she is lying, she should speak up immediately, as the Duke absolutely detests liars. The scene introduces Michael Colin, the young and elegant Duke of Colin, working diligently at his desk. The little girl stands before the powerful and intimidating Duke Colin, feeling the tense atmosphere of the room. Duke Colin, wearing spectacles, quietly looks down at his document surrounded by a freezing magical aura. Looking up from his massive desk, Duke Colin cold-heartedly asks if she plans on speaking anytime soon, leaving her completely startled. As the Duke coldly demands a name, appearance, or any details, the pink-haired girl trembles under his gaze, sensing that he is silently plotting how to execute her if she turns out to be a fraud. Sweating with anxiety, the girl nervously describes the child as having long purple hair, desperately praying she doesn't say anything that would get her killed. She further explains that the child's hair color fades near the tips and that his name is Richard, as the Duke listens with intense focus. In her mind, she frantically searches for any definitive evidence she can provide to immediately prove that the boy is indeed his lost son. She tries to recall the key characteristics of Richard's design from the novel, hoping to find the perfect proof to convince the Duke. With a bright, confident smile, she points up and declares that he wears a long, white, square-shaped earring on his right ear. Duke Colin's eyes widen in absolute shock and disbelief upon hearing her words. He quickly slides open his desk drawer, revealing a collection of letters, baby drawings, and a small velvet box containing the matching magical earring. Holding up the glowing white earring, the Duke asks if she is referring to this relic, and she eagerly confirms it, adding that the boy sometimes summons ice magic that creates frost. Instantly losing his composure, the Duke throws on his cape and demands to see the child immediately, catching the little girl completely off guard. Panicking, the girl frantically claims that now is not a good time due to some personal issues, while the Duke fiercely insists that the Colin clan will resolve whatever problems she has. She desperately explains that Richard doesn't even know she came here, so she needs time to prepare him and explain everything before they meet. She clasps her hands together and promises to take full responsibility and bring Richard directly to the estate tomorrow. The Duke stares down at her with a highly skeptical and calculating expression. He pauses in confusion, trying to comprehend the bizarre situation. Demanding answers, the Duke asks how a mere child like her could have possibly figured out that Richard was his long-lost son. The pink-haired girl innocently lies, explaining that since it was her first time visiting the capital, she noticed the search posters and realized the description matched her friend perfectly. She adds that Richard looks almost identical to him, which is why she was so surprised when she first saw the posters in town. In a flashback to the town's bulletin board, she recalls that in the original novel, rumors of the search had indeed spread widely. However, she remembers that the rumors were only distributed within the capital in Albion, which is a full week's travel away. With a nervous sweat, she begs the Duke to trust her so that they can finally be reunited. Sighing, the Duke reluctantly agrees, instructing her to send him their address by telegram so he can dispatch a carriage to pick them up tomorrow. The Duke politely thanks her for coming all the way to his estate and offers a carriage for her return journey, but she cheerfully declines, saying her friend is already waiting for her. As she walks out of the grand estate gates, the silver-haired boy runs up to her, happily calling out to his master. Wagging his metaphorical tail, the boy asks if her business went well, and she warmly thanks him for waiting. She opens her coin pouch to show her earnings, but is surprised to see him waiting, to which he affectionately replies that a good puppy must always wait for its master. As she comments on the embarrassing master nickname, a glowing blue gem fragment slips out of her pouch and tumbles toward the ground. She gasps in horror as her precious magical fragment bounces away. The boy quickly kneels down and catches the fragment, as she sighs in relief, explaining how incredibly important the stone is to her. With a curious smile, the boy remarks on the coincidence, telling her that he also possesses something very similar. The girl looks at him in complete shock and disbelief, questioning if he really has a similar fragment. The boy opens both of his hands, revealing two shining blue gem fragments resting in his palms. He innocently asks if they match the one she has, leaving her frozen in absolute astonishment. She recalls from the novel's lore that only the key main characters are supposed to have these fragments, noting that there are 7 in total, with Ernoga holding 3 and Richard holding 1. The beautiful, silver-haired boy stands holding the 2 glowing fragments with a serene smile on his face. She is shocked to realize that this mysterious boy is actually the future Grand Priest, the rightful owner of the sacred fragments. An illustration reveals that these stones are the fragments of balance, legendary relics of the dragon originally known as the Stone of Balance. Long ago, the first head of the Itam family, Beitad Itam, received the Black Dragon's permission to break the stones and distribute the scattered pieces to those in need. Currently, 3 pieces belong to Erno Aiton, 1 belongs to Richard, and 1 remaining piece is still missing. The future Grand Priest smiles brightly as he displays the legendary blue fragments in his hands. The boy cheerfully asks for her opinion while she stands completely dumbfounded by the revelation. Sweating nervously, she tries to laugh it off, lying that it's probably just a cheap imitation, which instantly disappoints the boy. She sighs in relief, telling herself there's no way a random kid she met on the street is the legendary high priest candidate, and resolves to avoid getting dragged into any more dangerous novel plots. In a jungle-like temple under the rule of a covetous high priest, the future high priest is destined to begin a bloody, desperate struggle for survival. According to the story's lore, the future high priest possesses a remarkably honest and confident personality, speaking his mind without hesitation. Looking down with a deeply saddened expression, the silver-haired boy clutching his dark cloak whimpers that he only wanted to be a useful dog to his master. Far from being honest and confident, the sweet boy begins to cry at the slightest touch, tearfully apologizing for being useless. Seeing that he has nowhere else to go, the pink-haired girl kindly suggests that they head back to her dormitory room first. Overjoyed by her kindness, the boy happily vows to become her most faithful puppy, while she nervously wonders if he will get along with the other person waiting there. The grand and elegant dormitory building stands tall, bathed in the warm, golden light of the setting sun. Placing a gloved finger to her lips, the pink-haired girl whispers a quiet warning for him to stay put and wait patiently. Kneeling on the floor with a bright, innocent smile, the boy happily agrees to wait exactly where he is. She instructs him to wait by the entrance as she prepares to step through the massive double doors. With a soft creak, a gloved hand gently pushes open the heavy door, casting a long shadow into the dark, quiet room. Peering into the messy, dimly lit bedroom, she softly calls out Richard's name. Carrying a bag of freshly bought scones, she steps inside and apologizes for leaving without a word, wondering if he is hiding in the darkness. Suddenly, her boot steps on a sharp shard of broken glass right next to a fallen red rose, sending a wave of panic through her. From the shadows, Richard's quiet voice startles her as he asks if she finally found what she was looking for. Relieved, she runs over to the purple-haired boy standing in the middle of the overturned room, eagerly announcing that she found his family. She explains that she met his father today and that a carriage will arrive tomorrow to pick him up, noting how strikingly similar they look to one another. Smiling warmly, she invites Richard to go with her tomorrow, but he remains completely silent, his face hidden in the shadows of his long hair. She reaches out to hold his hand, encouraging him to take this chance to finally see his real parents. Standing against the window, Richard looks deeply troubled, his purple eyes glowing with a mixture of sorrow and intense conflict. He quietly asks why he must go there, catching her completely off guard. Before she can reply, Richard suddenly reaches out and tightly grips her arm. Tears streaming down his face, Richard fiercely demands to know why she is trying to abandon him. Embracing her desperately in the ruined room, he cries out that he has always been completely sincere with her from the very beginning. He looks up with a heartbroken expression, asking if everything she said was just a lie. Richard screams in anguish, demanding to know why she is throwing him away just like his birth parents did. In a fleeting flashback, the warm and gentle memory of his mother's loving smile briefly crosses his mind. He bitterly thinks that telling someone they have a home to return to is nothing but useless, empty words. Falling to his knees, Richard clutches her hands and rests his head against them as magical frost and snow swirl around them. She holds him close in the cold room, reassuring him that she never lied and has no intention of ever abandoning him. Looking affectionately into his eyes, she gently cradles his hands and warmly confesses how much she truly likes him. She reassures him that his real family loves him deeply, leaving him frozen in absolute shock and disbelief. With a gentle expression, she begins to explain the truth about his birth parents' desperate search. She shows him a search poster of a purple-haired baby, which carries a massive reward of 100 million currency. Sitting beside him on the floor, she explains that his father never stopped looking for him, holding on to the hope that he was still alive somewhere for nearly 10 years. She points to the poster, reassuring him that his father's love proves they are indeed a real family. Hot tears begin to fall, dripping directly onto the old search poster of the sleeping baby. Clutching the paper tightly, Richard breaks down into tears, overwhelmed by the realization that he was never truly abandoned. Extending her hand once more, she gently asks if he is ready to go with her to meet his family. Scattered candy from a broken jar lies on the floor, glittering softly under the bright beams of moonlight. The two children sit quietly by the grand window, sharing a peaceful, comforting moment together under the stars. The grand estate of the Duke stands quiet and majestic under the luminous glow of a full moon. Inside the office, a magical pocket watch communication device begins to glow, relaying an urgent report to Duke Cullen. The magical message confirms that the child's identity is highly likely to be Master Richard, proving the pink-haired girl's words were entirely true. When asked if they should retrieve the child immediately, the Duke orders his men to stick to the promise and continue watching over them for now. The Duke gazes down at a framed portrait of his beloved baby boy, whispering his name in a soft, trembling voice. Overwhelmed with emotion, Duke Cullen breaks down in tears over his desk, surrounded by baby drawings and portraits of his long-lost son. Beneath the starry sky, a girl with long, flowing blue hair sits peacefully on a crescent moon. The bright full moon shines serenely through the dark, silhouetted branches of the trees. Sitting side by side on the floor of the room, Erin and Richard quietly look over the baby drawings together as the moonlight pours through the window. Reassuringly, Erin smiles and confirms to Richard that despite everything, they are indeed still a family. Deep down, Richard holds on to the precious comfort of her words, knowing that no matter what anyone else says, he and Erin will always be family. Silently, Richard wipes away his tears as he processes the overwhelming relief of finally feeling wanted. Looking up with a mixture of hope and vulnerability, Richard asks if Erin will live with him if those people truly are his real parents, leaving her completely startled. Sweating nervously as she twiddles her thumbs, Erin tries to dodge the question by claiming she has some work to do, immediately prompting a curious question from Richard. With puppy dog eyes and a deeply hurt expression, Richard asks if this work is more important than her family, making her sweat in complete panic. Suddenly, Richard reaches out and tightly grabs her hand, refusing to let her walk away. Desperately pleading with tears in his eyes, Richard begs her not to go, insisting that they must live together and suggesting his real parents can simply adopt her as a sibling. Terrified of being left behind, Richard asks if she is truly planning to abandon him while she frantically reassures him that they will still hang out all the time even if they don't live together. As Richard fiercely insists that he absolutely cannot be without her, a soft clicking sound from the doorway catches Erin's attention. Peeking nervously through the cracked door, the silver-haired boy admits that although he wanted to obey his master's orders, the loud noises from earlier made him too worried to stay put. From the doorway, the mysterious boy gets a clear view of Richard desperately clutching Erin on the messy, ice-covered floor. A tense silence falls over the messy room as Richard and the silver-haired boy lock eyes, completely startled by each other's sudden presence. The silver-haired boy stands frozen in absolute shock, his bright blue eyes wide with alarm as he takes in the chaotic scene. Sweating profusely, Aaron desperately tries to diffuse the rising tension by laughing nervously and claiming they were simply having a friendly chat. Assuming the worst, the silver-haired boy holds Aaron's hand and fiercely states that she is being threatened, promising to deal with Richard later as Aaron frantically tries to explain. Glaring with cold, intense hostility, Richard holds onto Aaron's other hand and ice-coldly demands to know if the intruder has any intention of letting her go. The silver-haired boy firmly refuses to let go and questions who Richard is to threaten his master, driving Richard into a furious rage over the absurd accusation from someone who just barged into their room. As Aaron is hilariously stretched like taffy between the two arguing boys, they bicker back and forth about the loud screaming and who has the right to claim her as their own. Feeling completely exasperated, the silver-haired boy sighs and suggests they leave immediately since Richard clearly cannot be reasoned with. With a dark, ominous aura, the silver-haired boy asks for his master's permission to finally deal with Richard, leaving Aaron looking completely dead inside. From above, the ridiculousness of the situation is on full display as Aaron lies limp on the floor, stretched between two stubborn boys who refuse to let go of her hands. Utterly exhausted and defeated by the endless bickering, Aaron completely faceplants onto the floor, letting out a heavy sigh. Looking up with a completely drained, hollow expression, Aaron's sudden collapse sends both boys into an absolute panic as they scramble to get her some food. Later, Aaron holds up the search poster of the sleeping baby, explaining to Richard that he is indeed the long-lost son of the Duke they met yesterday. Wiping the sweat from her brow after barely surviving on a diet of scones, Aaron explains that she found out about Richard's identity by accident and intends to reunite him with his father tomorrow, while Richard diligently sweeps up the messy room. Looking back with a curious expression, Aaron suddenly asks the silver-haired boy if Richard is a wizard. Smiling brightly with a sparkling aura of his own, the silver-haired boy confirms that Richard indeed possesses a distinct magical presence. Now that the room is finally clean, the silver-haired boy politely offers to organize Aaron's robe for her. He gently asks if she would be comfortable with that, while Aaron hesitates in quiet contemplation. Aaron reluctantly agrees to let him help, remembering a key piece of lore about the future high priest. He absolutely loathes beastkin. Raised in a temple environment that preached human supremacy, his upbringing instilled in him a deep-seated prejudice, making him view beastkin as dirty and inferior. According to the novel's lore, even the slightest contact with a beastkin would fill the future priest with intense disgust and displeasure. Aaron admits to herself that this was the exact reason she allowed him to follow her, to test if he was the real high priest, expecting him to immediately reject her once he saw her tail. Holding her breath, she waits to see his reaction now that her secret is completely out in the open. Expecting disgust, Aaron is completely thrown off as the boy holds up her robe with starry eyes, gushing about how incredibly rare and precious the magic-blocking garment is. The silver-haired boy continues to marvel at the rare magic-blocking robe, completely ignoring the giant pink tail swishing right in front of him. Dumbfounded, Aaron points directly at her wagging tail and asks if he can't see it, but he simply smiles and casually replies that he's seen tails before. When she asks if he isn't disgusted by her lizard tail, he honestly admits that while it's his first time seeing one so close, he doesn't feel anything negative about it at all. Realizing she still doesn't know his name, Aaron speaks up to ask him what it is, and he happily prepares to introduce himself. With a polite and graceful gesture, the silver-haired boy places a hand over his heart. A brilliant, angelic smile graces his face, illuminating the room with a gentle and warm light. Upon hearing his name, Aaron clutches her head and screams in absolute panic, realizing with horror that this sweet boy is indeed Lucilian, the original male lead candidate. Sensing her distress, Lucilian explains that while she might have been surprised by his sudden devotion, he had a very important reason for choosing to serve her. Looking at her with deep sincerity, he explains that he chose to serve her because she saved him like a twist of fate. Just as Lucilian is about to elaborate, the door suddenly bursts open with a cheerful exclamation. A cheerful waiter wheels in a cart overflowing with a magnificent feast of sandwiches, salads, skewered meats, and cake. Overjoyed by the sight of food, Aaron runs toward the cart with starry eyes and drolls, leaving the boys completely dumbfounded by her sudden burst of energy. Under the starry night sky, the grand dormitory is filled with laughter and petty bickering as Richard cheekily reminds her that eating the food means she must live with him tomorrow, prompting an immediate argument with Lucilian. The chaotic night finally transitions into a peaceful morning as white birds soar gracefully across the bright blue sky. The townspeople whisper amongst themselves in curiosity as the children stand in the middle of the street. Aaron looks at Richard with concern and asks, "Bam Bam? I'm asking just in case," to which he replies, Yeah. Suddenly, a magnificent white carriage decorated with elegant gold accents arrives before them, glowing softly under the sunlight. Stunned by the carriage, Erin thinks maybe it's a different carriage. I hope it can be so gorgeous. When the butler suddenly greets them, "Nice to meet you, Master Richard Collin." The elegant butler bows politely and says with a warm smile, "It's a great honor to meet you." He explains, "Duke Collin is currently waiting for you anxiously." With dramatic flair, the butler gestures toward the golden carriage as pink roses flutter around, saying, "We will take you to the Duke's family in a hurry. Please get in." The children stand in awkward silence, sweating nervously in response to the overly enthusiastic and dramatic welcome. Erin panics over all the attention as the townspeople whisper in surprise about the golden carriage taking such shabby-looking children. Various transition and promotional banners signal the end of the current chapter. The luxurious carriage speeds along a quiet, beautiful path shaded by lush green trees. Richard sits inside the carriage, looking out the window in deep thought as they head toward the Duke's estate. Suddenly, Richard snaps out of his thoughts as Erin calls out, "Richard!" Erin looks at him with concern and asks, "Are you all right? You didn't answer me." And Richard replies, "Oh, She asks, "Are you nervous?" "I'm also a bit nervous," while Richard hesitates, saying, "No, I'm just—" Lucilian sits quietly and politely on his knees on the carriage floor, looking perfectly calm and content. Lucilian smiles gently and says, "I'm the master's dog. I must always stay beside her," prompting an annoyed Richard to snap, "Such nonsense. Are you a dog shapeshifter?" Lucilian flashes a brilliant, angelic smile, illuminating the interior of the carriage. Lucilian asks with complete sincerity, "What do you think? Aren't I a puppy?" leaving Iron looking completely dead inside. Pointing at Lucilian, Richard asks Iron for an explanation, and she nervously explains, "He said that he didn't have anywhere to go. For the time being, we should stick together. Please be understanding." Richard and Lucilian bicker back and forth about who has the right to be in the carriage and who should get off. Lucilian cheekily comments, "People said that you were a fraud. I didn't want to get on the carriage," prompting Richard to growl in anger. Back at the dormitory, a handwritten note left on the desk reads, "I found Richard's parents. I'm going to Duke Collin's place." The note continues, "I apologize for going out without your permission." The note ends with a postscript apologizing for the property damage and the expensive food bill. At the grand entrance of the Duke's estate, a line of maids and butlers stand ready to welcome the guests. A maid bows politely and says, "Welcome, sir. You came a long way." She offers, "I'll show you the guest room. Please follow me." And Erin replies, "Oh, okay." Walking up the grand staircase, Erin is amazed by the scale of the mansion, thinking it's much bigger than a hotel. Sunlight streams beautifully through the massive arched windows of the grand corridor. The maid stops at a set of large double doors and announces, "We're here." Standing before the elegant doors, the maid politely says, "Duke Collin is inside. Please excuse me." Erin and Richard stand quietly, taking a deep breath as they prepare to enter. Gently reaching out, Erin takes Richard's hand to reassure him. Smiling warmly, she says, "It's fine, Richard. You don't need to be so tense." Erin flashes a white, beautiful smile filled with encouragement and support. Richard smiles softly under his hood, deeply comforted by her words. Slowly, the grand double doors of the Duke's office creak open. The maid announces, "Please excuse me, Sir Duke. The young master and his friends are here." The Duke stands waiting quietly near the tall windows of his bright, sunlit office. Stepping inside, Irene politely bows her head and says, "Greetings, Sir Duke," while Richard and Lucilian follow closely behind with their hoods drawn. Looking at Richard with deep emotion, the Duke gently prompts him, "Now, Richard, take off your robe and say hello." Taking a quiet step forward, Richard prepares to reveal his identity. Richard slowly reaches up to pull back his black hood. As the hood slides down, Richard's long purple hair cascades beautifully down his shoulders, surrounded by shimmering magical light. The shimmering light catches the elegant flower-shaped silver hairpin holding his beautiful hair in place. The Duke's eyes widen in absolute shock as he gasps. The sight of his long-lost son's purple hair and the familiar hairpin completely overwhelms the Duke with emotion. Unable to hold back his tears any longer, the Duke rushes forward and wraps his arms around his son in a tight, passionate embrace. Holding him close as tears stream down his face, the Duke whispers with immense relief, "Thank God you grew up well. My dear son, I'm so happy today," leaving Richard standing frozen in complete shock. Looking down with a heavy and saddened heart, Richard softly says, "Only now? How can I believe that you're my father?" Standing beside Aaron and Lucillian, Richard continues to express his deep sorrow, saying, "You have no idea how hard my life has been. Each day goes by and you don't know how much I miss you." Looking down at his long-lost son with immense sorrow and regret, the Duke begins to speak, starting with, "I..." Overwhelmed with love and remorse, the Duke drops to one knee and gently places a comforting hand on Richard's shoulder in the sunlit office. The Duke explains with heartfelt emotion, "Your mother and I would never abandon you. I missed you so much that it felt like my heart was being pierced through. I spent so much time searching for you." Gently brushing Richard's bangs aside, the Duke warm-heartedly says, "Because you're my only son. I truly love you, son," bringing tears to Richard's eyes. Holding Richard gently by the shoulders, the Duke looks into his eyes and says, "Can you listen to me? I'll explain everything to you." As the Duke politely suggests that they give the father and son some space, Aaron turns back in surprise as Richard suddenly grabs onto her sleeve. Clinging tightly to Aaron's sleeve with both hands, Richard desperately protests, "No, we can't be apart." Looking at Aaron with pleading, tearful eyes, Richard asks, "Can you stay with me?" while Lucillian glares with deep irritation and annoyance from the side. Aaron smiles warmly to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be nearby." Suddenly, a terrifyingly dark and menacing aura surrounds the Duke as he sends a murderous glare toward Aaron, thinking, "If my son cries, I won't leave you be, kid." Shaking under the Duke's intense and frightening gaze, Aaron nervously squeaks, "I'll be near," while Richard looks up in concern. Instantly switching back to a sweet and pleasant smile, the Duke happily agrees, "Right, it's best that we stay together." The Duke graciously welcomes them to stay, saying, "I'm glad that you're staying. Take a seat. I'll have someone bring tea." Aaron politely thanks him while thinking to herself that he is a complete fool for his son. As hot rose-colored tea is elegantly poured beside plates of sweet chocolate desserts, the Duke remarks, "Thank you so much for coming. We haven't had guests for a while, to be honest." Sitting back comfortably in his chair, the Duke uses his magic to float a piece of chocolate as he begins to explain, "How I was when I lost my dear son." Remembering the painful events of his son's disappearance, the Duke's fist clenches tightly with intense anger. With a sudden, explosive burst of magic, the floating chocolate is crushed into tiny pieces in midair, leaving the children sitting on the couch wide-eyed with shock. A dark panel displays the Duke's ominous words, "I'll show you right now." With a sharp, sinister smirk, the Duke casually lets the crushed crumbs of the chocolate fall onto the table beside a teacup. Looking down at the children, the Duke calmly says, "We found the last member of the pirates." He continues in a casual tone, "Like the previous guys, I tied it up like this," as sharp icicles suddenly pierce and shatter a pink pastry to demonstrate his point. Smiling pleasantly as if describing a simple, everyday chore, the Duke adds, "Not even a human form was left behind. I tore them completely into pieces." The Duke asks, "How is it? Did your curiosity clear up a bit?" leaving Aaron completely speechless and sweating in horror as she questions why anyone would describe graphic torture and murder in such vivid detail to young children. Aaron panics, thinking, even in front of an 8-year-old, he must be shocked, as Richard rubs his eyes, looking deeply affected by the story. To Aaron's surprise, Richard speaks up with immense admiration, saying, "I never knew you would put so much effort," to which the Duke proudly replies, "I'm glad you liked it too. It must have been a more cruel sight than you can imagine." With an adorable, sparkling smile, Richard happily asks, "If this happens next time, you have to show me, Dad. I want to see it with my own eyes." Overjoyed by his son's enthusiastic interest, the Duke beams and replies, "Of course, son. At that time, my wife and you should watch it together." As the father and son share a heartwarming, sweet bonding moment, Aaron sits in the middle looking absolutely exhausted and dead inside. A maid enters the room politely to announce, "Dinner is ready," prompting the Duke to realize, his time has already come? Standing up to guide them, the Duke says, "Dinner is ready, so let's eat it. My son's friends can also spend as much time as they want here," before addressing Irene about a previous matter. Irene turns her head in surprise as the Duke suddenly calls out her name, Irene. Gesturing to the room, the Duke requests in a serious tone, "Let's talk alone for a while." A brief notice screen appears, signaling a temporary pause in the story before the scene transitions back to the main events. Thrown into a complete frenzy, Richard throws a massive temper tantrum, screaming, "No, I want to be with Bam Bam. I won't go outside." As a maid carries the thrashing child out of the room, the Duke cheerfully calls out, "Son, Dad will bring your friend soon. Please be patient and eat delicious food," while Richard desperately screams, "Let go of me." The Duke continues to wave with a sweet smile, saying, "See you later," while Richard's frantic screams fade down the hallway, shouting, "If Bam Bam can't eat dinner, she'll collapse. Bam Bam, ah!" The cheerful smile instantly vanishes from the Duke's face, replaced by a cold, sharp expression of absolute seriousness. Looking directly at her with a calm but piercing gaze, the Duke speaks her name once more, Aaron. Observing his sudden and drastic mood swing, Aaron's sweat drops and warily thinks to herself, his looks changed immediately. This man is strange. Setting down his teacup, the Duke asks, "I have a question for you first. Richard, where did you first meet him?" And Aaron honestly replies, "In an orphanage. There is an orphanage for children far away." Letting out a heavy sigh, the Duke pinches the bridge of his nose in deep sorrow and whispers, "So it was an orphanage." The Duke explains to her, "Aaron, you'll understand it yourself, but sorcerers' children can't get along with normal children. Children have an instinctive sense. They tend to ostracize other mages." The Duke laments, "How hard would it have been without anyone to protect you?" prompting Aaron to speak up and offer some reassurance, saying, "Oh, but..." Aaron smiles brightly and explains, "Fortunately, I met a good teacher at the orphanage. I don't think it was very difficult or depressing," which surprises the Duke as he repeats, "Teacher?" Aaron continues, "He is the director of the orphanage, and his name is Albion. Thanks to his extreme care, consideration, and love, Richard grew up very well without any major problems." Hearing this, the Duke murmurs, "He did a good job as his dad. He didn't harm the children, so I should probably bring the director here instead." Leaning back, the Duke states, "I hate that my son has suffered, but I can't help it," and Aaron politely nods, replying, "Yes." Taking a slow sip of his tea, the Duke looks at her and asks, "Have you thought of your reward? You saved my son," leaving Aaron repeating in surprise, "Reward?" The Duke confirms his offer of a reward, saying, "Yes, reward. Well, I mean, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Did you understand?" And Aaron looks up politely to respond, "Yeah." Aaron smiles as yellow stars float around her, thinking to herself, "I understand it, but I haven't thought about it yet." Contemplating her choices in a deep purple space, Aaron wonders, the price for helping him? A lot of money. Withdrawal is a problem, but asking for permission to live here is a bit excessive. Cash? It will be heavy. Jewel? How can I handle it? More fundamentally, suddenly a bright light bulb pops up above Aaron's head as a brilliant idea strikes her, causing her to gasp in surprise. The Duke pauses mid-sip, repeating in utter disbelief, "House? What?" Clasping her hands together with a sparkling smile, Aaron enthusiastically describes her dream reward, imagining a peaceful life near a bank. It would be nice if it was a small, one-story wooden house in the capital city. Setting his teacup down with a quiet click, the Duke looks at her thoughtfully and replies, "Giving it to you is not a problem at all." But the Duke gazes at her intently and says, "Especially for beasts like you, I think it's too much," leaving Aaron sweating in absolute shock as she gasps. Leaning back comfortably, the Duke casually reveals, "The tail is well hidden. I knew it when I saw the magic flowing from your body." As his violet eyes glow with magical insight, Aaron panics, thinking, "It's a spell?" The Duke continues, "Aaron, I don't know if you were a human beast or not. If a human beast without an owner owns a house in the capital alone..." Aaron looks down with a tense and worried expression as the Duke gravely warns, "No one will help them, no matter what crime happens at any time." A panel explains the harsh rules of the world. The Empire has one tacit promise. It is said that a human beast must belong to either a family or owner. That way, even the lowest-ranking people of the Empire can receive the protection of the law, even if it is weak. Showing an illustration of a young Aaron surrounded by small lizard-like creatures, the Duke adds, "But you don't have an owner. The only option left is to go back to your family." Looking across the coffee table at her, the Duke asks, "So what is your race?" To which Aaron warily replies, "A lizard." The Duke raises a finger to his chin, repeating in deep curiosity, "Lizard?" Staring deeply into her golden eyes, the Duke murmurs, "You look different from the lizard people I've seen. Skin color, hair color, eye color?" Before his eyes widen in realization as he thinks to himself, "Oh no." A tense silence fills the grand office as the Duke remains quiet in deep contemplation, leaving Aaron sitting on the couch looking thoroughly confused. Backpedaling quickly, the Duke reassures her, "You don't necessarily have to go to your family. I said something wrong." Aaron sweat drops, highly suspicious, and wonders, What did he think? Letting out a sharp, confident smirk, the Duke raises his hand and says, "Instead, let me make a special offer. I'm sure you will like it too." Aaron sits up straight, bracing herself as a tense, cold, magical draft surrounds her. Erin catches a fluttering piece of paper in her hands and reads the terms in complete disbelief, exclaiming, "Being siblings?" Erin taps the paper with her quill as the Duke lists the incredible terms of his contract: food, clothing, education, safety, and a house to live in for the rest of your life. The Duke emphasizes, especially for someone from an orphanage like you, prompting Erin to grip the document tightly as she stares down in silence. Looking through the large office windows from the outside, the Duke's final words echo, "How is it? Would you accept the offer?" The scene transitions to a panoramic view of a bustling medieval town under a clear blue sky, with a tall, elegant spire rising above the clustered houses. Various townspeople and hooded travelers walk past each other on their daily routines along the stone-paved streets of the town. A hand holds a complicated hand-drawn map of the town streets featuring a rose-topped cake illustration as a frustrated voice complains, "How is this town so complicated? I want to know how many times I'm going around the same place now." Pulling his hood low, the young boy mutters with determination, "I have to tell my father that we need to repair the town. The road is very messy." Walking past street vendors and beggars, the hooded boy checks his map and says, "Let's see, 12th 6th Street. Where would 12th Street be? This is 20th Street, so we have to go further." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through the alleyway, catching the boy off guard as he gasps, "Ah!" As his hood falls back, the boy's stunning golden blonde hair and brilliant crimson eyes are revealed, surrounded by a radiant, sparkling glow. Realizing his face is exposed, he quickly grabs his dark hood and pulls it back down over his head to hide his identity. Frustratedly scratching his covered head, he groans, "Sheesh, I can't solve anything. I thought it would come out today." An elegant illustration of Lady Lillian, a noble young lady with long red curls, appears as he thinks to himself, "It's Lady Lillian's birthday soon." He resolves to find her the perfect gift, thinking, "What the young lady wants, even if I collapse while searching for it." Looking incredibly determined under his dark hood, he fiercely vows, "I will have it with my own hands." As the boy runs down the cobblestone street, Enosh continues to resolve, "Wait, Lady Lillian, Enosh will put a present in your hand." A mysterious, spike-haired man stands quietly in the shadows, staring after the running boy in silence. Letting out a sharp, sinister smirk, the man chuckles softly and whispers, "I found him." Back in the grand office of the Duke, he calls out, "Lisa," and a maid promptly responds, "Yes, Duke." As a letter is politely handed over amidst yellow flowers, the Duke instructs, "The children have arrived well. Be polite and tell him that he doesn't have to worry." The Duke adds, "Don't forget that I want to formally invite him later," and the maid person politely bows, replying, "All right." With a soft click, the grand doors shut, leaving the Duke sitting quietly at his large desk as sunlight streams through the tall windows. Resting his chin on his hand, the Duke stares forward in deep, silent contemplation. Irene sits demurely on the sofa, her hands resting on her lap as she politely says, "Thank you for the suggestion, but I guess I'll have to think about it a bit. Let me think about it." The Duke recalls his first impression of her. "Since the first time I saw you, a little girl who showed no expectations in her eyes." Looking across the room at her, the Duke gently coaxes, "Erin, opportunities like this won't come any time again. Or do you want to go back to that orphanage?" Erin looks down as the words echo heavily in her mind. "The orphanage?" Looking up with quiet determination, Erin explains, "It is a very meaningful place for me and other children. I don't know how you see it, but if it wasn't for the orphanage, I wouldn't have met Richard." The Duke continues to analyze her character. It seems like a bright smile at first glance. At times, she even showed determination and thoughts that were not suitable for her age. He gazes at her, deeply intrigued by her personality and appearance. Erin listens in silence as the Duke ponders her unique appearance, noting that she stands out beyond anyone's imagination for a child of a lizard family. The Duke continues his thought, reasoning that she must have been discarded from birth simply for being different from others, which is why she cannot return to her family. He imagines how terribly she must have been treated, perhaps even shunned as a servant of the devil by those around her. As the Duke watches her, a sequence of scenes depicts Erin's lonely and difficult journey, wandering in the cold and rain before finally arriving at the orphanage. Holding a blue quill, the Duke makes a firm resolution, whispering to himself that he will definitely adopt Erin into his family. Sitting at his grand desk, he prepares the documents, admitting that while the match might not be as good as his own family, it is the best path forward. With a scratching sound, the pen glides across the paper as the Duke begins writing the official adoption forms. The completed adoption application document is shown, complete with a portrait of Erin and her details, 5 years of age and of the lizard race. The scene shifts to Erin waking up in a warm, plush bed, stretching lazily in her clean white nightgown after a comfortable night's rest. Iron's sweat drops as she recalls how stressful and chaotic things got after her magic phone call with Albion, leaving her barely able to eat her dinner. In her memory, Charnette yells and points an accusing finger at Richard while Aaron lies in bed, completely overwhelmed by their bickering. Charnette points dramatically to make a point, asserting that there is only one option left. Richard closes his eyes calmly, remaining completely unfazed by Charnette's energetic shouting. A pile of shiny gold coins pours down beneath a beautifully crafted golden bracelet, representing Aaron's goals of securing financial independence. Iron's thoughts turn to her hidden mission, returning the fragments of balance. She realizes that delivering it herself is far too risky, as she imagines getting chased by angry shadows shouting, "A thief, get her!" while she desperately tries to explain that it is all a misunderstanding. A soft memory of her past flashes by, showing a weeping maid and a young girl clutching a stuffed tiger toy. Back in the room, Charnette tries to cheer her up, suggesting, "Then let's go for a walk and buy a letter paper. A short walk to the store?" Suddenly, Charnette lunges forward in protest, shouting, "Bam Bam," which makes Aaron gasp in surprise. "What?" Charnette fumes with anger and points, yelling, "Give him a hard time. He keeps talking nonsense," while Richard calmly replies, "I was talking about the facts." Charnette vents her frustration to Aaron, exclaiming, "Bam Bam, he said there's no way you're staying at my house with me," leaving Aaron to utter a confused, "Oh." Charnette continues to fume dramatically, shouting, "This fool is really... Do you think I'm talking empty words? I will always be with Bam Bam." In a final, shocking declaration, Charnette screams, "We are going to get married too," leaving Aaron utterly speechless and wide-eyed. Charnette stomps around the room in absolute fury, while Aaron sits dumbfounded on the bed and Richard stands by looking completely indifferent. Charnette storms out of the bedroom, leaving Aaron sitting upright on the bed, staring blankly in sheer disbelief at the word marriage. Charnette clenches her fist and proudly declares, "We will be a married couple. Me and Bam Bam will be a real family." Charnette turns around to demand agreement, asking, "We made a promise last time, didn't we, Bam Bam?" Only to find the bed completely empty. Spotting Aaron trying to sneak out the door, Richard asks, "Where are you going, master?" And Aaron nervously replies, "My head hurts. I'll take a short walk and come back." As Charnette screams, Bam Bam, where are you going?" Aaron insists she is just going for a walk, while Charnette worries about the upcoming meal, and Richard tells Charnette to stop talking since the master has spoken. Waving a hurried goodbye, Aaron slips out of the room, stating she wants to be alone for a while, leaving Charnette to grumble sadly and Richard to watch in silence. Sunset casts a warm, golden glow through a large, arched glass window, marking the passage of time as leaves rustle in the gentle evening breeze. Walking down the steps, Aaron worries to herself, wondering if she is losing her mind and if the original story is starting to deviate. Descending the stone staircase, Aaron shakes her head and tells herself, "No, I need to get myself together." She stops to think, wondering if Charnette and the male lead candidates could somehow end up forming a reverse harem. Stealing her resolve, Aaron tells herself that she brought the money bag given by the manager and went out to get some fresh air. Adjusting her dark hood to conceal her face, Aaron peers out with determined golden eyes. Clenching her cloak tightly, Aaron remembers the warning that Grove is currently blocking her magical power. Confused by all the revelations, Aaron thinks to herself in disbelief, "Magical power? Seriously? I really don't know anything now." She recalls the explanation she was given. All human beasts will have magical power after going through a period of growth. It's dangerous to leave it as it is, so you have to learn how to control it. She remembers the advice suggesting she should seek out a similar human beast or a wizard to learn control during her growth period. As Aaron walks through the courtyard, she spots a manservant carrying heavy crates who suddenly stumbles and drops them with a loud crash. Aaron quickly picks up a drop document folder and hands it back, asking, "You dropped this. Are you okay? If it's too heavy, I'll carry it with you." She reaches out to help balance the heavy crate as the staggered servant sweat drops and mutters a quiet, "Thank you." Before she can assist further, the servant scurries off in a hurry, leaving Aaron calling after him in confusion. "Hey, wait, I can really..." Watching him leave, Aaron worries to herself, thinking, "Is he okay? His expression looks very bad." Looking up at the sky, Aaron gasps, "Whoops!" Seeing that it is already sunset, Aaron runs back to the massive iron gates of the estate and calls out to the guards, "It's already sunset. I am Aaron. I went to the store for a while." The scenic town rooftops are bathed in the beautiful orange and pink hues of the setting sun. Aaron runs quickly down the stone streets of the bustling town, her dark purple cloak fluttering behind her. Suddenly, a wooden staff is planted firmly onto the cobblestone street right in front of her, blocking her path. An old, sinister-looking figure smiles under her hood, noticing the leaking magical power and whispering, "It's the beast's magical power." She even wore a magic-blocking robe, but it's all leaking out. As a cloaked man squatted down to examine a glowing pink thread on the cobblestone street, he asked, "What kind of beasts?" The other figure holding a staff replied, "I'm not sure about that. It's not a normal beast. It's an energy I've never felt before." He tightly clenches the glowing pink thread in his gloved hand, noting that even her hair color is quite special, before firmly declaring, "Let's get ready." Standing side by side as sunset falls over the bustling town, the two cloaked figures resolve, "Today is the day we deal with this thing." Under the radiant glow of a full moon, a luxurious carriage rumbles along the forest road, its lanterns casting a soft light through the trees. Inside the moving carriage, a gloved hand holds up a piece of parchment filled with mysterious, handwritten magical symbols. Alvion sits quietly inside the bumpy carriage, reviewing the document in his hand while his loyal beast companion rests beside him. Alvion recalls when he first met her, thinking that she was just an ordinary 5-year-old who didn't know how to control her powers, remaining completely naive and pure. Stroking his beast companion, Alvion ponders her past, noting that she had clearly received a formal education, and if she had studied in the South, she would likely be more familiar with the language of the Empire. Iron waves happily with a pure, brilliant smile that could melt anyone's heart. As the carriage halts and a voice announces their arrival, Alvion prepares himself by putting on a detailed wolf mask, thinking to himself that while everything is highly suspicious, he must proceed. With a firm step, he alights from the carriage, reminding himself that he simply does not have the time to hesitate or think about it. Standing before the brilliantly illuminated grand mansion hosting a masquerade, he steels his resolve and tells himself that it is finally time to enter the tiger's den. Wearing his wolf mask and sophisticated attire, Alvion steps through the grand doors as guests in various animal masks turn to look. Alvion hands over a wooden pass to a servant wearing a dog mask, asking, "Where are the VIP seats?" The polite servant replies, "I'll lead the way." As he is guided down the red carpeted stairs, Alvion's true purpose is revealed. He intends to buy the captive children from this illicit auction and take them safely to his orphanage. Alvion reflects on Iron and Richard. If Duke Colin had contacted him even a little later, Alvion would have called off all his plans. But now that he knows the children are safe, he feels much less worried as he recalls Richard telling Iron not to make a mess. Inside a dim, barred cage, young Erin sits quietly, her golden eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and caution. The dog-masked servant leans in closer to Alvion, gesturing politely as he explains the details of the auction's products. Hearing footsteps and voices nearby, Erin tilts her head with an innocent, curious expression. Guiding Alvion down the dark corridor lined with iron cages, the servant boasts, "It's a new product that has just arrived today, although its race is lizard shapeshifter, but as you can see, its color isn't like the others, it's so colorful." Alvion flinches slightly behind his wolf mask as the servant continues to pitch the child, saying it's high quality and worth investing in. Upon hearing the servant suggest that the child can be used as a decoration, Alvion's grip tightens in quiet rage, cracking the wooden card in his hand. Unaware of Alvion's growing anger, the servant cheerfully adds, "It's the best product among the ones that came in today. You can keep it as a pet." The servant gasps in shock as Alvion opens his hand, letting the completely crushed wooden card crumble to the floor, muttering, "Oh, it's suddenly crushed." Alvion calmly asks if he is all right, but the flustered servant sweat drops and exclaims, "It can't just turn into powder like that. Your grip is very strong. I'll get you a new one." Shouting, "Please wait for me," the servant hurries off to fetch a replacement card, leaving Alvion standing alone in the corridor as he slowly turns his head toward Iron's cage. With a soft rustle, Alvion kneels before the iron bars and lifts his wolf mask to reveal his face to Erin, asking, "Do you recognize me, headmaster?" Erin gasps in silent surprise. Pleased to see him, Erin eagerly nods as Alvion asks, "Are you hurt? Are you all right?" Letting out a sigh of relief, Alvion says, "All right, let's leave the details until later." Alvion instructs her in a low, serious voice. "Listen carefully, Iron. I'll get you out of here soon, but this time you must not do anything. I can only save you if no information gets out. Do you understand?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Erin nods obediently in agreement. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of the returning servant echo down the hallway as he calls out, "Sir!" The dog-masked servant runs back with a new sign, apologizing, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is the new sign. Would you like to apply special offers on the product? If not?" Alvion politely declines, replying, "I'll take a look around for a while. Lead me to where there are many kids," which the servant readily agrees to. As they walk away, the servant continues to chatter. There are still many great products. What do you think of the shapeshifter over there? While Erin watches them leave from inside her cage. Listening to the fading sound of their heavy footsteps, Erin watches in silence from behind the cold iron bars. Left alone once more, Erin's large golden eyes well up with tears as she holds back a sniffle, feeling overwhelmed by her situation. She slumps in the corner of her cage, reflecting on the bizarre reality that despite how absurd it feels, she truly was kidnapped. A whimsical diagram illustrates Erin's confusion, starting with her joyful expectation of going to a grand estate, only to end up in a highly questionable and mysterious situation. Erin recalls the original plot of the story. This auction house is actually where Charnay was kidnapped and formed a deep bond with the prince. After being rescued by Alvion, she helped and befriended the prince, which served as a crucial stepping stone for Alvion to naturally build connections with the imperial palace. Clutching the iron bars, Iron pieces the clues together, realizing that Sharn must be locked up somewhere nearby. She thinks, I don't know anything since I'm locked up, but Alvion said he'd save every kid in this auction, so I won't die. As Erin decides she should just sit quietly as Alvion instructed, a loud commotion erupts nearby. A voice screams, "How rude!" followed by an angry guard shouting, "This pig! It's not enough that I give you feces water!" While a captive child yells back, "Let me go! Do you know who I am?" With a violent crash, the angry guard kicks a well-dressed blonde boy directly onto the cold floor of a cell, sending him sprawling as Erin watches the brutal treatment in complete shock. Slamming the heavy door shut, the donkey-masked guard yells inside, "Shut your mouth and just stay there. You'd better say a prayer before you're sold." Left on the dusty floor, the furious boy points towards the door and screams, You scumbag, trash!" as Erin observes him quietly from her corner. Fuming with absolute rage, the boy continues to shout through the bars, "These evil cowards! I'll send you all to the guillotine when I get out of here." Wincing and coughing slightly from the rough treatment, the boy grumbles, "Damn it, those bad men." Feeling a gaze on him, the boy suddenly whips his head around and gasps in surprise upon realizing Erin has been quietly watching him the entire time. Losing his temper, the arrogant boy points accusingly at Erin and snaps, "Enjoying your view? Can't you keep your head down?" The boy haughtily lectures her, coughing as he says, "You should at least know basic manners even if you're a peasant. The world is about to end." Leaving Erin to sweat drop and think to herself, "What's with him?" Still coughing heavily, the proud boy tries to save face by muttering, "Well, fine, I'll forgive you this time. The guards from the castle will come anyway. If you behave well, you'll also be rescued," as he lets out a series of theatrical coughs, leaving Erin to stare at him in utter disbelief. Shivering on the cold cell floor, the blonde boy clenches his fist and groans in discomfort, thinking to himself, damn it, it's so cold. I wish I had something to put on." As the boy desperately wishes for a blanket to keep him warm, Erin quietly approaches from behind and wraps her warm purple cloak around him, snuggling close to share her warmth. Wrapped in the thick cloak, the stunned blonde boy turns his head to find Erin sitting right next to him, staring back with her quiet golden eyes. Instantly flustered and blushing red, the boy recoils and yells in an outraged panic, "What are you doing, you little devil? Tell me your identity. Are you a mole sent by our enemy? I won't forgive you for that." Looking at him with a calm, innocent gaze, Erin gently explains, "You're cold. You might get sick," leaving the haughty boy completely stunned as he stammers, "What?" Pulling away defensively, the proud boy snaps, "Don't touch me. This body is precious. How dare you touch me without permission?" While Erin simply sweat drops at his dramatic reaction. Still coughing heavily, the dramatic boy holds up a hand and confidently declares, "Even if you love me, I can't accept your feelings. I have someone already, someone else," leaving Erin to stare at him with an utterly deadpan, speechless expression. The boy continues to cough weakly as he sits alone on the cold floor, while the narration describes him. Brilliant blonde hair, pale skin, arrogant, doesn't respect anything. A close-up of his striking red eyes reveals another prominent feature noted by the narration, a mole under his left eye. Looking down at a fresh splatter of blood in the palm of his hand, the narration reveals his tragic background, an unfortunate support character born with a terminal illness. Wiping the blood from his lips as he gazes down at his hand, the true identity of this arrogant, sick child is finally revealed. The name of the devilish youngest prince, Enosh